Yeah, Mario Cristobal, perhaps the dumbest coaching decision in a loss ever on any level.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't looked at the Pee Wee football history yet, but on that level, just astonishing.
Not even perhaps. It is. There's nothing that even can rival that.
I also like how afterwards, for those who don't know, he didn't kneel on the ball and he had the quarterback handoff. And even afterward, he was sort of doubling down and saying, well, we teach our running backs to keep both arms around the football so they don't fumble. I'm like, what? I mean, I know you do, but still, what?
I know.
Awful.
And Jimbo wasting a timeout to kick a field goal. That made a lot of sense.
Yeah, good point. Mm-hmm. Good point by you.
All right. Costa has this amazing proclamation here. And I actually agree with it.
It's a united front.
Yes.
The division is over. The race is over. The Lions have won the North.
We've called the seamstress. The banner is being made now.
Oh, my. Oh, no. The Lions, Stoney. And I'm not going to go back to when you buried Brett Favre.
I know.
And then he came back and beat the Lions
Miami
like 45-3. Yeah, exactly.
Well, we said, hold on, Wojo. There is one codicil, barring catastrophic
it's
injury.
in the terms and conditions.
You don't know what a codicil is, do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. All right. Go with your codicil. What is it?
No, he said, like, if there's a catastrophic injury, it's in
Right.
the terms and conditions. You got to read on. There's the whole
gotcha.
thing after.
Yes.
Are you with us?
Well, that's a good codpiece. I mean, codicil, whatever you want to call it. Barring a the trade deadline is what, Halloween, October 31st. And what if JMO gets unfettered a little bit, unleashed a little bit by then? The draft pick would be number one, in which case, if you can sign him to an extension, Brian Burns, is that your
Yeah, that was the trade we threw out there, too, was if you could go JMO and a pick for Brian Burns, would you do it?
I would say yes. And I would also say this, would Carolina do it? No. That's my thought.
Okay.
Yes, of course I would do it. And if you I would give up a number one if you could get Brian Burns extended. Absolutely. And that's not a slap on JMO per se.
No.
It's a reality of where he is right now. And here's the other thing. And you keep thinking, and it still is early. I mean, I know not early. He's been here a year and a half, but early number of games he's actually played. But I did something I rarely do. I did some research.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, just a tiny bit, not much. Don't get nervous.
Is there a codicil with that research?
Yeah, I did. We're in a cod piece, but I did a little YouTubing. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, just a little bit, and I wanted to find out because everybody says like there were no signs really that maybe he had issues with his hands or catching the ball, and I mean he was so great in college. There were issues. He did leave Ohio State because the receiver room was too crowded, that's not really a slam. That's generally why players transfer when they see a bigger opportunity. But I went back and looked at like scout video of scouting JMO before the draft. And it was really eerie. They kept saying the same thing. Oh, he creates so much space. Get the ball to the guy in space and watch him go. Oh, so much space. And it dawned on me while they were giving him a compliment, they were also saying he was untested when not in space. In other words, and that doesn't mean, the pass he dropped last week, he was open, but there was a guy coming straight at him. I wonder if he just has never had to contest for balls very often. And maybe, and this is not like, and he's not used to it, not used to the contact or somebody being right around him or, I don't know. And to me, that's something that takes a lot of time because if you go back and look at his highlights at Alabama, he was generally open by between 10 and 25 yards. Okay, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but he was so wide open. And I don't know how, maybe that's the leap he's still trying to make to constant NFL contact, and maybe that's why he got so physical on that run play. He's trying to engage and get that contact and get ready for it because he didn't have it at Alabama very much. What do you think?
I think it's possible, and I also think Carolina might want him because their quarterback was his college quarterback.
He enjoyed throwing him the ball when he was 15 yards open.
Yes.
In space, right. No, I agree. I think Carolina, I think they would. But as the Costa kid said, I mean, Burns is only 25 and a 12 to 13 sack guy.
But if they can't re-sign him, what are they going to keep him for?
If they, why do they think they can't re-sign him for sure?
I don't know.
I mean,
they haven't yet, and talks haven't been productive.
Yeah, I would do it. And as you said, if you can't sign him, you could franchise tag him. But the one thing to be careful, too, I think Stoney said it. I was listening earlier to my favorite morning show. And somebody said, well, the Lions haven't necessarily needed J-Mo yet. I mean, so it would. Well, they haven't needed Brian Burns yet either. So, and I know you always want more pass rushers, but boy, you still have to make some sort of adjustment. You're still going to be pretty thin at wide receiver, I think, either way. But yes, to answer your question, yes, I would make that deal. Right. Yes.
All right, Woj, University of Michigan, they keep playing better and better, but do we still not know how good they are because of the competition level?
Well, we know they're very, 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 very good. We know I think you can safely say, despite the competition, one of the 3 best teams in the country. And again, you can say that and not get yelled at, but who have they beaten? Okay, but you can still watch the football games. They're doing things that no other team in the country is doing right now, even other teams that are playing lesser opponents as well. And, they just, man, whatever you say, and I know Minnesota, Rutgers, all of those, but those are kind of Power 5 teams. And if they were just winning like they've done in the past, like squeaking out, in previous years, a 30-16 win or something like that, you'd be a little concerned. You do have to look at how they're doing it and say, okay, they are different than they've been. Even in the last 2 years, they're different. They look like a team on a mission. They're so deep. And I say that all that acknowledging, well, would you bet your life on it? Would you bet your house on it? Not until I see them. I agree with you, against somebody better. The thing is, we're going to have to wait another month or so for that. And then we will know for sure, although then we'll have to see them against Georgia, and then we'll have to see them against that. But I think it's easily Harbaugh's best team. Better than last year because J.J. McCarthy is more in tune and comfortable, and even better than last year without Donovan Edwards doing much of anything. They're just so deep.
You mentioned, do you agree with Harbaugh that J.J.'s as good as Caleb Williams?
Well, I don't know about that, but I watched half of that. Then I had to go to Betty Bye Saturday night, that USC-Arizona State game. Caleb Williams, at times I've watched him, looks like a guy who's trying to look like the Heisman guy that everybody wants to see every time he snaps the ball. And you see him run into trouble, out of trouble. His numbers last week certainly were not that impressive. He's still, I'm pretty sure, going to be the number 1 overall pick. But, no, McCarthy isn't there just because he doesn't have the volume of it. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we are 6 games in. I don't think J.J. McCarthy has taken a snap in the fourth quarter yet of any game. Sure. So that's literally 25% fewer stats padding moments that he has. So you can't really look at the stats from that regard.
Well, the only thing you could say with the stats is Caleb has twice as many touchdowns. So even if you gave JJ an extra 25% on his numbers, he still wouldn't have the Caleb output.
No, but the flip side there is
system,
Caleb
style.
gets more chances because USC defense gets him the ball back after like 4 plays and the opposing team scores a touchdown. Like, it's just up and down. They get the ball back right away because their defense is truly god-awful, and they are not a national title contender.
Did they lose this week, Wojo? This week?
Yeah, this week Notre Dame's going to smush them.
Smush them.
Yeah,
wow.
Here.
Oh, just pound the ball behind. They'll pound the ball behind our boy Rocco Spindler. All right, Wings begin tomorrow night. We had Derek Lalone on earlier. You'll hear that again coming up at 9:35. The playoffs, is it a reality or is it just a dream?
Well, it's not reality. It's a little bit better than it's not like a pipe dream. What's between a dream and a pipe dream? There's something in between there. That's what it is. I mean, nobody in all the little NHL national expert geeks, like very, very, very few have them with enough points to make the playoffs. And they're not doing, I mean, because you don't have those guys that pop out at you other than DeBrincat. But he did have a little bit of a down year last year, but I still think that was a great pickup by the Red Wings. Their defense should be improved, and certainly with a guy like Petrie coming aboard, and their goaltending deeper and should be improved. But I don't know if they have enough like legitimate explosive scoring power, so to speak. Like if I would bet right now, I would say no, they won't make the playoffs. But yes, they'll be in contention to the point where we'll think about it for a while and deep into the spring. But no, I don't think they're ready. And that's not making an excuse. Truly next year, they should be making the playoffs. This year, they truly should have a shot at it. I just don't think they'll make it.
All right, final thing from me. We played the James Franklin soundbite, basically, he ripping Michigan's non-conference without saying it's Michigan, which, that's fine. But we decided that James Franklin is one of the all-time great douches. So, and Aaron Rodgers would be the other, or first ballot Hall of Fame. Who else would you put on Mount Douchemore besides James Franklin and Aaron Rodgers?
Mount Douchemore. Well, first of all, I prefer he's a weenie.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
I think he's a weenie. And by the way, real quick, the guy that asked that question at the press conference, and it was Stoney. Don't take this the wrong way, but it was kind of a Stoney convoluted question a little bit. I didn't mean that negatively at all.
Yeah, sure.
That guy went on Twitter today and said, "All right, I didn't ask the question the greatest, but should I really be getting death threats for this?" Seriously, look him up. He's like, whatever. Penn State fans are being bonkers. High up on that end, you know what? I might put Sean McVay up there.
I mentioned him.
Yeah, that's the first time you said.
Yeah. And he's a really good coach.
Yeah, but he's more of a douche than a weenie. I think Franklin's a weenie. And he picks, make that argument, certainly, although all the schedule arguments end after this year, based on next year. But he probably shouldn't have done it the week he was playing UMass.
I know,
right?
And they did play, and they played Delaware also. They're not even D1, right?
No, I know. It's up to old Donnie Brown, former Michigan defensive coordinator, to shut down Penn State this week, huh?
Yeah, like he did when Saquon ran for 700 on him.
Heyo.
All right, Sony, I get your point.
All right, Woj, thank you very much as always.
Woohoo!
He's Wojo, Wednesdays with Wojo, here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, it's football season, and that means go to Vegas. Why? Because they have the best pool in history. It's Stadium Swim. Been there, love it there. Located at the Circa Resort and Casino, you catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of our 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of our massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Stadium Swim, it's America's favorite place to watch football, swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or a grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside. It's an awesome place. When the weather's great, and it's always great, chill out, watch the games, make your bets, and have a cocktail. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street, Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say
As
as
good.
good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there,
And
I'd
every
take
once in a
Buffalo.
while, those
Now this one,
mic'd up
they obviously
NFL
had them, like
films
Kansas
moments
City. No. They're
Yeah,
awesome.
Kelsey end up being pretty
Chris
good.
Jones,
Yeah.
yes, and they had the Lions mic'd up. Taylor Decker, Jonah Jackson, it appears was, and this is when after the Lions took a big lead in this game, and Jonah Jackson, he did go to Ohio State, pretty bright guy from what I understand. Went to Rutgers first, went to Ohio State, but he obviously did not do a good job of understanding math. Listen to this discussion. Yes, 42 minus 17 is 25, not 23. I know there's things called new math, the Common Core, or whatever it's
Common
called.
Core, yeah.
Right. They teach you different ways, but not for somebody like that. It's pretty funny, actually.
It's a good thing he doesn't have to make game time decisions about whether they're taking points or not.
Yes.
How much are we winning by? I don't know. Not great with math.
or take a knee. By the way, it was pointed out by our good friend Evan Jenkins. I got to find this again because he texted it to me that it wasn't a shot at Michigan that James Franklin was making. He was taking a shot at Indiana for canceling their series against Louisville.
They played this year. Indiana played. I mean, am I wrong? I'm pretty sure Indiana played Louisville this season.
Maybe they canceled it.
Maybe
going
moving forward. Okay.
But it's like,
I mean, with the Michigan thing, it's if the shoe fits. I mean,
yes. Obviously, Michigan's non-conference schedule blows. We understand that.
Yep.
They did buy out of the UCLA game and maybe even an Arkansas game, but going forward, they didn't buy out of the Texas game or the Oklahoma series. I know Mike has always said he says there's no way Michigan and Texas are ever going to play, but I think it's
less than a year away.
yeah, I think it's going to happen.
Sure feels like it.
Yeah, unless the SEC intervenes, but I don't think they will. It's good for
I
them.
don't think so.
No, it's going to be a great two series. Texas and Oklahoma, home and home, Michigan. That's awesome. I mean, they did. Ohio State did it, right? That's the big Baker Mayfield, plant the flag game.
Those are great. Like
Yes.
That's what I'm hoping. I know a lot of people have been frustrated at the direction of college football and the sport as they know it is dying. Stoney, if the result is Michigan fans get Washington and Oregon and USC all coming to the big house, it was impossible before the restructuring.
Of course.
If the result is instead of guessing who the better team is, like you asked Woj, how good are they? How do we
Right.
know? If the new college football is less guessing and more settling it amongst the teams, figuring it out instead of assuming,
That's good.
I'm on board. That's good for the game.
Yes. I mean, what's the downside is your team might not be as good or might not make a playoff run.
But if they aren't good enough, they aren't good enough.
Exactly. That's the whole point. I mean, it does suck that some of the traditions are gone with the conferences.
Of course.
But you know what? Life goes on, and you have to adapt to the times.
You make new traditions.
Right. And the money is so big right now that this is what happens. Look, there's things that are going on right now in college sports. I mean, not that I have sympathy for Ohio State Buckeye fans, but there's bars in Columbus and Ohio that won't show the Ohio State games because they got to pay this ridiculous fee per television to Peacock.
Silly.
I mean, this one guy was saying it was like $20,000 to watch the one because he's got like 28 TVs, and it's absurd.
Well, you got to adapt, Stoney.
I know. You know what? And they didn't adapt. They don't have the money to pay for Peacock for all his equipment there. So they're not going to have a Ohio State game.
What if they put it on one TV and charge a premium to sit in those seats around that TV in the bar? That's innovative right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside the box.
I don't know.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Governor Whitmer and other state officials have just launched a $20 million marketing campaign that's called the You Can in Michigan campaign that is supposedly going to bring more people to the state. That's the goal of this campaign. So as the governor's office continues to focus on reversing Michigan's recent population decline, the campaign will include television and radio advertising, social media marketing, and the launch of a new website, which is going to be called themichiganlife.org. There's going to be links there to build your career or to find your fun, different things to do here in Michigan. The campaign will launch nationally. The goal is to fill open jobs, grow Michigan's population, and drive our state's economy forward. The Michigan Economic Development Corporation is spearheading this plan.
Worth a shot.
Let's see. For sure, I'm indifferent on it. Sure, bring more people.
Get more talented people.
Works.
Sure.
Why not? Hey, carpool lanes are now officially allowed in Michigan because Governor Whitmer just signed a bill on Tuesday. So the bill will allow MDOT to designate HOV lanes on newly constructed highway lanes built using federal funding. That includes stretches of I-75 in Oakland County between 12 Mile and South Boulevard and 8 Mile to 12 Mile. And the director of MDOT says that this bill represents a major step forward for mobility in Michigan and efforts to decrease emissions by encouraging people to share rides. Now, there's going to be specific times when these carpool lanes are open. So they say the lanes will be open to vehicles with 2 or more people between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. So prime drive time there into work, and then 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., which is obviously prime drive time home from work. Outside of those times, all other cars will still be able to use those lanes. I don't know if we need it here.
No, we don't.
But it's officially allowed, so we'll see. Hey, Kendall Jenner is here in Michigan, and you could meet her. You could meet her. Anyone could meet her. She's going to be at the Shelf Liquor in Allen Park between 1 and 2 p.m. today for a meet and greet, and also to showcase her brand new tequila, 818 Tequila.
Allen Park.
In Allen Park.
Is this a Swift situation? Is she going to be dating a Lions player? Is there
a curse? Is she going?
I don't think she's going to curse.
There's a Taylor Swift alleged curse now,
the whole
too.
Kardashian curse, right? You don't want to date a Kardashian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, never mind. I'm going to strike that from the record.
So who knows? I mean, of all the Kardashians, I mean, technically she's a Jenner. Which Kardashian would you want to meet?
I think I'd want to meet Kim.
Isn't Kourtney the most normal? I know it's grading on a curve.
I would say so. I think it would either be Kendall or Kourtney for me. Wait. Yes. I can't remember.
You're trying to keep them all straight.
Yes.
Kylie, Kim, who knows? Anyway, go meet her if you'd like. So there might be some sort of Seinfeld reunion happening to kind of tie up the show's finale. Were you guys fans of Seinfeld?
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
I definitely watched it. I watched all of the episodes, mainly in reruns, to be honest with you. When it first aired, I didn't watch it. I watched it after the fact. So if you watched it, you know how it ended. Like, it had basically the most controversial finale in all of TV. It just was a strange ending. Well, at the end of a stand-up gig in Boston over the weekend, Jerry did a Q&A, and somebody asked him if he was happy with the way the show ended. And he kind of dropped a little bit of a bombshell without going into a lot of details. He said, quote, "I have a little secret for you about the ending. Something is going to happen that has to do with that ending. Hasn't happened yet. And just what you are thinking about, Larry David and I have also been thinking about it. So you'll see, we'll see."
Ooh.
So there could be maybe a little reunion special to follow up that finale. We'll see. I'd be down for that.
I think the Sopranos ending was actually more controversial.
Well, yeah, maybe
Yes.
maybe controversial isn't the right word that I used, but yes. Did you guys hear about this woman who was running in the Chicago Marathon on Sunday that stopped in the middle of the race to rescue a kitten?
I did not.
Yeah.
Running. About 20 miles in, she saw a kitten on the side of the road. She scooped it up, ran around with this kitten, and then she went to all these different spectators to see if anybody would adopt it. Mm-hmm. She found somebody to adopt this kitten, and what's crazy is that she was on pace to set her personal record before she saw the little kitten, but she said she didn't care. She still finished with an impressive 3 hours and 31 minutes, which is pretty good. And what was crazy is that she was actually running to raise money for a no-kill shelter called Paws in Chicago. So it was like fate.
Wow. I wonder if she has a catico.
A patio or a catico? Wait,
catio.
Catio. Oh, I said catico. Catio.
I was like, wait, what's a catico? Yeah,
Yes.
but-
I knew what he
Cat-
meant. Yes,
Yes.
every
or
should.
a calico cat, perhaps.
Exactly. Yeah.
In her catio.
Catio.
You know who else would do that if she was a marathon runner? My wife.
Oh,
Would
yes.
she?
Without a
Oh,
doubt.
oh.
Without a doubt.
She saves ducks and she'll take them to play.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Deer,
Squirrels.
turtles.
Oh, yes.
You name it, she's done it.
Yes. She feeds turkeys
Yep.
into our garage.
You're so right. She would do that.
She would do that.
Humanitarian of the Year. All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Newsy Lalone, the head coach of the Red Wings on the eve of the season. It's 97.1.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No,
So
no.
I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
this team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah,
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say
As
as
good.
good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Yeah.
so you're going with the.
no, I'm not.
I would
I'm
say-
not saying it's an asterisk, but
The
I'm,
asterisk?
we're looking at
Yeah.
them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry,
They
Mike.
are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
he always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall.
Yeah.
As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But to you, oh no, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share.
No,
So
no.
I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
It is football season, as we know. And a brand new Silverado from Sarah Whalen Chevrolet is the perfect truck for any tailgate party. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country, Sarah Whalen Chevrolet has a huge inventory of brand new Silverados ready for you to test drive and take home today. Plus, Sarah Whalen has a great selection of certified pre-owned vehicles for you to choose from. So hurry in and talk to one of Sarah Whalen's excellent sales associates, like my buddy Darren Hewlin, and they'll put you in the driver's seat of a brand new Silverado today. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Hey, they have a great service department as well. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
We did not know that the candle was lit in
Had no
studio
idea.
today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Don't forget Carson Anderson. Coming up at 10, Mike and Rico at 2 o'clock here on 97.1 The Ticket. We had Jim Harbaugh on yesterday, and he made it strange. I don't know. He's kind of odd anyways, I think in a better way than it used to be, at least as far as the relationship with us. I mean, he calls me an ass, but you're our ass. I said, okay. Anyway, he mentioned his quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. He was having a terrific season. He had one subpar game against Bowling Green. But he compared him with somebody else. And I want you to listen to this. This is kind of weird. Okay, look, J.J. McCarthy's having a terrific season. Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy winner. Was the Heisman Trophy winner last year. He's going to be, unless something crazy happens, the number 1 pick in the draft. It's not a knock on J.J. McCarthy. He ain't Caleb Williams.
I think I figured it out. Harbaugh watched the Arizona game. It was by far the worst game that Caleb had played all season, and he said, "Oh, okay, he's the same as J.J." Maybe watch Caleb play against other teams, and you realize there's another gear that Caleb has hit that JJ hasn't. Now, that doesn't mean he couldn't.
Right.
JJ has all the talent, right?
Maybe Jim realizes that JJ plays for a coach who won't let him do all those things. Maybe he knows his hindrance to him being as good as Caleb Williams is himself, James Harbaugh.
The offenses are built differently.
Yes.
They are. And I think
so are their defenses.
Ain't it the truth? It's Wojo's point. They're more shootouts. It's more open. How much does Caleb Williams play out of structure? It feels like the majority of the time.
Yeah.
Whereas with Michigan, it's very much in structure. And there are a few instances where JJ breaks free and extends a play and does something flashy, but that's not their offense.
No.
They don't ask him to do it repeatedly. Stoney, I another question with this is, if Harbaugh thinks they're comparable talent, isn't that Michigan's path to a national title? Is JJ being more like Caleb?
Yes, and I actually think we've seen more from him running the ball this year than we've had in the past, which is just another thing that these other teams have to sit and prepare for, or, because everybody says, Michigan's just going to run. Well, yeah, they can run, but if their quarterback's going to run more, you have to set up your defense a little differently. And look, he's playing a lot better than he's played last year. There's no doubt about it. But then we bring up the competition question.
And it's valid. Part of this is going to be, when is Michigan going to be trailing this season to where we get to see what that looks like? And it's a testament.
Hey, we're against Rutgers.
It's a testament to Michigan on one hand that they aren't trailing for very long, if at all, in most of these games.
Correct.
And if they blow out Penn State on the road, what are we supposed to say? Well, we didn't get to see them trail. It's still a big deal to blow people out.
Yes.
And to win convincingly. I believe they're the only team to win every game by 24 or more.
And you pointed out earlier, JJ has not taken a snap in the fourth quarter this season.
Wojo pointed it out. Yeah, I mean, not sweating, is that a knock on your team that you haven't had to sweat?
No.
It's yes and no. I mean, you want to blow everybody out. Ideally, you'd win every game by 3 touchdowns.
It's a knock against your schedule.
It is. And that's where it kind of coalesces. It comes together, because the question is, when you play Penn State and Ohio State, I don't think you're blowing them out. When you go to the playoff, I don't think you're blowing them out.
No.
There will be games where you hit adversity, where you make it into a shootout, and it can't be a repeat of TCU a year ago.
Correct. And look, they do have an amazing amount of depth on that team. They have a great receiver. Roman Wilson's having a terrific season.
Yep.
Cornelius Johnson is good, but they don't have, their version of, I don't know, what Addison was last year at USC. They don't have that. And that's okay.
Yeah. You play to your strength.
Yeah. And there's, in a weird way, taking the running aspect away from this, from the quarterback, they're kind of built like the Lions. as far as
A little bit, yeah.
they don't do long passing for the most part. It's crossing routes, and once in a while they'll go deep, but it's controlled, run the football behind a really good offensive line, and do what they got to do to win games. And their defense has a lot of depth, and so far the Lions' defense has had a lot of depth.
Yeah, I mean, they stopped the run. How about this? Michigan's played 3 straight run-heavy, I would say one-dimensional rushing teams, and they've stuffed them all. Lions have done it all season.
And the other thing is both teams have a number 2 running back who has not been as good as we thought they'd be this year, right? Gibson and Donovan.
It's not there's nothing perfect, but it's a pretty good comp. Yeah,
and they both have pretty good tight ends. Loveland and Laporta.
Yeah.
Now, and they both have questions. We're not sure about the reliability of either kicker in a long field goal situation or in a game-winning situation yet. Patterson, we know, can make one within 45 and in, we believe.
Mm-hmm.
We're not sure about Turner yet. I mean, he's made field goals, but he hasn't had to kick a game-winning field goal, which is part of what we're talking about.
Gators entered the studio. We got Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Good.
How you guys feel about added depth? You like that?
From Lalonde?
No, yeah. I thought he was great.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He is. He's awesome. And, I mean, I know it's a repetitive answer that he gave.
I know.
But it's the truth. And they have added more depth. I thought his response to one of the questions where he's like, look, we got 6 guys that aren't on the roster now that are now on other rosters, either ours or others in the AHL, because that's the depth we've added. I think that speaks volumes to what they've changed.
Absolutely. Did you watch any hockey last night?
Watched a lot of it.
Bedard's pretty freaking good.
He is. He is. He's very good. Very good with the puck. Yeah. And I think the way he sees the game as an 18-year-old or a 19, whatever he is, it's pretty impressive. And we'll talk about that a little bit today as well.
By the way, I told Doug I thought your interview with Jared Goff was really good yesterday.
Oh, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I thought your interview with Uzi Lalonde was very
Let's
good.
pat each other on the back.
Yes. Kumbaya, my lord.
You guys are great.
Kumbaya.
Greggy, you're great.
I thought Heather had some great stories today.
Thank you.
Nice
Some of them I don't even think were made up.
No, they weren't.
We went from news to newsy. It was a wonderful segue there.
That's
What do you?
the segue.
We'll play highlights.
Oh, beautiful.
Newsy at noon.
We've got
Newsy at
highlights
noon.
coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
We did not know that the candle was lit in
Had no
studio
idea.
today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the
All right,
Lions
Dunkar,
can't
Scott
lose.
Anderson. Anderson won the ticket. Hope you're good. Gator, are you good today? Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
Let's see.
Sounds like a no. There's a lot of sports.
Well, no,
on
there was
last
some
night.
excitement.
Was there?
Some excitement, yeah. Lois was playing with the duck stuffed animal. That's a flat duck.
Lois is Gator's dog.
And the flat, there people that are dog owners know that they're like different kinds of stuffed animals. You got the stuffed animals that have all the stuffing in them and the squeakers and all that. And then you have the flat stuffed animals, which takes away 90% of the stuffed material, but they still have squeakers and they still make noise. But they're basically, they lay kind of flat and dogs flip them around. So Lois has had this duck for probably 8 months now. And, you know, she had gotten all the stuffing that was in it out of it. There wasn't much in there, like I said, because the flat ones. But we're playing tug of war last night with it for a little bit. And she gives up after like 30 seconds, you know, and then I'll throw it and she'll retrieve it once and bring it back. And then she's done.
You throw it again and she's
She's
like, all
not,
right,
yeah,
enough.
she doesn't really play
Why
with
you
this
keep
stuff.
doing that?
Right. So we're playing tug of war, and then all of a sudden it just rips.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And she's got duck feet in her mouth, and it's just the feet of the stuffed animal. And so I start to laugh. I'm like, all right, let's go, give it up, because I didn't want her to swallow the feet, and then I got to go to the emergency room to get the thing removed. So then I had to chase her around the house. As you recall, during the COVID years, there was a time that the dog had gotten a hold of a hat or something like that in my house.
Yes.
And you guys made me turn the camera around so everybody could see me chasing the dog around my living room.
Yes.
Trying to catch up, because it's just not going to happen. The dog toys with you and stays one step ahead. You have to trick.
Awesome.
Yeah, you got to trick the dog to go into the bedroom, and then you corner her in the bedroom, and then you get the whatever it is out of her mouth. So I was terrified this was what I was going to have to go through last. Maybe terrified is the wrong word. I was concerned. I'm like, I don't want to run around at 10:30 at night chasing after a felt duck foot in your mouth. But that was the excitement last night, Doug. Yeah,
the felt duck foot.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
And then when you ask the dog, you start talking to the dog. What do you got in your mouth? Then they look at you, and they turn their head sideways. Because they communicate with you.
I was about to say your dog speaks English or understands English.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
All dogs do.
So lots on TV last night. We had college football. We had the NHL. We had baseball playoffs. And we are a day away from the Red Wings debut for the season, which I'm excited about.
Very
Derek Lalone on the morning show. We'll play some highlights a little bit later on. The most interesting things he had to say, including him playing the old chip on the shoulder, Gator. The coach is playing chip on the shoulder. I know you love chip on the shoulder stories. So.
Well, he gets them motivated.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that a little bit later on. But Powerball drawings tonight. So we got another edition of Would You Buy?
I'm not going to lie. I was on Realtor.com last night taking a look.
Did you type in, like, what kind of filters you put in, like above, 10 million or something, Gator?
Well, the filter I do every time when I
what
try to
area
go to
codes we
Realtor,
looking at?
the first city I look at is Del Mar, California, which is on the coast. It's by San Diego there.
Classic.
By Torrey Pines. And I've been looking at these properties that are there for forever, right?
This is funny.
It is.
So the filter I put in.
Del Mar.
I can't wait to hear this.
There's no max on the filter, but the minimum that I look at is $20 million.
That's right.
Okay.
Because the real estate out there is just totally different because you're on the water, and it's amazing how much pops up at over $20 million. But the ones I want to see specifically in Del Mar are these two properties, these
just the land-only properties, are they still out there? And they are. And they have changed significantly. There's two different lots. One, they're both like 5 acres. One is a 5-acre lot that's already got like landscaping on it. The other one is kind of like industrial right next to it. And it's divided into 4 separate lots. One's like 2 acres, one's 1 acre, and then the other 2 are 1 acre, whatever. So that one, the undeveloped one, is like $49 million. The other one is like $79 million. I'm like, all right, 79. That's ridiculous. That's just too much. All this, even if I won $400 million take home, would that be ridiculous? And the answer is, yeah, but you could afford it.
I love that he goes this far down the wormhole of what he's going to do with his winnings. This is like him saying, what am I going to do if my new wife, Jennifer Aniston, doesn't get along with Lois?
That's a problem.
Right? It's him planning. When you do the filter and you're looking at the real estate,
yeah.
Is there something when you're looking at a listing where you immediately cross a house off, or you go, oh, I don't want that one because...
Usually it's acreage. If it's less than like an acre, then I don't want to deal with it.
Not up in here?
No, because I want to have... You have the kind of money you can afford to buy the privacy that you want.
Mm-hmm.
And I recognize that property is going to be on the ocean front. Maybe you're not going to find that 4-acre property. But if it's less than an acre, I'm probably not interested.
He's out.
The ridiculous part, Doug, is not that, that just costs too much. He doesn't have the money for it. So, I mean, it's never. When's the last time you were in Del Mar?
I've been there once in my life. And it was...
Obviously, it meant something to you. You liked it.
Sure did. I mean, it sure did, dude. It was life-changing. It was like 15 years ago. More than that, because my buddy was still married to his first wife. And we went down to San Diego, and then his mother-in-law and father-in-law took us out to some bar by Del Mar. We had to drink, and then we walked on the beach. And I remember walking on the beach there and looking up these homes and going, this is...
At least you've been there.
The most perfect place ever, yeah.
Uh-huh. I've only been to San Diego once myself. It was like La Jolla was where we had the house, which is amazing.
Yep,
that area.
Not a bad neighborhood either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Little inland.
Sorry, cross that off Peter's list.
No, I don't cross that. I've looked at La Jolla. I'm not afraid to look at La Jolla. You go inland a bit, and then you start to see the numbers of acres, 4, 5. And then there's like some properties like 100 acres. Like, what? But yeah, ridiculous prices. No, I'm not averse to that. I don't have to be right on the water.
Doug, I know you don't buy
right
the
property.
lotto, but do you ever look at property in Montana just for fun?
Does he ever look at property in Montana? Ask him if he's got a window open right now at a property in Montana.
Well, let me see if I've got my Zillow update today.
He's got an agent out there, actually.
I mean,
Yeah, at 8:28, Zillow showed me a rental in Kalispell, which I'm not going to Kalispell.
No, I mean, you're all about whitefish.
All about whitefish. Here's a place for rent, $3,300 a month.
You're not looking to rent.
Here's the difference, though. Although it would help to win the Powerball.
Oh, would it?
I am trying to keep it within the price range that we can afford, which is getting tougher and tougher. God, we should have bought property 5 years ago.
This is why you buy a lottery ticket, Doug. Then you can look at that and say, I don't even care. Flathead Lake looks great this time of year. Let's look at the property.
That will
there.
be one of my houses in Montana. Yeah, sure. Do I look at to answer your question, Kang? Every single day.
Doug's more obsessive about that than I am about the property in Del Mar.
I thought he was going to say every single break. But
well,
I guess
I got other stuff to do during breaks. I'm putting together questions for Harbaugh this week. So, okay, so we got the college football questions coming up today at 10:30 as we swing around the country. Lion stuff to get to, hockey stuff to get to, baseball stuff to get to, and more Lion stuff to get to. It's Carson Anderson on a Wednesday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water, house with 5 people. We called CGC Water, and they installed the Navien tankless water heater. Now we get as much hot water as we need, and we need a lot when everybody's at home. Maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption. Enjoy on-demand hot water when you need it. Call CGC Water and tell them Doug Carr sent you, and they'll offer you 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax. Yeah. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we get the fire.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. I got a Lions question we will get to coming up today at 10:51. I think there is something incredibly ironic about the way this season has evolved so far after 5 weeks. We will get to that today at 10:51 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So the NHL opened last night. Tampa beat Nashville 5-2. Tampa, good organization. Chicago beat Pittsburgh 4-2. What do you think of Connor Bedard?
I thought it was impressive. I think Connor Bedard with the puck is fun to watch. I think he sees the game, in an advanced way.
he plays beyond, what an 18, 19-year-old should be playing. I was very impressed with watching him. The goal that he set up was a great play. Now, he was the secondary assist, but it was just a great play where he, kind of comes into the zone and it leaves it for a trailer. It was just a simple pass, but it was not a pass that you would expect to be made from somebody who's making his NHL debut. And he was just that way the whole time. It was I was very impressed with him.
So it's funny. We were in the office and I'm asked, am I rooting for Connor Bedard? And my answer is, no, I'm not. And it's only because he went to the Blackhawks. Like, he's good for the game. If he's good, that's good for the game, right? I mean, it's another. And then hockey's a sport that is always kind of fighting for traction. And getting back on ESPN is a big deal, and it has been, and that's a great thing for the sport. But Bedard, I can't bring myself to do it simply because of the sweater he's wearing. And that's just something that runs deep. I mean, they're not in the same division, same conference. We aren't seeing them as much. But seriously, when you look back at the lack of Red Wing lottery luck and what Chicago's had, you want to get yourself upset.
That's how you do it.
Yep. And so,
well, it's every team with lottery luck over the Red Wings. Red Wings haven't had any.
Like the San Antonio Spurs lottery luck isn't even well documented, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you do nothing to earn that. We just ask to have the ping pong balls bounce our direction, like maybe once. But
it'd be nice. Yeah. I mean, look, because unfortunately, with the way the lottery luck has worked out, the Red Wings have missed out on the top talent. So when I say top talent, I mean the number one player available in the draft, because even if they've had the worst record, and the worst record by far in the NHL, like they did several years ago, when they were, 20 points behind the next worst team in the NHL, and they finished out of the top four, it was ridiculous because of the dumb lottery, the way that it worked out. I mean, they keep tweaking it, and look, I'm not going to cry poverty anymore because Yzerman's at the helm and he's making the decision.
And he says the right things. He says, "I don't need to win.
We'll figure it out.
We'll play the hand we're dealt," which is what he should say. Newsy actually said this morning, "Well, there's about 8 or 9 guys we could have had," and I'm like, "Well, it feels good. He probably shouldn't say that because he's right."
That guy can say whatever he wants. I love him.
Well, let me say this. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I don't think it's that big a deal, but.
No, but I mean, look, they miss out on Bedard, right? Mm-hmm. And they end up drafting where they draft, and they take Nate Danielson, who's not going to play for a while with the Red Wings. He's with his, in the Western Hockey League right now, and likely won't see him maybe until next year. That's fine. Watch Nate Danielson play in the preseason. I was very impressed with him. I think he's going to be a very, very good player. Is he going to be Connor Bedard? Probably not. But it's, you just roll with it.
If we take a look at Detroit contending teams, since the turn of the century, one of them was the going to work Pistons, the no superstar Pistons. And you can kind of make a case that this Lions team is built in that image. I mean, who's their superstar? If you had to line them up and there was a draft of Lions players, would any of them go in the top 50? Maybe Penei Sewell?
Yeah.
Maybe Aiden Hutchinson?
I think both of those.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. I mean, they didn't. Did either of them fall in the NFL's top 100 players?
Yes.
I'm sorry, top 50 on that top 100 list. I don't think they did.
Top 50, I forget. I don't think they made top 50.
So I'm thinking
what
about.
They did it was high 40s.
Nate Danielson feels like that kind of player. Nobody talks about him scoring 50 goals, but they talk about him being just a great, plays both ends of the ice kind of guy. And Bedard said he was the toughest player he had to play against. And defense in hockey is not flashy by any stretch of the imagination, but it's clearly important. But I don't know. Like you said, we shouldn't cry poverty.
No, and throughout the years, I mean, I guess you could say it can go both ways. In some instances, I guess the first thing I'm thinking of is the 83 draft. Minnesota North Stars had the top pick, and they took Brian Lawton.
Mm-hmm.
Did not have some spectacular career in the NHL, and I think Yzerman was third in that draft. So Yzerman fell to the Red Wings.
Right.
Because they took Lawton. The Lions got Aiden Hutchinson because Jacksonville took Trayvon Walker.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it can work in the benefit, and you just do what you got to do. And it's for us, we can get upset by it because we're fans, we're allowed to. But the team's just got to move forward and say, okay, what's the next? Oh, we lost out on that. What do we got? Oh, Nate Danielson's up. Send it in.
And then Vegas beat Seattle last night 4-1, and you know I grew up hating Vegas. They had it too good too quickly. So
was it too good too quickly for Vegas?
Yes. Yes.
By the way, is it too good too quick for Seattle as well? I mean,
kind of, but they are the lesser of two evils in my opinion. And
but Vegas is funny. Aren't they kind of funny?
So look, their pregame ceremony with all the Vegas production stuff.
It's fantastic.
Pulling the sword out of the stone and pointing it in the tunnel, and out comes the cup, and I'm just like, and the smoke machines, and I'm like, it looks so cool.
Yeah, it was show the red carpet with Jack Eichels walking up the red carpet in this nice, $1,000 suit, and he's signing autographs and stuff. It's great. It's the pomp and circumstance that only Vegas can provide, and I'm fine with it. I'm okay with it.
Not me.
Well, I feel like this isn't this. I feel like this is just a stop along the way of the NHL history. I don't know why. I just don't, because I don't take it seriously. I don't think Vegas is.
I don't think you think they're a real team.
Yeah.
Like, I think you think they're just some kind of.
They won
it's
the
like
cup.
No, you know what Gator thinks, Doug?
What?
He thinks the Vegas Knights have residency and they're just gonna move along in like 4 years.
Yep.
It's like Lady Gaga or Celine Dion or whoever's just taking up show for a couple years.
Tesla just finished up residency in Vegas.
And that's it.
Yeah.
You move on.
Where
right?
are you guys going now? And they're like, we're staying in Vegas.
Yeah, I got to tell you.
No, seriously, where are you going to go? You guys going to San Diego? You're going to go somewhere, like Montana? Going to go to Billings? Is Billings going to get a hockey team?
I think they're here to stay, Gator. I hate to disappoint you. You're going to have to get used to it.
Well, I'll get used to it when I get used to it.
Yeah,
Right now, they're funny to me.
All right,
and I love the production. I'm here for the production.
Well, their game presentation is a show.
Fantastic.
It's totally a show.
Look, the All-Star game that they had out there was great. Putting players out in the middle of the Bellagio and the fountains, and that's just great.
It's like Blue Man Group to him, man. He's like, whatever. It's just a show.
Yeah.
They should put that skates
They
on.
might as well have those guys outside going, instead of girls with the flyers, be like, hey, you want to see the Knights? Hey, we got some risque Knights here.
I mean, at some point, throwback jerseys for the Vegas Golden Knights probably should be the Blue Man Group. They should all wear blue face.
All right, straight ahead, we swing around the country with the transfer portal NIL live animal mascot thingy next here on 97.1.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs
wasn't just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
People want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah.
They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
All right, you ready to flip a coin?
Yeah.
Call heads or tails?
Tails.
I got an app here, and it is tails. Gator wins the toss.
I will. I'll go first.
All right.
All right, boys, here we go. It's been a few days now with some time with perspective and just, level-headedness. Is the Mario Cristobal mistake still the dumbest coaching move you've ever seen in your entire life? And is it fireable?
It's pretty dumb, and it's absolutely right up there with one of the dumbest things you've ever seen, particularly when you understand that he did this at Oregon as well. It's dumb because they were undefeated going into that game, and they should still be undefeated. But because of that, it's not a fireable offense. This is something that, he should have learned from before. He'll damn sure learn now. The perhaps bigger mistakes in the game were, as we pointed out before, not covering the pass to end the game, not having somebody deep. So you're not supposed to let anybody get behind you, and they did. Other mistakes are the running back not squeezing the ball tightly, ball security to have it stripped out in the first place. But, of course, the biggest mistake of all is Cristobal. But, no, I don't think it's a fireable offense.
Kneeling is for sissies. Kneeling is playing not to lose. I play to win.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, it's the dumbest thing, because here's the deal. This isn't a strategy. Like, this isn't a debatable, should we throw there? Should we run there? Should we kick a field goal here? Should we go for it? This is black and white. This is as easily defined a bad coaching move as there's ever been. If you snap the ball and take a knee, the most fundamentally easy play you can run on offense, the game is over.
It's true. Very true.
Is it fireable? I agree with Gator. No, but it goes on his permanent record.
This is absolutely the dumbest mistake of all time. To make it even more simple, Doug, it's basically they asked him a question, do you want to win the game? You have yes, no, and maybe. He chose maybe. He chose not yes. He chose everything not yes. Like, what the hell was going on? The only excuse is he's terrible at math or time management, had no idea that if he knelt, the game would be over. And that's the reason why it's fireable.
Well, here's
he's
why.
Fired.
Kang, the only reason it's not is because
he's fired.
It's because he was already subscribed, and they were 5-0 going into it. If that team was 3-2 or 2-3, and he does that, then it's fireable. But because they are where they're at, no.
You're fired. Good day, sir. All right, guys, huge game this weekend. Who wins, Oregon or Washington?
So, what a matchup, right? The nation's best pass offense in Washington versus Oregon's top 5 passing defense. Oregon also has a top 10 pass offense, but Washington's pass defense is ranked 91st in the country. Oregon also has a top 10 rush offense. Washington's rush defense ranked 44th in the country. The game's at Washington, but I think on paper, this is Oregon's game. So my early lean here is for the underdog Ducks.
Yeah, I'm with you on this because I'm a big Bo Nix guy. Michael Penix has been outstanding, right? But Michael Penix did not throw a touchdown pass last weekend against Arizona, and they won 31-24. Against Arizona, they struggled a bit. Oregon is and has been and continues to be, when they want to be, a juggernaut offensively. Bo Nix can beat you two ways. He can beat you with the cannon, and he can beat you with his legs. I think it's too much to overcome for Washington. The one thing that has it in Washington's favor to me is that it's a home game for them, but it's a rivalry game. Those are two states that don't like each other. I'm going to go with Oregon winning it narrowly.
I got Washington. They were my preseason pick to win the Pac-12, and I'm sticking to it. And I also stick to the fact, like I said, I know this sounds probably like a hot take to most. I don't think Bo Nix is that good. I think it's Oregon's offense, and they put him in great position to hit wide open receivers. And to give him credit, he knows when to run the ball. But I'm going to take Washington. Mark Stoops on his coach's show was asked about the blowout loss to Georgia. He summed it up by saying, "I can promise you, Georgia, they bought some pretty good players. You're allowed to do that these days, and we could use some help. And I encourage anybody that's disgruntled to pony up some more." Was Stoops wrong for saying this?
Stoops was dumb for saying this publicly. I mean, if you want to say this in a private room with boosters and say, let's pass the hat around so we can get some NIL. First of all, I don't think the people like this really don't understand NIL. It's not how it works. You don't pass the hat around, people throw money in it, and then you just hand that money to the recruits. You actually have to have some sort of benefit that goes the other way. So you get you do this in a room with the donors and say, we need to come up with ways to pay the players through business. Come up with that. But do not do it over a microphone or in front of cameras. You can't say it like that.
Okay, I really like Mark Stoops. I do think this is a mistake, and that doesn't mean I don't like him still as a coach.
He's a heck of a coach.
He makes $8.6 million a year, which is a hefty amount for the head football coach at Kentucky. I mean,
who doesn't beat anybody every year?
Are we moving into an era where coaches will be asked to defer some payment and put it into a school's collective for NIL purposes? I think if a coach did that, I think they'd have more of a right to say, hey, look, I took some of my personal money, put it into a school collective. I don't think that's legal right now with the NCAA workaround, but I think maybe they should look into making that legal. Here's the thing about Stoops, though. He's won with teams that can run. He's won with teams that can throw. He's done a great job recruiting. He's done a great job in the portal. He's got Ohio ties. Are you listening, East Lansing?
Yeah, we're listening up until we open up his mouth like this.
Well,
I'm still listening. I like Mark Stoops as a coach, and I think
there's some people I really respect that think he'd be a great fit.
He should be on a list, but that kind of money, that's a lot of money they're already paying him, and then you're going to have to step up and pay more?
Yeah, that's a ton of money. That's why he's stupid for saying this. The man makes almost $9 million a year. How about you give up some of your money, Mark? I mean, what are we paying you for? You don't say this on a mic like you said, Gator. And I actually kind of don't think you say this at all. You get to working on the field and off the field if you want to make your team better. The fans have every right to bitch if they want to. After a slow start, Ohio State is starting to perk up a little bit, and they have a massive matchup next week against Penn State. Have the Buckeyes grown enough to be a major concern to Michigan in the finale?
Sure, they're really good. I mean, it's not like Ohio State sucks. They're being held up to a standard that they set for themselves, and they appear to be, in some ways, getting better each week, but they have their flaws. You know who else looks like they're getting better each week is Michigan, right? I mean, they look better now than they did at the beginning of the season. Michigan's schedule has come under some scrutiny for obvious reasons, but at the end of the day, yeah, they're good enough to win that game. It's a rivalry game. Even before they started to look better, strange things happen in that game and as a rivalry game. I still like Michigan's chances, but I don't think Ohio State looks like a team with zero chance.
No, they're not a team with zero chance. They're a team that's getting better as the season goes on, which you would expect. They're a team that's growing with a young quarterback and Kyle McCord, who's just getting his first taste of really playing collegiate football. And you can see him growing. I mean, he gained tons of confidence by beating Notre Dame at Notre Dame. And then last week against Maryland, they're in a dogfight. They go into halftime. Obviously, there was some chewing out of some players, and let's motivate them. And they come out in the second half, and they look like a different football team. And he had his best game of his career, throwing over 300 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And Ohio State's defense decided to step up too. It's a team that's loaded with top players that just need some experience, and that's coming along as you play more games on the season. By the time they play that finale against Michigan, it should be a really good matchup.
In my eyes, Ohio State will always be a major concern. I don't care if it's a slow start, fast start, whatever. This is a major rivalry game. I've seen it many times with Michigan State. It literally is throw the records out. But Ohio State always does have talent, whether they realize their talent or not. But major rivalry, you always have to be concerned with the Buckeyes. Louisville is 6-0 after their win over Notre Dame last week, after their win over Notre Dame last week. They narrowly beat Georgia Tech, Indiana, North Carolina State to get there. Is this story about Jeff Brom coming back to his alma mater, or the fact that the Irish are seriously fraudulent?
I think it's an interesting story all around, because Jeff Brom having this kind of success right away when he did very little at Purdue. Sorry, Doug. It's kind of strange to me. And then he admitted that he has to treat the players differently at Louisville than he did at Purdue. So he can't be as hard on the players at Louisville as he was at Purdue. I'm like, okay, that's weird. You look at the record that they've got, and it's perfect, 6-0. But they beat Georgia Tech by a score, by 5 points. They beat Indiana by a touchdown. They beat NC State by 3 points. And then they took care of Notre Dame handily 33-20. I'm not buying into the 6-0 record, because I just don't see this team being all that good. And I think I think by the end of the season, you're going to see a few losses out there. I think this is actually, when you take that into account, this might be the indictment of Notre Dame. They were supposed to be unstoppable against a team like Louisville, and they're not. What happened to Notre Dame?
What's happened to Notre Dame is they've had to answer the bell week after week. They have played a tough schedule, and so I cut them a little bit of slack. They couldn't afford a letdown, and they had one. And so I don't think it's an indictment on Notre Dame. I credit Brom for getting the job done. I think Notre Dame has played a tough schedule, and it came back to bite them.
Yeah, I think nationally the story is Notre Dame, but I like the Brom story more, and I give him credit, whether it's by 3 points or not, Gator. I think the fact that he has Louisville undefeated.
Yeah, win those games.
Yeah, ask Cristobal how it'd be nice to be undefeated right about now. Yeah, but no, I like the Brom story better. If the season ended today, if there were 12 playoff teams, the Air Force Academy would be in. Would this be awesome, or would it show how stupid having 12 teams in the playoffs really is?
Yeah, to explain a group of 5 team, the highest rated, or you have to pick a group of 5 team under this format, the 6 highest rated conference champions. I mean, look, once you get to a point where 2 and 3 lost teams will be battling for the national championship, I don't care if one of them is reserved for the group of 5, because they're playing Division I football. They should have a path to the playoffs. So if they were going 8 or a 16 playoff, I would call it more stupid. But once you get to 12, fine, reserve a spot for the group of 5 teams. I don't have an issue with it.
Well, I think it'd be awesome to have a service academy as a playoff team if they're worthy, if they're good enough. And this is why you play out the whole season, because I don't know if this is going to stay that way. But the problem is you've got 12 teams to make the playoffs. So that 12 seed will take on the 5 seed at the 5 seed's home.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be a thumping. There's too many teams in the playoffs, and I think this is a mistake.
I think it'd be awesome. I mean, it's not like they're one of the top 4 or 5 teams. This is the way college football wants it. It'd be more like March Madness. You know how you always have those teams. I know you hate that, Gator. There's teams that really have no shot, but that gets more fans involved, and I think that's what college football wants for their fans, is more fans involved. I mean, they're going to get waxed in the first round anyways, whatever, so it'd be cool for a week, but I'm cool with it.
And there it is, the NIL Transfer Portal Live Animal Mass Marching Band thingy. We do it every Wednesday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Michigan, it's another weekend loaded with college football. Michigan is a 33.5-point favorite hosting Indiana. Michigan State is a 5.5-point underdog at Rutgers. And don't forget about Eastern Michigan. They're a 10-point favorite hosting Kent State. Sunday, we got pro football. Detroit now has a record of 4-1 and is a 3.5-point favorite hosting Tampa Bay. My listeners in Michigan are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend in the great state of Michigan. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and app right now, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Plus, bet on college and pro football this weekend. I just mentioned all the odds. Bets. There's slots as well on your phone. Games right in your pocket. The casino comes to you wherever you are in the state of Michigan. Have fun and get in on all the action. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Great offers for new users right now. Download the Play Gun Lake online casino app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. That's the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-270-7117.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which was a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So I think there's some irony here. The way this Lions season has unfolded, I'm going to bring up a name because I think this person might be getting the last laugh a little bit. Might be looking at a sense of redemption. Maybe not completely. But Gator, Kang, hats off to Gil. Honestly, we made fun of Gil.
I'm still going to make fun of Gil.
Well, Gil and his boys took a made a calculated risk. If you do not know who Gil is Kang's friend who is part of a group that goes to one Lion road game a year. And before the season started, we went and listed all of the road games. And the least or second least desirable road game, in our opinion, was the one that they chose. It's prior to the season. They chose Tampa. They didn't choose at Kansas City, at Green Bay, at Baltimore, at LA against the Chargers, at New Orleans, at Chicago, at Minnesota, at Dallas, at Tampa. And prior to the season starting, we thought that was a horrible selection.
Well, it seemed pretty simple that you would pick Kansas City.
The opener against the defending Super Bowl champion seemed like I would have been most people's selection, but I think a lot of those other cities and a lot of those other places.
There's stuff to do.
Yeah.
But not that, there's barbecue. So I understand what you're going
to. Tampa's not terrible. Tampa's not a terrible place to visit, but they weren't expected to be a very good football team. The stadium, surrounding area, I mean, you compare it to Baltimore, New Orleans, but Gil and the boys, Kang's friends, they chose Tampa. We mocked them.
Mm-hmm.
Who's laughing now, Gator?
I'm laughing.
Are you still laughing?
Yes. Why? What was this Tampa game? All of a sudden, this is a great game to go to?
Actually, yeah.
Why?
Because it's
the record.
showdown.
You think Tampa's a good team?
I think they might be. I think this game has some intrigue. Yeah, I think this is actually a pretty decent game.
Yeah, I'll still laugh at it. You had Kansas City on the schedule, could have gone there. You want to go to historic Lambeau Field, be part of that, you could have gone there. Baltimore is an awesome town to go visit, right where that stadium's at. It's great. You could have done that. How about going to L.A.? Seeing the Chargers and be part of the home team crowd because there is no home team in L.A. except for the visiting team? That would have been great. New Orleans, if you've never been to New Orleans, it's worth going to. It's a great city. Chicago is a great city. Lots to do. Big D, you want to go to Dallas? Jerry World that's a phenomenon. It's worth going to.
I'm going to hold you to this then. Sunday's not a big game.
It's not as big. No, I don't think it's as big as what you're going to make it out to be. Absolutely not.
I think it's a big game. For the context of what we have here, a 3-1 team versus a 4-1 team, they're both in first place. There are tiebreakers on the line here that you don't want to lose to another team that's going to be hunting a playoff spot. Yeah, I think it's a big game. It got flexed. Gator.
Got flexed to 4 o'clock. Sorry, 4:25.
Kang, I give your boys some credit. It's not as bad as we first thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but had the strip mall plazas changed? I mean, if we're talking about the rest of this trip, Gator's kind of right on. I mean, you just came back from Minnesota. How great is Minnesota, Doug?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
All right.
It was nice.
Tampa might actually be the worst spot to go to on this road.
But is the game bigger than we thought it was going to be?
Well, the bar is low, but yeah,
yes,
I'll give you that.
It is.
I didn't think it was going to be much of a game. And it still might not be much of a game if you don't believe in Tampa.
Well, that's a whole nother debate. I mean, if Tampa wins this game, is Tampa for real?
They're more real than I'll give them credit for, that's for sure. I mean, we all know the NFC South, no one respects that that division, right?
So when Tampa loses and you got 3 teams atop the division at 3-2, and we start calling them the American League Central, I mean, it is what it is.
I would say that the chances of Tampa being a great team, I still doubt it, but I think this game has some premium on it for sure, given what's at stake if they lose. Detroit last week ended up being like a 10-point favorite against Carolina. They're a 3-point favorite right now against Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
And I suspect they'll be a bigger favorite than that against some of these other teams that we have mentioned. On the field, this is one of the better matchups on Detroit's schedule the rest of the way. We talked about it yesterday, how this is probably the toughest 2 games back-to-back that the Lions will play this year at Tampa and at Baltimore. Is it possible that Tampa's fraudulent? Sure. Of course it is. But if these are the 2 biggest games that they're going to play back-to-back the rest of the year, they're not a joke.
Well, but you've already eliminated the 2 games that everyone else would have picked.
Which is?
On the road trip. You would have gone to Kansas City. You would have gone to Green Bay. So this is the next one on the list, and it happens to be, well, we're through the season here, and Tampa's 3-1. But people aren't really buying that they're a good team. So I mean, we've already moved past those games. Now it's the rest of the schedule, and now here it is, 3-1 against 4-1.
He's not fired up.
I'm not.
No.
Well, I'm not fired up for Gil. I mean, you asked the question, are we still laughing at Gil? And my answer is absolutely, I'm still laughing at Gil.
I'm not laughing at Gil.
He can have a great time. The Lions can they can pull out a win on the last drive, and it'll be a great experience for him. And if that's the case, then maybe we'll look at it differently on Monday. But right now, just because of Tampa's record at 3-1, I'm not getting all giddy about it.
I do have this question. I think it's probably for Gil and the boys. It is probably a relevant question. How many of these places have they already been to?
I think they went to L.A. Remember they had that Barbie house?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they've checked that box.
Yeah.
Have they ever been to a game in Chicago or Green Bay or Minnesota?
I think maybe Minnesota, but not the other ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But Kansas City, Green Bay, I mean, if Brad Holmes is on the field after this game shaking fans' hands, I'll concede.
Let me be clear here. Let me be clear here. I am not saying that Kansas City, that I would still choose Tampa over Kansas City or Green Bay. I just don't think it's clearly the worst road trip on the schedule now, given what's at stake on the field. Before, I thought it was clearly the worst choice. I don't think that's the case anymore.
Where is it now?
Yeah, what is the worst choice?
It's ahead of Chicago.
Really?
It's ahead of Minnesota, which, I mean, those two teams are 1-4. And, yeah.
I guess if you're just – but I think what you're doing right now is maybe you're changing the criteria a little bit. Are you are you only looking at this from a standpoint of the game? Or are you looking at this as a standpoint for the experience of what you're able to do, and that's why you pick the place you want to go to?
Before, I was looking at both, and now I am still looking at both. The game is better than we thought it was going to be. And so I think Gil and his boys get a little bit of a reprieve.
But does that supersede the experience of going to a game at Chicago or going to a game at Minnesota?
To me, it's all part of it, yeah. It's how good is a team you're going to see play, for sure. For you, that's not it at all. You just want to go to
No,
whatever
it'd be
time.
part of it, but I don't think it trumps the fact that you can go to Chicago. And, I mean, people here have friends in Chicago.
Gator,
you see friends. You go out to dinner and have a great time.
What do you say about Chicago?
Chicago. I joke about it.
Is it the Windy City?
It's a city that blows.
There you go.
But but I joke about that, and as you know, it is a great city. There's a ton to do in Chicago, and I got a bunch of friends out there in Chicago, and it'd be great to go to Chicago.
So this game, in your opinion, is no bigger than you thought it was going into the year.
It might be a little bit bigger, but it's still bottom of the list in terms of the cities that want to visit the Lions to watch them play at.
Well, Gil and the crew, I think you get a little bit of a reprieve here because I think it's a big game.
Kang, where do you see this road trip game now? Putting it back in context of a 3-1 team and a 4-1 team.
I mean, yeah, that helps that the Tampa's better than we thought they were, but I still think it's probably the worst road trip choice.
All right. Well, we won't be going on the same road trips in the future, I guess. But then again, I've been trying to get Gator to go to Dayton for years.
That's not happening.
248-539-9797. Got a Lions question. We'll throw your direction at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax. Yeah. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we get the fire.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Lions versus Bucks coming up on Sunday. Two first-place teams that have looked pretty good in the first quarter of the season. Tampa's defensive coaches trying to figure out how to slow down Ben Johnson's offense, and linebacker coach Larry Foote says that Jared Goff makes that pretty difficult. Yeah, another full day of practice today for Detroit and Allen Park. Coach Campbell said this week he does feel good about Amon-Ra St. Brown playing again after missing a week of practice and their last game. Elsewhere in the NFL, yet another fun player put on the injury list. This time, rookie quarterback Anthony Richardson of the Colts will miss at least his next 4 games. Gardner Minshew will be filling in for 3-2 Indianapolis. Wings coach Derek Lalone says he's jumping on the Lions bandwagon as a big fan of Coach Campbell, feeling the energy of the team in the city. Newsy explained not having any of their young prospects make the team, saying their time will come, but they do not fit what the team is trying to do at the beginning of this season, which begins tomorrow night. And 3 MLB playoff games set for today. Braves-Phillies ready to break a 1-1 tie, and the Astros and Dodgers can both advance with wins as Houston takes on the Twins in Minnesota and Arizona hosts LA after having won both games in Cali. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Welcome to the program on a Wednesday. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. All right, so Lions taking on Tampa this Sunday. And I guess I don't know if we debate that it's a big game, but it certainly feels like it to me, not as much quite to Gator. But I do want to push Tampa down the list of teams to be concerned about. I would suspect that if Tampa wins this game, they will be taken far more seriously because now, believe it or not, our team is a measuring stick for somebody else that's trying to gain some credibility right now in a race for the NFC playoffs. Outside of beating Philly or San Francisco or Kansas City again, would this qualify as maybe who's bigger to beat in the NFC? Dallas still?
Yeah, I think Dallas. I think Dallas is a better team than Tampa is.
Seattle, who they didn't beat?
Yes, Seattle is better than Dallas and better than Tampa.
Yeah. Is that the end of the list?
Well, that's all they have left. I mean, they don't play.
No, but I'm just saying in general. I mean, if you rank the NFC teams, that's why I guess I think it's a big game in the context of the conference right now. But it's amazing how different the conference looks when you're a good team. You know?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know what to make of New Orleans. You know, in New Orleans, the beginning of the season, I'm not a Derek Carr fan, and I just don't know what to make of them. And yet they've been kind of impressive
What they did to New Orleans not New Orleans, but New England was impressive. I guess that they kind of surprised me a little bit, and the Lions will play New Orleans later in the season. But a 34-0 win at New England, that's there. They had Green Bay beaten at Green Bay. They led them 17-0. I'm sorry, 17-0 through 3 quarters, right? And then their quarterback gets hurt and they can't hold out. I mean, if Derek Carr doesn't get hurt, they're probably 3-0 to start the season there. And then who knows what happens when they play Tampa. But to get Derek Carr back, and that's a team, I guess, that I think is worthy of some notice.
248-539-9797. Keep an eye on them. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Sean. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Sean.
Guys, can I talk trade deadline a little bit? Is that all right?
Sure.
Or are we too early?
No, go for it.
So, the more I read right now, the more realistic some of these players' availability becomes, because the teams are really getting to a bad spot. They're going to have to sell off and rebuild, and they're on expiring contracts, some of these guys, right? So there's 3 in particular, though, that share a common denominator that I think are guys that we have got to look at, right? So it's Brian Burns, Patrick Surtain, and Jerry Jeudy. And what they have in common is they're all on rookie contracts, right? So that means their cap hit, each one of them, is only like $4 or $5 million bucks. Like if you look at Cortland Sutton for Denver, he's been extended, so he's like 12, 13 million on a cap hit, right? So I don't know if I'm being too greedy, but could we get 2 out of 3 of those guys? I mean, any 2 out of 3 sounds awesome to me, right? I mean, because go ahead, say 2 of their names, any 2 you want, right?
Yeah, they help.
But I'm just saying, like, the total cap hit is like $8 million for 2 of them in certain cases, right?
I guess I look at it this way. If you're Carolina or you're Denver, you're the owner of either team. Do you feel like you're already starting at the basement level, you're starting to build up with Carolina, or do you think that you're just doomed to being an awful team for the next several years?
Well, the question is more with these guys having expiring contracts.
No, I know what they have, but I mean, I guess my point is, if I'm Carolina,
I didn't make the point.
If I'm Carolina, I think that I like the team that in terms of the talent that I have around me, and I'm going to want to hang on to Brian Burns to ensure that that's part of our team moving forward. If I'm Denver, and this is a dumpster fire, you might have a point of being able to get something from Denver, because they're just going nowhere.
Your point is excellent from a Lions perspective.
Hang on to Brian Burns.
Well, but hold on.
If he doesn't want to stay.
If he doesn't want to stay. Your point is excellent, though, from a Lions perspective. Those teams are going to want to ship off the veteran contracts, right? The rookie contracts are the ones that they're going to want to keep, and they're going to have to get some semblance of a clue as to whether or not they can keep those guys around. But teams in those positions are trying to unload the most expensive contracts with players of value. Now, they might not have those players, but you're right about the Denver situation. I mean, Surtain's contract his cap hit is 5.71 this year and 6.69 next year.
Look, if Burns doesn't want to be in Carolina, I get it. And look, that's the first name I bring up. I like Brian Burns a lot. I love to have him on the Lions. But if I'm Carolina, I don't want to get rid of him. And if he doesn't want to be there, you might even think about the franchise tag with him, make him stick around for another year, show the team can improve, and then try to renegotiate at the end of the year next year.
But those rookies, they certainly are more financially feasible to
yes,
fit under
they are.
the cap. It's a great point. 248. You just got to convince those teams to give them up to you. And
I mean, he brings up both players. Can he get 2 out of 3? If you could tell me that you can get Jerry Jeudy and Patrick Surtain from Denver, what's the cost? And again, would this be a rental, or is this something once you got them, you're going to try to re-sign them? Because it's going to compound the price that you're paying. Not only are you paying a hefty price because of draft capital, but then you're going to have to put down some money to hang on to. And if you're going to hang on to one, I'd assume it'd be Surtain as opposed to Jeudy.
I always think of it, if we're doing this talk show in Denver, I'm asking for a bunch of picks, and including a first rounder.
But we know how this works in the NFL.
You are giving the lines. Yeah, I'm often surprised at how little you have to give up. I'm just telling you what I'm saying. If I'm in Denver, if I'm in Denver, thinking if we give the Lions these guys, our pick is minimum in the 20s that we're getting back. So we need that and second and maybe something else. And you go, oh, it's way too much. Yeah, I'm doing a talk show in Denver. You're damn right I'm asking for all that, at least as a starting point in negotiations. 248-539-9797. We go to Brian. You're next. Hi, Brian.
Oh.
All right, we're on hold. What do you think here?
It's a funky beat.
It is a funky beat. Maybe like he works in like kitchen design at Lowe's.
I can see that.
He was in the back of the store, tried to sneak a call in, then somebody walked up and is looking for a new, Frigidaire. And
if I had to label that music, I would label it as dark porn.
Brian, are you there?
Yep.
Oh, there you are. You had us on hold.
Sorry about that. I had a phone call from my boss.
All right. Now the question comes.
Yeah. Where do you work?
Oh, I'm a project manager for a roofing company.
Oh, gotcha.
Pretty close.
Roofing.
I can give it to you, Doug.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I went with Lowe's kitchen design, but
Pretty close to dark porn.
All right. What do you got, Brian?
Well, I just wanted to say that first, the Tampa game is important to me because in the past, these are games we lose. We always seem to pull out, some good wins against great teams, but teams we're unsure of. These are the games we always lost. Plus, I have to disagree with you guys about it being a great or a bad travel destination. I would love to go to Tampa and watch a game there, and I think Tampa's, their team is on the rise. I'm surprised at how good they're doing, and I think this is a very important game and a very cool location to go watch a home or away game at.
Well, I mean, it's not that it's bad. It's just it might not be as good as some of the other, like a trip to New Orleans or Baltimore or Kansas City or Los Angeles.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, I just think it's we mocked Gil pretty hard for choosing this game, and I think it's shaping up to be a pretty big game. So.
I think it is too, and I'm excited about it because I have buddies I was in the Army with that live in Tampa and are huge Tampa fans, and I'm ready to talk some crap.
There you go.
Well, it's having been to that stadium, I will say it's just kind of a field, like parking lot all around it, the way I recall it. And as time goes by, I'm finding myself less and less a fan of Florida, to be honest. But I do think it's a big game. Big game. Ask Wojo if this is a big game, Gator.
Hey.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, hold on to your glasses because there's some exciting news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just for looks. It's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that has captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka. It's the taste of excellence. Cheers.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh,
Screwed,
man, that
aren't
was so
they?
cool. And
Who
he
need-
wasn't
who needs
just
Taylor
like,
Swift?
they
We
made
got
a horrible
Eminem.
decision.
right. Yeah, that's what I said.
Maybe-
and he wasn't
maybe
just
one of
sitting
the
there,
worst
kind of
trades
trying
in
to
the
hide. Like
history
they put the camera on him,
of
and he
sports.
was, like
Denver
you could
getting Russell
read his
Wilson and
lips,
signing him.
LFG,
Yeah.
like getting everybody
It's a
going.
5-year, $242.5 million contract. $161 million guaranteed. There's a potential out 2026 that would leave them with $31 million in dead cap money. So just talking it through, because the caller brought up Patrick Surtain and Jerry Jeudy. Surtain's in year 3 of his rookie deal, which couldn't be a 5-year deal because he was a first-round pick. So you're going to have to pay him money, big-time money, in a couple years, Surtain. But it coincides with you're still paying Russell Wilson. Russell's cap hit in 2025 is $55.4 million.
So do they restructure that somehow, some way to provide him some cap relief? Provide Denver with some cap relief? Probably, but
if
this is where it gets really complex.
It does. And at that point, I mean, he'll be 37 at that point, and completely unproductive, by the way, in the first 20 games as a Denver Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to want to get the hell out of that contract as fast as you can. I would imagine if you're Denver, you're going to take the dead cap hit.
Yep.
Of $31 million.
Yep.
So if you're going to have to pay Surtain after the 2024 season, give him an extension. You're talking about a guy who's already been an all-pro player, not just Pro Bowl, but all-pro last year, in year 2 of his career. Probably going to have to pay him one of the top 3 defensive backs in all of football, which means you're going well north of $20 million a year.
But I would think that would be their priority.
I think it should be.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're Denver, I mean, you're going to have to bite the bullet and have a really thin season on the roster in 2026
really
or whatever. Yeah.
They're really screwed.
No, the Broncos are totally screwed. Don't forget, they had to give up stuff to get Sean Payton.
Yeah.
They gave up a first and a second rounder for Sean Payton and are allegedly paying him $18 million per year to fix Russell Wilson. So this whole thing, and now Sean Payton's going to get more time. This is his first year, but they're totally screwed over there. They just let go of Randy Gregory, who they gave like a $70 million contract to. Not all of it was guaranteed, but still.
Well, they were able to trade him. Not let him go. They traded him. So somebody else is on the hook for some of that, at least, as opposed to if they had released him, then another team wouldn't have been on the hook for something.
Either way, man, the Broncos are a mess.
They are a mess. But
Not
you
our
know
mess.
what? It's not our mess, right? And
Maybe
it's the
you take
National
advantage.
Football League. Don't feel bad for any team because they're still making money. They're just screwed in
and
terms of
yeah.
being competitive.
Yeah, we used to be a mess. So 248-539-9797. Mike, you're a 97 want to take it. Hi, Mike.
How you guys doing?
Good.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, you know what? That guy, we caught him. He was at a strip joint with that music,
Yeah,
Brian.
might have been. You're right.
You know?
No, good call.
You know, because that music was kind of like awkward, you know,
Yeah.
for this station. So, but anyway, I'm just looking at what you guys are commentating today about, you know, about this game and going to Tampa. You know, only thing I remember about going to Tampa is that was where cigars first came into the country. And if you're into that culture, you would be happy going there. Other than that, I didn't see anything else to do in Tampa. It was kind of blah, but that's beside the point. The second thing I could say is this. You know, Gator, you got it right. You know, the Lions, it's a game. Yeah, they're tough. They're a little better than what we thought on the schedule, that, you know, it's a win, automatic win. Yeah, we're going to have to, but we got a team that if you look in the trenches, you watch the certain battles going on, this is a hell of a tough team that takes on anybody, all comers, and we're going to knock this team right off the porch this time. And you know what? You got to have that mentality. Coming from Detroit, where it was a survival situation, you got to do what you got to do. This team represents this city and the people in this city. So anyway, I want to say, you know, that's all I got to say about this. And good luck, and guys have a great day. And let's go see what the Lions do on Sunday.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, look, the Lions, they bring their lunch pail with them every week. This is that offensive line is as going to work as it gets. I love the offensive line.
Yep.
Frank Ragnow, I love Frank Ragnow. I love Penei Sewell. These guys are just tough, and they just go out, and it's the whole line. Those are just the two I'm singling out here. But you're in a battle when you face the Lions up front, and Tampa's got some guys on defense that can bring it, and they can hit you hard. Vita Vea, the nose tackle, is a tough hombre. That matchup, him against Ragnow, is going to be fun to watch. The linebackers, Devin White, Levante David, they can still play. Shaq Barrett's there, they can still play. But it's not a great overall team.
So 2 things about that call I want to follow up on that you've hit on the football stuff. One is he wanted to talk about what we were commentarying on.
Yeah.
I think we're going to use that moving forward.
Okay.
Commentarying. 2 is cigars. He says the most interesting thing about Tampa is that was where cigars were introduced to our country. Now, I have no idea if this is true or not. But, and even if it is true, this wouldn't be the number one bullet point on why I want to go to Tampa. Are you a cigar guy?
No, I went through a cigar phase for about 6 months in my 20s.
Yeah.
And that was done.
I'm curious what inspired that.
Yeah.
For Gator, a young Gator.
Is it a movie?
Yeah, I feel like it was a movie too.
I feel like it was a movie.
No, it wasn't. It was just being on the golf course, and it was at some point it seemed like there was in the mid to late 90s. It felt like cigars were a thing for a little bit.
All right.
The bar I used to go to, the Lodge, they brought in a humidor and started selling cigars there at the bar. Yeah, and then I realized that
You're not a cigar guy.
I'm not a cigar guy. I don't really smoke, and these things can be expensive, and you can't get rid of the taste out of your mouth. And it stays with you for like 2 days, and that's just one cigar. No.
What do you think my answer is?
I don't think you've ever had a cigar.
Gang, do you think I've ever had a cigar?
No.
Correct.
That's not the healthy choice.
Do you think I've ever smoked a cigarette?
Like even experimented one in like.
Yes, I think you've had a cigarette.
Like I had a puff of a cigarette. I'm gonna say no.
Correct. Never once. I'm pointing at Kang.
Yeah, I was gonna say people listening are like,
yeah,
correct?
That is correct. I've never had.
So no cigarette, no cigar.
Yeah.
But the funny stuff. Back in college.
Back in college, nope.
Prior to college,
no comment.
All right.
There was a phase.
That,
was a phase.
but not a cigarette or cigarette. Interesting.
Just heroin for Doug.
no heroin. Don't even joke about that.
So, Kang, are you a cigar guy?
I'm not a cigar guy, but I do enjoy a cigar every now and then. Celebratory cigar, maybe if it's been drinking on a vacation too much, just sell it, like I said. But I don't go out to cigar bars or anything.
Okay, yeah.
But I have been definitely in the last, within the last year and stuff like that.
Last time I had one was on the golf course. My friend Brian, who lives in Cincinnati, and we were in our annual golf trip, and he brings with him a pouch of the backwoods, those really thin looking cigars that are like hand rolled or whatever. They come in a pouch, and they're terrible, but they're cheap, and they have a little sweet flavor to them.
Smoke them.
Right. So I think I definitely had one, but it was like 6-7 years ago was the last time.
So even when I had my daughters, I had brought a cigar into the, to the delivery room. I mean, you don't light it, but you just have the picture of the cigar in your mouth. I think it's cool. When I announced that my wife was pregnant with my first one, I brought cigars to the guys when I told them about it. I wish I was more of a cigar guy, to be honest with you.
Do you?
Because I feel like you're always celebrating something if you have a cigar in your mouth. Like
Be a bourbon guy instead. You're gonna do shots.
That don't even need to celebrate to do that. Sometimes it's misery for that. But
Eggs and Bacon on Twitch wants to know if Tampa was a home game, would the fries be topped with cigars?
No.
Because they have the loaded fries at every Lions home game that's topped with something from the opposing teams that's centric to the opposing team's geographical area.
I would think there'd be some kind of homage to the Cuban sandwich.
Is that Miami?
Miami can do that too, but Tampa's got Ybor City is right there, and that's.
I think an ode to Tampa would be like it'd be topped with like strippers.
That could be.
I was thinking oranges.
Okay, whatever. Well, there could be a stripper named Orange.
Gator asked.
Yes, we got a very sexy lady. Here's Tropicana. Tropicana. Here's Sunny Delight.
Oh, there you go. I like that one.
Little
Nectarine.
artificial, but boys, you don't care, do you?
Tangerine?
Yeah. Here's Simply Extra Pulp.
I'm sorry, I ordered no pulp. Plus calcium, though.
Right, yeah. Extra calcium.
Yes.
Zero sugar.
Gator asked the question in his show sheet, is this a joke? We'll get to that today at 11:31 on 97.1 The Ticket.
I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
people want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah.
They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
Back to your phone calls in a moment. 248-539-9797. Feedback as well. Gator yes on the show sheet. MLB playoffs. Are they a joke? The format? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, I guess, because I heard some chatter in the building yesterday. Some morning show guys were talking about it. And not happy. At least Tom Milliken certainly was not happy with the format. And that you're seeing teams getting eliminated that are really good teams, and I mean that's just sports, man. I mean Baltimore, they got eliminated, losing the best of 5 series. Texas takes them down. Okay, I'm sorry that you won 101 games in the regular season and lost, but in the playoffs, but that happens.
I think of all the playoff formats and everything I've ever seen, one of my least favorite things was when the wild card was this one-game play-in. I felt like it was ridiculous to play 162 games and then pull 2 teams and say, you guys are going to play one game, and the winner gets to go advance and the loser's out. Because in baseball, anything can happen in just simply one game. But I like this format better than that format. So suffice to say, the one thing about the baseball playoffs that's really interesting is baseball can't expand the playoffs too much because weather becomes an issue.
Well, so that's the thing. And the issue I've had with baseball playoffs is when they're playing the games. You know, it's baseball. During the regular season, you play every day, right? I don't see why that needs to change because you made the playoffs. I mean,
I wish they did play every day.
You want to keep things on pace, then there you go. You play you play these games right back to back to back to back. And I get that you would want to have a travel day in there if you're having to go cross country or something like that. That's fine. I think you can work things out there, but you're right. It used to be worse. One and done. That's no good. At least they made it interesting for the first round. You had to win best of 3. In the second round, you got to win best of 5, and then you got to go best of 7 in the division in the championship series and the World Series, and that's fine. I mean, this is the price you pay for adding more teams to the postseason and still wanting to finish the World Series in a timely manner before snow starts to fall.
Suffice it to say, I like this format way better than best of 1.
Yeah. Well, the way things are shaping up, it's fun to watch because the teams that are left. You got a couple teams in Texas in the American League that will probably be battling it out, and then you're going to have. I mean, it's just delicious to see if Arizona can take out the Dodgers tonight and sweep them.
Wouldn't hate that.
I wouldn't hate that either. The Dodgers' top 2 pitchers,
Yep.
Against Arizona, and then this is how it shook out. I mean, their top 2 pitchers were able to pitch, have combined for 2 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Clayton Kershaw lasted a third of an inning.
Whoops.
Hilarious.
248-539-9797. Mark, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I'm going to the game.
Are you?
There you go.
Okay.
My wife bought me the tickets to my first NFL road game I've ever been to. I couldn't be more pumped to sit outside under the sun. I've always sat in our dome stadium, and I just cannot wait.
That's awesome.
That's the advantage of going to Tampa is the weather's nice.
Yeah, perfect. So I just had to call. You said it's probably not the most desirable place to go to, but for me and my first trip, it's a bucket list. So I hope we take this sideline over like they did in Green Bay, and let's go Lions.
I think you might see that. Who are you going with?
I'd love it.
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear here. Going to Tampa's like you're not going to Schenectady. Like it's a nice place. So yeah, it's just compared to some of the other venues.
Clearwater, Moderna Beach, and Treasure Island are all real close. So
when are you heading down?
We're leaving Friday.
Okay.
Me and all my brothers are going. My wife totally surprised me with it. We really don't have financially the money for me to go to road games. So this was like, man, big deal.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Have fun, Mark.
Have a great time.
Thanks, guys.
Report back next week.
I will. This is the first time I've ever called your show. I'm a little nervous, but...
Oh, you're good, Mark. Have a great time, man. That sounds like fun.
You're invited
back.
All right,
thanks, guys.
See ya. 248-539-9797.
Hopefully he's exchanging a high five with Brad Holmes.
Yeah,
or Jared Goff.
The Tampa's a place that's prone for a takeover, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, 3-1. I mean, maybe their fans are probably really wanting to jump on board. But I'm still thinking it's prone for a takeover.
Yeah, Tampa doesn't have real sports fans. I mean, they loved it when Brady was there. I'm sure they who knew who Tom Brady was. But did you see? Look at the Rays stadium.
Yeah, 20,000 people show up for a playoff series.
And humiliating.
It's just embarrassing.
It's
awful.
terrible. Yeah.
248-539-9797. Kevin, you're next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How we doing?
All right, Kev.
Good. To be honest, I like the way the playoff is structured. I know you just said that the top two pitchers combined for 2 innings with the Dodgers.
I love it.
But I think that's what makes baseball great. I mean, it is so unpredictable, and that's why I kind of like the 5-game stretch. It's best of 5. I like the way that that's set up right now. And the World Series. I mean, let's say you got the Dodgers versus,
Texas.
even the Twins.
Yeah, yeah, it could be the Twins. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just a complete underdog comes in. I mean, they can win 3 games off the bat. You know that throughout those 162 games, Dodgers have played much, much better than the Twins, especially considering that the Twins are in the AL Central. But at the same time, you never know, which is why I would keep the playoffs the way that they are. I do agree that wild card game, yeah, that best of 1, definitely not. You can keep that. You can keep that. That's a little too extreme because you work all the way for that season and then you go to the best of 1, boom, season done.
And I know there were people that were upset
that.
because all 4 of those opening round series ended in 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean, it's what happens when you got to get the games in, unless you want to cut the season down by a week. And you go back
the
to
regular season. Yeah,
you go back to 154 game season, which I think some people would be in favor of. This is what you're going to have.
Coming up today at 12:35, we have an NHL Arena edition of Are You Going to Eat That? These are concession items that are only available in NHL arenas.
Okay.
12:35 for that. Also, just a reminder, you can stream the show at the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download for your mobile device today. And you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States, Tampa or Schenectady. And you can rewind the show up to 24 hours, participate in the program as well by texting us at 248-539-9797, streaming through our website, 971aticket.com, streaming with video on twitch.tv and youtube.com. All right, Gator, I want to bring this up because yesterday there was a repetitive theme. Dan Campbell was on with the morning show. And Jared Goff was on with us. And they both went out of their way to praise a guy that they both put in that category of sort of an underappreciated Detroit Lion. And then I was reading some stuff in the national media saying that we don't appreciate this guy enough. And it was the same name. And that name was Josh Reynolds. And, we did something before the season that we didn't think Detroiters appreciated Khalif Raymond enough.
Right.
But as we have gotten off to this 4-1 start, and as people have really jumped in with both feet, I want to ask the audience, and maybe the answer is Josh Reynolds, and I want to ask you, and I want to ask Kang, who is in your view the most underappreciated Detroit Lion? A guy that you don't think gets enough love. 248-539-9797. All right, so you think about it?
Yeah.
Okay. Kang, you think about it? Yeah. Nods of the affirmative. Okay, good. I've got mine, and we'll get to the people's. Who do you think the most underappreciated Detroit Lion is? 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Tony here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tony?
Hi, guys. You're talking about whether or not the Lions might take over the stadium Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, look at it from the season ticket holders' point of view. Like, they've already been to the Super Bowl. They've got Brady. All that stuff is gone. So now these season ticket holders are more willing to sell their tickets, and there's a lot of people out there that want to make a bucket list thing out of it. So there's going to be more demand for those tickets. Well, there might have been demand in the past, but the price was too high. So now the price is coming down to a market, share where they, can afford it, and there's going to be more buyers for season ticket holders for Tampa trying to sell, and they don't care who they sell to. So they go online, and I think Detroit is, going to take it over.
Very well could. I mean, look, the way this thing is set up and the way the Lions fans are so incredibly jacked, I don't feel like Tampa was ever a place that was that was immune to a takeover. And I don't know if the 3-1 start, my guess is their fans are curious, but a little pensive about their enthusiasm. But then again, I'm not down with the Tampa market. I could be reading it completely wrong. Suffice it to say, Gator, I think the Lions' presence will be felt on Sunday. I think it'll be felt on Sunday.
I think there's going to be a huge contingent of Lions fans there on Sunday. First of all, you got a bunch of people that have moved to Florida from the state to begin with. So you're going to have a fan base to pick from. And then you got all these people that are loving this team right now that are taking these road trips. We've had a bunch of people call in saying, hey, I'm going to go watch a team play here or play there. We've had a couple of them say they're going to go to Tampa.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax. Yeah. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we'll get the fire.
All right, so here's how we're going to do this. We're going to take phone calls and texts on who is the most underappreciated Detroit Lion. When somebody gets the guy you think, Gator, we got the bell. Where's the bell?
It's right here.
Okay, ring the bell. Can we put the bell somewhere we can both reach it? Is that possible? Anymore? All right, so ring the bell when somebody says your guy. Can people? Let's see if people can hear that, right? All right. Kang, you're behind the glass. You don't have access to the bell, so you're going to have to do what we do, and that is you have to say ding. Okay. You ready?
Yeah. How is this? This is just a test.
All right.
Ding.
Very well done. All right. So if anybody gets the same guy, Gator and I will ring the bell. Kang will say ding. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
All right.
Good. Love the show. Hey, look, so I think the most underappreciated Detroit Lion is Penei Sewell. Even though Amon-Ra St. Brown is my favorite Detroit Lion right now, it's Penei Sewell because Penei Sewell in Week 5 didn't allow any quarterback pressures through 30 pass block attempts, right? So I don't think people really understand how devastating it would be if Penei Sewell wasn't able to be out there, like if he were to be injured or something, right? Like he can go all around. He can play left tackle. He can play right tackle when, Taylor Decker is injured. I think Penei Sewell is the most underappreciated Detroit Lion because he's a tackle, right? So a lot of people don't look at that as a position, that somebody could be a star at, right? Like I heard someone mention like Trent Williams. I'm sorry, the guy from San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
Trent Williams.
Yep.
So like they don't get enough, publicity that they deserve. I mean, you have an all-pro in Penei Sewell, and if he were to go down or if he wasn't with this team, I don't think this offensive line would be as good as it is. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, I think he's fantastic, and what a great draft pick. In some ways, you can make a case the best draft pick of the Brad Holmes era because
definitely
the way this thing is shaping up, and there's other guys we can make all kinds of cases depending on what your criteria are, but the way this thing is shaping up, I feel like we have got the road grading tackle that everybody wants, and we're going to have him
like
for
he's
a
here
long
on a rookie.
time.
He's here on a rookie year deal. He's on a rookie deal, right?
Yep.
He's going to be here for the better part of 10 years. I mean, even if people were to leave this offensive line, you would still have Penei Sewell, and this guy is a stud, and he's still young. Thank you for having me on.
No, it's a great answer. I mean, the only reason I wouldn't say so is because I think I love the guy, and I just think it's a phenomenal pick.
He was on my list because he just doesn't get mentioned enough. I think we all understand he's great. Being able to flip either side, it's funny because when you have those big matchups against that top defensive end, you're locked in. You want to see how they do it. The advantage is the defensive end can move around all over the place. If he wants to go on the other side, he can go on the other side and take advantage of the other tackle. That's why it's imperative you have two really good tackles. And fortunately, the Lions have two really good tackles. One's banged up and he's fighting through it in Taylor Decker, and the other is maybe the best right tackle in football.
248-539-9797. We go to Tony. You're next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys.
What's
First-time
up?
caller.
Thanks for calling.
I had one honorable mention after this guy. I wanted to say Alex Anzalone. He was here in year one with Dan Campbell, and I feel like from then to now he's just improved so much. You watch him in the games, and he's just flying everywhere. He gets to the running back in the backfield a lot off the edge. And then I also wanted to say Benito Jones. I really like him in the nose part. A lot of the attention goes to Hutch, but when he's getting double teamed, and I feel like he just adds a lot of pressure down there as well.
The thing about Anzalone is when he signed that contract extension, we got some calls pushing back, and people go, wow, I don't know if he's worth that, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't think those calls are coming in anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, no, watching him, I really like him. I feel like Campbell can learn a lot from him since he's been in the league a little longer than him.
Well, I think he can too, and I think Derek Barnes has learned a lot from him, playing alongside him. And Derek Barnes is not giving up that starting spot.
You think about he's kind of the centerpiece of the defense, really, and you think about Brad Holmes went and signed Alex Anzalone, and people are like, eh. And they went and traded for Jared Goff, and people are like, eh. And these guys are like the cornerstones of offense and defense.
Exactly.
248-539-9797. We go to Bill next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi guys, how are you?
Good.
All right, Bill.
Good. So I'm gonna say Cam Sutton, and I'm gonna say that recognizing that I don't appreciate him during the games. Yet, you never see a pass breakup, or you never see him in the foot, which for a cornerback that's great. I think he must have like fantastic coverage. They never go in his way. He's solid, and with all of the injuries and upheaval they've had back there, he's been like one of the main constants, and I think must be playing great for us, and he was a great signing.
I was the one that rang the bell, Bill, because for all of reasons you said, there are times where I'm like, oh, yeah. It's because he'll come into the picture tackling somebody that he wasn't covering. You don't notice him because I think he's doing a great job, and he's just steady Eddie and staying healthy, and so I think we need to give him more love. I agree with you.
Well, I think that I don't see the Jets that often. When I see them, I think the same thing with Sauce Gardner. It's like you don't really see him, make that many plays because they don't go in his direction. And I think that Sutton's the same way right now for us.
I would say this about Cam Sutton: you don't hear about him because nobody's throwing at him.
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't have a single pass breakup this season. Why? Because nobody's throwing it.
Do you get the numbers? Do you have the numbers?
I had them up, yeah.
Okay. What are opposing quarterbacks throwing his direction? Do you
I have no idea what that is.
All right.
I'm just
I don't
guessing
suspect there's a lot.
No. I mean,
if you go, I know you guys hate PFF, but they have the targets and receptions allowed.
Okay, what do you got?
For Cam Sutton, he has 24 targets, 16 receptions allowed.
I can't believe it's that high.
Say how many yards by chance?
No. Oh, not on this page. I think you got to subscribe.
Oh.
You subscribe, Gator?
I don't. I'm not.
Okay.
One of the Lions, I don't know who it was, one of the Lions tweeted out already this year, Pro Football Focus is such bunk. Like, they were not.
I'm sure half the league feels that way.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
What's
All
up?
right.
That's good. What about Brock Wright?
Do you think he's underappreciated?
A little. I mean, he's been there a long time. He caught TD passes from Stafford, and he's talented. Like, don't get me wrong. I think Sam is great, and it's only going to get better. But Brock can still make the plays. Doesn't get a lot of snaps, a lot of TD throws to him. But
role player. Role player.
He's definitely a role. I'm a big fan of Brock Wright.
Yeah.
I think if you dial up a play and you need yards, and Brock Wright's there. He just seems to be that guy that he'll make one or two catches a game, but they're impactful catches. And what he does in the run game to help the run game go, I think it works. I like Brock Wright a lot. But, Bill, it sounded like you were trying to convince yourself to come up with Brock Wright.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I thought you were still taking calls about road games.
We are. Yeah, it's open
Whatever you want
lines.
to say.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to New Orleans.
Nice.
Awesome.
I've never been. My wife's never been, and she was excited. And I said, well, by the way, we're going to see the Lions, too. And she's like, oh.
She wasn't quite
I'm a
thrilled,
football fan.
Well, the stadium is nothing to write home about, but the city's great. There's so much to do in the city.
Looking forward to it. Try some Gator balls.
Excuse me?
What?
Gator balls? I guess it tastes like chicken.
Yeah, well, you you enjoy, my friend.
Alligator meat balls there? It's just,
Does he mean like what are we talking about here?
Alligator meatballs. Like
we're not
meatballs,
talking
but-
about like testicles, are we?
No.
Okay.
Because you've heard of Rocky Mountain oysters, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's
what
what
are
he
these? Like Everglade oysters or
I think these
swamp
are
oysters?
ground alligator meat.
Okay.
Into balls. Yeah, I don't think he was. Yeah.
Okay. He also said Brock Wright's been here a long time. It's been here
Yeah.
like 3 years.
Yeah. Well, he's been here since the beginning.
Did he even catch passes from Stafford?
I don't know.
248-539-9797. We're asking who is the most underappreciated Lion. Yesterday, the Lions sent a message. Both Dan Campbell and Jared Goff talked about it. I saw a national writer write about it, being Josh Reynolds, all of them. But who do you think it is? It's Carson Anderson coming up at 12:35, an NHL Arena edition of Are You Going to Eat That? These are all concession items that can be found in NHL arenas. Which one would you eat? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797 midway through the week. In fact, I always feel like Wednesday at noon, we crest the week and start down towards the weekend, which is my way
You think that's why it's called Hump Day?
I think it is. I think it is, Gator. But it's right now. It's noon. Noon on Wednesday. Start heading towards the weekend.
Crest Day.
Here we go. Nothing but downhill to the weekend from here. Lions going to Tampa. We asked that question because Dan Campbell brought it up yesterday, and Jared Goff said the exact same thing to us about Josh Reynolds being kind of an underappreciated Detroit Lion. Then I was reading, I think it was ESPN's Power Rankings that talked about how underrated Josh Reynolds was, somebody's Power Rankings. And we just asked the people, who's the most underappreciated Lion? We've got a bell here that we ring if somebody mentions the name. Gator just rang the bell. That he rang it again. Kang doesn't have access to a bell, so he will simulate the bell sound. When somebody says the name that you agree, somebody already said the name that I have. I think Cam Sutton's underappreciated. That's why I rang the bell. And a listener mentioned it. But Gator, yours is still out there. Kang's is still out there. So 248-539-9797 if you want to. Maybe you agree with Gator or Kang. We'll have some Red Wing stuff coming up a little bit later on as Newsy joined the morning show, and we'll give you the best of what he had to say. That's the head coach, Derek Lalonde. But let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Dennis. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dennis.
Hi. Just wanted to say that this conversation shows that the Lions have a team. It's like the 97-98 Wings when, I believe it was Brendan Shanahan said, nobody stands out individually, but as a team collectively, they stand out. That seems to be what's happening. About the only time you see anybody standing out is when J-Mo drops a ball.
Well, I mean,
the whole team stands out.
I think there are examples of guys standing out for good, but it can rotate. It can rotate from game to game. They don't have established superstars. They have guys that I think in coming seasons are going to be looked at as superstars. Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell, to name a couple. Brian Branch could be trending towards that. Sam Laporta could be trending towards that. Like future, everybody puts out now. It's like the new hotness is to put out your top 100 players in the NFL. I think you're going to see some Lions, get ranked higher and higher moving forward because they're trending towards having superstars. But yeah, this is they got some depth, man. They got some depth.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Let's go to David next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Okay.
So I originally had actually two players that I was going to go with. It was either going to be Reynolds.
Just go one.
Okay. So actually, I'm going to go with Jerry Jacobs.
Ding.
Wow, both of you. Nice.
So the reason why I say that is when we first drafted him, he wasn't, or I think he was an undrafted free agent, right?
Yep.
Okay. So he didn't really have a bright spot at first, but I think with our veteran cornerbacks we added, he learned a lot of stuff. And you see his stats going up, his passes defended. He's got a few interceptions now. So I think if he keeps playing right and learns from the older guys, I think he'll be a top cornerback or wherever we decide to play him throughout the years to come.
So the great thing about Jerry Jacobs is that he has bounced back from games earlier this year where he struggled. And he really has done a nice job in recent weeks. But Gator, both you and Kang, huh?
Yeah, I mean, what he has done since that Seattle game has been very impressive. He's got 5 passes defended in the last 2 weeks. He's got the 3 interceptions in the last 2 weeks. He's really taken it to heart that he wants to be a lockdown guy, and he's been all over the field. He's bigger than I think people think he is. Not necessarily tall. He's only 5'11", but he's over 200 pounds. So he's kind of solidly built. I like that coming out of for a corner. He's obviously got speed. He's learned from mistakes, and he's becoming a very important piece on this team, particularly as they deal with injuries and will continue to deal with injuries. I mean, it's a guy who played 13 games his rookie season with the Lions, played 12 games last year, and now he's got 5 under his belt this year. if he stays healthy, he'll play the whole season. I just think that his growth, particularly from the second week of the year against Seattle to where he is now, it's huge, and he's been a big part.
Kang, anything to add that hasn't been said?
I mean, he had one bad game against Seattle, but I think that people underappreciate him because it's hard to find two really good corners in this league. And he's been targeted, yes, but he also has 3 interceptions, which is tied for the league lead in interception. And I like cornerbacks. I like secondary guys that make big splash plays, whether it's forced fumbles, fumble recoveries, or interceptions. Those are big momentum swings, possession changers. Jerry Jacobs, like I said, 3 interceptions. He's physical. Gator, you mentioned he's a bigger guy than you expected. He's able to tackle. The Lions want physical cornerbacks that can tackle. I think they were all over Jeff Okudah because he wouldn't step up sometimes, and other times he would. So he was inconsistent. Jacobs he's one of those guys that's this is the chip on the shoulder guy, Gator. This is your chip on the shoulder guy. Undrafted rookie. Been doubted many times. People forgot about him many times. Mosley was supposed to be the starter. Guess what? Jacobs has been the guy the whole time. Mosley goes down, and no one, whether it's Gilmore or Chase Lucas or whoever, Gilmore or Jacobs is the guy still.
I think he started every game. I think he has.
He's played.
No one else has started.
He's played all 5 games.
Yeah, I'm almost sure.
He's been the starter since day 1.
Yeah, I'm almost sure he has started every game, and that wasn't supposed to be his role.
No.
And he's really done a nice job bouncing back from that Seattle game.
I mean, last year he came in and earned a spot on this team, and now, like I said, kind of given up on by fans at least, not by the coaching staff. But,
clearly.
Yeah. And even though they went and got Mosley, because you never know, attrition in the secondary, right? Mosley did. He was hurt to start the year. And then he got, hurt again while he was hurt. And then he got hurt when he played.
He's one of these great stories about from the practice squad to next man up. And when he got that opportunity a couple years ago, made the most of it and came back last year and made the most of it again. And then they go out in the offseason, they go out and sign these 3 guys to the secondary, and then you draft Brian Branch, and you think, oh, well, that's the end of Jerry Jacobs. Not so fast, my friends. Still around and making plays now the last couple of weeks with the 3 picks and the 5 passes defended. He's become a real integral part to this defense.
Let's go to Mike. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Okay, so I got one for you, and I think this guy's overlooked. Reason being it's positional because nobody's talking special teams, but he was all-pro at one point in time, and the guy doesn't miss. Jack Fox.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're not punting as much as we used to with the caliber of our offense, but that guy puts us in great field position, man, and he all-pro punter, and I just think has been amazing.
Yeah, he's averaged 45 yards a punt this year, almost 42 yards net, so that's good because they're not giving up much when they do try to return it.
And I know it's special teams, right?
Yeah, well, he's also done a great job with kickoffs.
But it counts.
Yeah, it absolutely counts. He's done a great job with kickoffs as well. Jack Fox it's a quality name to bring up.
Thank you for the phone call.
I think he's taken for granted.
He's a weapon on fake punts, too.
Got a cannon for an arm.
Yep. Don't overlook that. Let's go to Jason. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great. Thank you.
My underappreciated Lion would be Graham Glasgow, a guy who was taken back this year, looked more so looking for a backup guard role behind Vaitai. And as soon as Vaitai went down, he stepped right in and filled that hole in the offensive line. You don't hear his name because he hasn't committed a penalty. He's only committed or allowed 1 sack on the year. And according to Pro Football Focus, I think he's a second rank among guards with his grade this season. So that's my guy.
He's filled in admirably. I think we knew when the Lions signed him. The only question was, all right, is he at a point in his career? Because he was decent when he was here before.
Yeah.
The only question was, is he in any way crested in his career and started down the far side? And the answer appears to be no.
Well, it's the versatility. He can play guard, he can play center, and familiarity with what's going on here with this team. And I think he's been a great addition. I said at the time when they signed him, like, that's a good signing right there. More competent signings, and it just adds to the depth of this team. When you have to go into that depth, you're not missing much, if anything at all. So he's a great choice.
All good answers. Thank you, everybody, for participating. 248-539-9797. Just cause?
Yeah.
All right. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. I think we might have to take that away from him. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a no-fee or new home, rather, or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in the state of Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts, man. Oh man, that was so cool. And he wasn't just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game.
So I will just say that this stuff isn't particularly important, but I do think that fans pay attention to this and react to this. And so I'm going to bring it up because it's trending strongly towards changing. I just went back and found the NFL.com's top 100 players list. So every offseason, the NFL players themselves vote on a list of players that NFL.com then publishes. And these are the top 100 players as voted on by the players. So last year, the number one player in the league in the offseason was considered to be Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Justin Jefferson. Number 3, Jalen Hurts. Number 4, Nick Bosa. Number 5, Travis Kelce, et cetera, et cetera. Gator, if we look back at it now, we're not in a place to make bold proclamations or guarantees, but we are in a place where we can say, is this not trending to be higher? Okay? I'll start with this. Jared Goff came in at number 66. Is that not trending to be higher?
Definitely trending to be higher, considering you see the quarterbacks that are ranked ahead of him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there are some guys like the second highest rated quarterback. No, I'm sorry. The third highest rated quarterback is Joe Burrow. Who knows where he'll be after the kind of season he's having. And obviously he's dealing with injuries and all that. Aaron Rodgers is ahead of Goff. I don't know how much he'll be held, how much the injury will hurt him. And again, like I said, it's not particularly important, but I would say that Goff is trending towards.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think there's a bunch of guys like Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins might be ahead of him. And,
yep.
He's having a hell of a season.
Yeah, Dak Prescott's definitely ahead of him. All right, Amon-Ra St. Brown this past offseason checked in at 67. I think he is trending towards being higher.
Probably not.
I think he might be, but I think it would be slightly higher. Let's see what happens the rest of the way, but I think there's a chance. I think it's interesting even going into this year, though. 67 was showed some respect for a young guy.
Yeah, I think it does show him respect. He's great at what he does, but he's not that stretch the field wide receiver like a Justin Jefferson, a Jamar Chase. He's not one of those guys. But what he does is he catches a high volume of passes for a high percentage of first downs, and he keeps the chains moving.
Okay, next up at number 88, Aiden Hutchinson.
Oh, he's moving up. He's going to move up significantly.
I would think so. He might be the biggest jump of any Lion. Well, maybe not. Because not ranked was Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like the probability of Penei Sewell jumping up is into the top 50?
Well, I think part of this is a little unfair. When you look at a list like this, I would imagine that players immediately think of left tackles if they're going to start to evaluate. They go like left tackles and probably centers, and if there's a guard that stands out, has always been great, then you go that route. I think right tackle is not one of those positions you're thinking of immediately. And he is so good at what he does, and we see it here week in and week out, and we've seen him when he switched over to the left side, how good he was on the left side. He's fantastic, and he should absolutely have been on the list. But I forget how many linemen were on the list to begin with, and there weren't many. But I think most of them were left tackles.
I would go through the list, but it would take a lot of time. It's basically a slideshow, and it's one of those web pages that has so many ads that it constantly is jumping around. So I'm going to pass on that. But yes, I think Sewell will absolutely be on the list next year. All right, let's get to some of the ticket texts because we got a bunch of them on underappreciated Detroit Lions. And I want your comments on any of these guys, so feel free to jump in. Rick in Sylvan Lake says Jonah Jackson is an underappreciated Lion. Next text, Isaiah Buggs all day, been a different team since he's been playing. Remember, he wasn't happy at the beginning of the year? It's all worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Unnamed texter, Aleem, because if you believe Pro Football Focus, he's the 5th highest rated D tackle in the league. we've kind of had to make this decision as a show that for the most part we use Pro Football Focus for data exclusively. There have been too many players that have said that they don't know what they're talking about. So I don't know, man. It's a very difficult thing to do to grade plays if you don't know what the play was. And if you don't know everybody's responsibility on every play, but
well, and they admit as much. I mean, this is based on our analysis and what we do, and everybody.
I think it has a ceiling as far as its accuracy. Next up, unnamed texter says Khalif Raymond, the most underappreciated Lion. Well, I agree he is underappreciated. We in the offseason started saying we need to talk about this guy more and appreciate him more. Unnamed texter, John Kaminsky is a wrecking ball. Their record with him in the lineup the last 2 years is incredible.
That's very good.
In fact, I think I can look it up here pretty quickly.
But part of that's because he didn't play in the first part of last season.
Right.
So he's part of that 12-3 group over the last 15 games.
It's been so he's got the 4-1 this year, and the game log last year, games he played in 4-2, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 6-4, 7-4, 8-4, 8-5, 9-5, 10-5, 11-5, 12-5, 13-5. He's 13-6. Those are the games that he's played in. Not bad. 248-539-9797.
I'll tell you one that might vault himself in there is Sam Laporta.
As underappreciated?
Well, in getting into the top 100 list, and also, I don't think he's underappreciated by Lions fans, but just getting back to the top 100 list.
Yeah.
Sam Laporta is having a season, his rookie year. You look at the other tight ends in the league, and do you see much difference?
No.
Like if you watch Kelsey play or if you watch Kittle play, I mean, he has done a phenomenal job through 5 games. I know it's only 5 games, but he's been targeted each and every game. And it's not like, oh, we got 1 play for him, we got 2 plays for him. I mean, the receptions he's had, he's on this record pace. And I think he might be a top 5 tight end right now in the National Football League. And maybe that's being too conservative.
You're right. He has a chance to be on this list next year. That's a great call by you. More feedback coming in. Underappreciated Detroit Lions. It's definitely Cam Sutton. That's from an unnamed texter. Zach from Iron Mountain says, I think Cam Sutton is the most underappreciated Lion. Dude has been locked down all season. It feels like nobody talks about him. Steve delivering at Costco says, I think Jerry Jacobs is underappreciated. People were on his case early, and now he has 3 interceptions. And then here's an interesting, Gators. Unnamed texter, Will Harris. They trust him. He's dependable, and almost all fans wanted him cut.
Yeah, I thought about Will Harris as well. He's done a nice job. Another versatile guy, can play safety, can play slot corner, can play corner when you need him. He's been another part of this depth that this team has.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Coming up today at 12:35, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? This is an NHL Arena edition. In the 1 o'clock hour, we've got Would You Buy? Powerball. Is it drawing tonight? Drawing's tonight, right?
Tonight.
Yeah, all right. We'll do another edition of Would You Buy? Coming up.
Here we go.
You love doing this. The 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. the Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab.
Did you hear James Franklin yesterday talking about some teams are canceling games so they can be undefeated? Canceling non-conference games so they can be undefeated.
Oh.
You didn't hear that?
No.
Okay.
Getting out of contractual games.
Yes. And there's like 4 fan bases in the Big Ten that think that James Franklin was referencing them, including obviously Michigan fans. And I'm thinking to myself a couple things. Leave it to James Franklin to say something that multiple fan bases are irritated with. But even if it is true, my question would be, what good does it serve the coach of a team that's undefeated and has a chance to prove it on the field to say that? Does it do him any good?
No, it really doesn't.
I mean, is there any way that this doesn't get pinned up on somebody's bulletin board and spun into the he doesn't think you're any good kind of? Again, this is how it's going to be used against him.
I don't know if it gets put in. I mean, it's more on the coach's bulletin board, not on the team's bulletin board, because it's a slam against.
Well, it's the athletic departments.
Yeah, but so I don't. Yeah, exactly. It's not on the coach. So I don't think this is going to go too far with the players, but is it ridiculous for him to say it? Sure.
It's, because
the Big Ten schedules, I mean, we've joked about the SEC and their non-conference schedule, but the reality is the SEC's conference schedule is usually a gauntlet, particularly for teams that are in the West. For the Big Ten, it's a gauntlet for the teams that are in the East.
Yep.
Because you've got the big three, and then you've got other teams going to give you trouble, and then there's usually a team that you'll have scheduled from the West that's going to, bite you from time to time.
I will say, as a general rule, it feels like the Big Ten is down. It's very top heavy.
Yeah. But, is Michigan's schedule kind of a joke the last 2 years, non-conference? Absolutely.
I haven't loved it.
Does it change dramatically next year? Absolutely.
Well, it goes back to, I remember it was probably 30 years ago, I wrote a column about how I prefer tough schedules. And there was a dueling column from John Borton of the Wolverine who said, you shouldn't. And he called me the other day and said, so you like next year's schedule? You going to enjoy that?
Yeah.
I mean, the dynamic is changing. So because with 12 teams, 2 or 3 losses can get you in. But ultimately in the Big Ten with Penn State and Ohio State, you got to prove it on the field. And they're going to have to prove it on the field come November. And so all the talk and all that kind of goes by the wayside. But
I don't know why Franklin feels all chesty because they played West Virginia this year.
Well, West Virginia's a credible foe.
They're fine. They're fine, but it's not like they scheduled Auburn in a home and home the last couple of years. That's fine. Even though Auburn is nowhere near what Auburn used to be, just like West Virginia is not what West Virginia perhaps used to be, but those are fine. But I wouldn't get chesty about the West Virginia thing. And if you want to win a national championship, you have to go through Happy Valley, Ann Arbor, and Columbus.
Yep.
If you're in the Big Ten.
And I keep saying College Park. Now, Maryland.
You're the one.
I know, but and Maryland finds a way not to win. I'm starting to wonder if they got a little Adrian Martinez in them that they just can't avoid the big mistake. The old quarterback from Nebraska who seemed to always make the big mistake at the wrong time. And is that Talia or is it just Maryland's team? They really could have been up big in Ohio State and left points on the board at halftime, blew some opportunities with some really bad turnovers. But
they got outscored 27-7 in the second half.
Yeah.
So I give Ohio State more credit than I would take away Maryland.
They did force the mistakes, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I think Maryland's a good team. They're not great. They are what they are. They've always had speed. Talia Tagovailoa is a good quarterback. But is Talia Tagovailoa going to make it the next level, or is he just destined to be one of those guys that has a really good college career?
Probably just a really good college quarterback, but they got Penn State and Michigan going to their place. Now, it's not exactly historically the toughest place to play, and fans can get tickets for those games, but they'd rather be at home than the road. All right, you ready? Time for an NHL Arena edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Okay, these are all things that are available at concession stands in NHL arenas. We start with the Islanders, Gator. The Islanders have something called Fear the Schmear.
Fear the Schmear.
Yep.
Okay, like cream cheese. Gotcha.
It's a large English muffin with a healthy amount of roasted habanero cream cheese smeared on top with seasoned pork belly and honey and tomato slices to cut some of the heat. Gator, fear the schmear. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'd eat it. I like English muffins, but not with cream cheese. I guess if you're going to do it with a bagel, it makes more sense to me. For me, English muffin just screams, it's got to have butter. Lots of butter to get in those nooks and crannies, and you take a bite out of it, and the butter starts to slide down your hand. English muffins are solid, but I don't think they go well with cream cheese. But nonetheless, I'd still give it a shot.
Kang, would you give it a shot?
I'd give it a shot as well. I mean, I enjoy an English muffin. I enjoy a good schmear. Something to cut the heat, if a little heat. I like heat that enhances the flavor, not just for heat purposes. Like I don't need my tongue to be on fire for no reason.
You don't want to come out and say, "Man, that was just really hot."
Yeah.
You want to say, "Well, that was really good."
Yep.
Well, I'm a no, but there we go.
Why? Because
it's the heat. It's the heat.
No.
It's the heat. Doug can't handle
the heat.
heat.
You can't handle the heat.
That and the pork belly. Next up, the Nashville Predators have something called funnel cake fries.
Oh boy.
This is funnel cake fries are topped with strawberry, honey, bourbon compote, which is like a jelly. It's a honey bourbon jelly. Candied jalapeno bacon and powdered sugar. There is a lot going on there. Gator, the funnel cake fries.
Are they fries or is this just?
It says funnel cake fries, topped with strawberry, honey, bourbon jelly, candied jalapeno bacon, and powdered sugar.
I mean, it sounds like. And what does it sound like to you, King? Just like funnel cake batter that
Yes,
just
it sounds like dessert.
Cut into fries as opposed to actual potatoes that are what? Dredged in funnel cake batter?
I think this is funnel cake.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll give it a shot.
I'll give it a shot too.
It's dessert type stuff. Yeah,
I don't think it's fries though.
I'm down with a compote.
I passed with the because of the bacon. But next up,
you're on brand.
The Colorado Avalanche have a loaded fry dish that you can get with either French fries or tots. They are loaded with smoked bison pastrami, cheese, and pickles. Loaded fries or tots, smoked bison pastrami, cheese, and pickles.
Yeah, absolutely. I assume it's like shredded pastrami, bison pastrami. Yeah, I'd be all about that. That's fine. And by the way, in tot form or fry form.
Yep.
Oh.
Kang?
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds delicious.
Here we go. Doug?
I'll pass.
What?
It's
Bison's
bison.
good for you. It's lean.
Bison's like one of the leanest meats you can
Yeah,
get.
it's like all protein, man.
I'm not eating bison.
You love protein.
I love chicken, turkey, and fish.
What do you got against bison?
I'm not a bison eater.
You never had it, have you?
I have a policy. No, I've never had it. No, nor will I. Next up, the Seattle Kraken, Gator, have something called the Bacon Pop Rock Potato. This consists of a butter-roasted Hasselback potato, dill from a local grower, flagship cheese sauce, which is a brand, and bacon Pop Rocks candy.
You ruined it. It just got ruined.
I ruined it?
No, I don't say you. They ruined it. All that's fine. And then you get to bacon, sure, but it's bacon Pop Rocks candy. No.
So you're
I mean, Pop Rocks, it's great when you're a kid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the candy, it starts popping because it's got the soda in your mouth or whatever. You're getting baking soda or whatever. That's fine and dandy for when you're 9. But to make it bacon flavored and have it popping in your mouth while you're having a loaded baked potato, I think that's a stupid ending to something that sounded so good.
It's a bizarre concept, isn't it?
Yeah, why did they do that? I mean, bacon bits would have been just fine.
Yeah.
Regular bacon bits.
Oh, we're going to have a pop in your mouth.
So are you out, Kang?
Yeah, I'm with Gator on this one. I feel like this is a chop challenge that had to add the Pop Rock somehow.
Yeah.
I'm just
What'd you
going
do with the Pop Rocks? Well, I don't know. I threw in with the bacon. It seemed like an afterthought. It did, didn't it?
Think about this one if they had just gone with regular Pop Rocks. But they had to make them bacon Pop Rocks.
You wouldn't go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm out. All right.
Well, Doug, by the way, it's probably not real bacon. You could have this if you want.
Yeah, I don't know if it is or it isn't. How do they make bacon?
Bacon flavored Pop Rocks.
Rocks.
Yeah. It's not real bacon.
All right. Vancouver has a croak dog.
A croak dog?
Yeah.
Croak? How do you spell it?
CROQUE.
I was going to say.
Is it croak or croquet? I don't know. I thought I did the pronunciation. Came out croak. Anyway, that's not the point. It comes with Gruyere cheese, strawberry jam Dijon, and ham.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
It's
do
a
you call
hot
this?
dog with all that, or is it just a sandwich like that?
It says it's a dog. It's a
All right.
hot dog.
So
What's that sandwich, the sweet sandwich? Why am I not thinking of it? It's
the Monte Cristo?
Yes, this is like a Monte Cristo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have this,
Absolutely.
for sure.
You down with it?
I'll pass.
Yeah.
There it is. The NHL. I mean, you know,
I
when
guess
go
you're
to
not going to
an
any
NHL
hockey
game,
games.
I'm getting popcorn.
When was the last time you had a Monte Cristo?
It's been a while, but I enjoy them. It used to be one of my things that I had to try or get if it was on the menu.
Where was it? It was a place like Bennigan's or something. I used to have a Monte Cristo.
Bennigan's had a Monte Cristo.
A place like that. I don't know if it was actually
Bennigan's.
Bennigan's or not.
Bennigan's.
It's like a French toast.
Didn't they put the timer on your table, Bennigan's? At lunch, they had to have the food 15 minutes or you got it free.
I don't recall.
That was tchotchkes.
I think it was.
Sure it wasn't Flingers?
Well, how many pieces of flair were the waitresses wearing?
That's a great question. Do you know that?
I don't remember. I just remember the stopwatch at the table.
So more flair?
I mean, is this the minimum, though? Right?
All right, there it is. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Straight ahead, Derek Lalone joined the morning show. The best of what the Red Wings coach had to tell him. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets. Guaranteed. When you place a $5 bet, that's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options that include spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we get the fire.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
What's the best part about James Franklin? I think the best part about James Franklin is that because of the way he looks, he set himself up brilliantly for Keegan-Michael Key to do a spoof on him. And it's fantastic. And I would say that he was a good enough sport to allow it to happen. I actually had him speak to the team one year.
Right.
And it's hilarious.
I like the way he brings his team out of the tunnel.
Everybody, stay back, stay back. I'm going out first. Stay back, stay back. He's like, whatever, coach. Sure thing.
You know what, though? He's one of those guys that I bet the kids that play for him love him. Not that you can.
I don't know.
He recruits pretty damn well.
Well, he does. He definitely recruits well. I think his assistant coaches probably have a big hand in that.
He has steadied the Penn State program.
Yeah. Well, came from what, Vanderbilt?
Yes, he did. He won at Vanderbilt. That's a pretty good thing.
Won some games at Vanderbilt, yeah.
All right, let's get to Red Wing season. Boy, it starts tomorrow. What is your level of stokedness? How stoked are you?
On a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
10 being I can't even handle myself.
So stoked.
My pants are off. And
Yeah.
I'm at about a 6.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm encouraged. And it's where I'm at right now. I will say that watching hockey last night, I was eager to see the Red Wings play. I'm looking forward to maybe I'll go 7. I'll go 7.
Stokedness?
Yeah.
I'm every
7
opener.
and building.
You know what's funny is every opener, my stokedness level is 10 for every opener. And it can fade if the team, I'm not expecting him to win. I think tomorrow's game is on ESPN Plus and Hulu. Doesn't help my
Really?
stokedness. Yeah.
That just fizzled a lot.
I know, but do you have ESPN? You get ESPN
Yeah.
Plus, don't you? So
Yeah, but that's
it's not Bally's.
no. Am I able to rewind that?
ESPN Plus or Hulu?
ESPN Plus. I don't have Hulu. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's through the app, right? That's not just.
but you can get it on a smart TV.
No, I know I have it on the. I have a dinner to go to tomorrow night.
Oh.
And I'm wondering if that's something that I can, like, when you go to start it, can you?
Not
Do you have
sure.
the option to start from the beginning, like some of
great
the other
question.
apps do?
All right, here we go. Derek Lalone, Red Wing coach, joined the morning show, asked about his expectation for this year. And listen to this. It sounds like the coach has a chip on his shoulder. Check it out. No one, and I mean no one, not a single projection. So I think he noticed.
Yeah, I think you noticed.
I'm always leery of the chip on the shoulder motivation because I think it's really a great thing to have for 18, 19, 20-year-old kids at the collegiate level. I'm not sure how much it works at the NHL level, but if you're a pro, if you're a professional and you feel counted out, can it work? Can the chip on the shoulder approach work? I don't think it hurts because the projections have no basis in reality. Like, they don't impact who makes the playoffs in any way whatsoever. There's not a vote. There's no polls released. There's no, it's the standings are what they are. You got to go out and play and you got to win.
I would play this up every single day if I were Derek Lalone.
Yeah.
I would have the headlines of every poll that's come out there, or power rankings, all that crap that comes out, the preseason prognostications. I would have that, and I would put it, put it on an endless loop on a video screen, and just let the team see it, because obviously the team's going to feel differently. I feel differently. I think this is a team that has a very good chance of making the playoffs. They missed out last year by 12 points of getting the wild card. They had 80 points. Florida Panthers were the last wild card in at 92. The Red Wings, I believe the the over-under for points this year it's moved up to 85.5. It started at 84.5 and moved up to 85.5, which still would keep you out of the playoffs. Last year, the Wings had 80 points. That would be an improvement, but not getting to the playoffs. I think the additions that they made, it's Steve Yzerman is doing to the Red Wings what I think, in a way, what Brad Holmes has done with the Lions. And there was a recurring theme with what Lalonde had to say today. Added depth. And that's what Brad Holmes has done with the Lions, and I think that's what Yzerman is doing with this Red Wing team.
All right, next up, Derek Lalonde, morning show. Where exactly is your hockey team better? You know, it's the parallels, right? Oh, you mean your starters are now your backups?
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
That's what I love about it, and I agree with him. They made a bunch of additions to this team, and what it has done, if you want to look at the negative side, is people will say, well, that stunts the growth of the younger players. And I know I like what his response is. I don't know if you're going to play that to that. With one of the cuts, but I do like what he has to say about that in response to it, about playing time. But the fact that he's right. I mean, the 6 players that were on this roster last year, they're not even in the league right now because they've added more adults in the room, as we like to say.
All right, next up, DeBrincat and Sprong. What are they bringing to the table? More scoring. So Sprong also only played 66 games last year, and maybe he doesn't play more here in Detroit, but to get to the 20-goal mark with the limited ice time and not playing the full season, we'll see what role he plays here. It was by far his best year, his most productive year, and he's not a child. Like, he's 26 years old. So did the light just go on, or are they taking a flyer on a guy that maybe just had his career season? We'll find out, but he's intriguing nonetheless.
Well, something that is, if you like data, Doug.
I do like data.
I know you like data.
Yeah.
I looked at the last 2 seasons in the NHL, and particularly in the Eastern Conference. Look no further than goal differential if you want to be a playoff team. You want to be a playoff team, you have to be on a positive side. All the teams that made the playoffs last year were positive. They were plus 17 or better. The teams that didn't make the playoffs were all negative goal differential, anywhere from -2 down to 116. Red Wings were at 39 a year ago, -39. The year prior, the Red Wings were at -82. So they improved that much defensively last year and a little bit offensively. Adding DeBrincat and Sprong and these other guys, Gostisbehere and Petrie, they're going to help out from the blue line and make the offense better. That differential is going to change. And it's going to change in both ways, because it's not just that they're better offensively, it's that they're going to be better defensively. Adding more depth at goaltender gives you a fresher Ville Husso. Gives you you get the backups that are dying to play, the goaltenders. Hopefully they can hold their own, and all of a sudden that number moves away quickly and can get into the positive category. And if you're positive, you're a playoff team.
Okay, so one of the complaints we've heard in some of the Red Wing feedback we've gotten is about guys who didn't make the roster and have to start in Grand Rapids. Hear what Derek Lalonde had to say about why they made those decisions. Coming up today at 102. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
Man. Oh man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs-
wasn't
who needs
just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like, it's all right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
People want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah. They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh, man.
All right, coming up shortly, another edition of Would You Buy If You Win the Powerball. Woo! Which is turning into like your favorite segment. We'll get to that in a minute. First, the final thing from Derek Valone, who was on with the morning show. Look, we saw the complaints as people wanted to see, Berggren or
Edvinson.
Danielson, Edvinson make this team, this roster straight out of camp, and they didn't. And it kept a lot of veterans. So, all right, you don't get to see the kids that you want to see. It was brought up with Derek Valone, and here's what he had to say about their roster decisions. It's the same. I mean, we did this with the Tiger season, right? You're getting at bats in the minors. You're getting ice time in the minors. Is that more valuable than being with the big club?
Yeah, and it's I think it is to an extent. And look, I agree with just about everything he had to say there. And those guys will have their opportunities to play. Injuries are a big part of the game, and you come to a roster that's pretty set here, all right? And if you're going to be that last forward on the roster, you're going to be in and out of the lineup on such an inconsistent basis that what are you getting out of it? Why not play, as he said? And this is the great thing about where Grand Rapids is, being 2 hours away. You play 2 hours down the road, and you're getting 20 minutes of ice time a game, so you can really develop. And then when the big club needs you, it's going to be for an extended time. It's not just going to be, oh, yeah, you're the last guy on the roster, and now you're going to be here. You're going to play 1 out of 4 games. When you're called up, it's because they need you because there's a big injury on the roster, and you're the guy that's going in, and you're going to play most of those games.
Okay. Season starts tomorrow. Let's get to would you buy? Powerball tickets. When do you plan on purchasing your tickets? Have you done it already?
I've done it through the station, but I will probably on the way home today.
So it's $1.77 billion is the expected jackpot. Kang, you got your tickets yet?
No, I'll get it after the show again.
Okay.
I usually buy the day of the drawing.
So like $400 million after taxes and lump sum payout.
All right, so we like to do would you buy. If you win, we allow these two the luxury of dreaming. Would you buy any kind of small farm for cattle, for fresh fruit or veggies, or just to have some of that sweet John Deere equipment? Would you get your own farm? Farm to table. You have your own farm to table to provide your personal chef with.
Part of me wants the big property so I can get the big John Deere equipment out there and enjoy it. But it's nothing that I think I would want to do every week.
Right.
So it's more like, do I have that on the property so that I can do it once in a while, but landscapers can use the equipment that I have. But as far as a small farm for animals, no. That's a lot of responsibility that I don't want, nor do I want to pay somebody to have that responsibility just to say that I've got a farm. The part that's intriguing to me, you mentioned for like having like an orchard. I've thought of my property out there in Del Mar, and would I have a lemon tree, a lime tree? Yeah, I'd want to. Avocado. I
didn't say big farm. I mean,
I know. I thought about the orchard part of it and getting different fruit trees. Yeah, I think I would have fruit trees.
Okay. Kang, what about you?
I I'd want land, but I don't know if I want farm. I'm not too big into the, I definitely don't want to run a farm. That's for sure.
Yeah, no.
At best, if it had to do with some kind of live being things, I wouldn't mind like beehives. I don't want to personally be a beekeeper, but if I had to, sometimes sustainability, I guess it would be bees, but not like, I don't need like chickens or pigs or anything like that.
My brother-in-law, Mike, he's got.
Does he?
Oh yeah, he's got he's building an empire.
Really?
Yeah, he's got multiple hives and.
There are homes in my neighborhood that have them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Doug, once I hit this thing, maybe I'll get his number.
With Mike, yeah, he'll show you how to do it. All right. Next up, when you hit the Powerball, you obviously got to quit this job, right?
At some point.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw a meme that said, I wouldn't tell anybody, but there'd be hints, and it was a couple ramen noodles with lobster in it. So, like, maybe don't quit right away.
Yeah.
But there'd be hints.
Lunch will be better. Would you put a studio for any purpose in your dream house?
Yes.
I knew the answer for you would be yes.
there'd be absolutely. I would have a music studio for sure for my friends to use. But beyond that, yes, I've thought about this part of it. Like, would I still work? I think to an extent I would, and then build a home studio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because it can be used for things like obviously music, podcast, if you want to do that.
Yeah.
Gator be like Quincy Jones, man. He'd be like, come over here, record, I'll set you up, and all of a sudden.
Sure.
Quincy Jones.
He would. He'd be like, on the back of every album, he'd be like, produced by Scott the Gator Anderson.
That's right. Kang, what about you?
No cigar, though.
No. You can do whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah, I would. I don't know what I'd do with it, but I think that's something that.
Well, let's give your podcast a little love. You got a podcast?
Yeah, just debuted today.
Oh, is it today, the debut?
Yeah, I just uploaded the first episode.
And tell the people what it's about.
It's called Kang Collects. It's on Odyssey and anywhere else you download your podcast. But it's just if you listen to this show, you know that I collect things. I collect cards. I collect sports memorabilia, and I love the world of collectibles. And it's just going to be about that. I'll talk to like local collectors, national collectors. I think a future episode is going to include Scott the Gator Anderson about his guitar collection.
Nice.
And so, yeah, I'll talk to sneakerheads, things like that. And just
hope you got some time.
Well, I've got an edit.
Well, by that time,
button.
By that time, you'll have your own studio. So just go over to Kang's house and tape in his studio.
Or King come over to my house.
Might be.
Whichever wins.
Yeah, right.
Whoever wins.
Whoever wins. Yeah. Kang Collects, Khang.
So you would have a studio for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought this would be a popular one.
Doug, what about you? I know you don't dream. I'm curious
not
about
allowed
this
to
one.
dream, but yes, I'd have a studio.
Yeah.
I'd start a podcast.
You would?
I think I would do a podcast.
You seem like the least likely person for me to hear that.
I've got ideas, man. I've got ideas. I've got one percolating that I got a podcast idea that I'll keep to myself.
Oh.
Because one of the things about podcasts is
about
trying
practice.
That's my television network.
Is it emptying the bucket?
No, it's not emptying the bucket.
This is the most useless podcast you'll ever listen to.
Stuff that you didn't need to hear, nor do you want to hear. Yeah. But yes, so I would have a studio as well. I mean, do you think every guy would have a studio?
No.
I bet a good percentage would. I think between music and sports and maybe not. I don't know.
So what about, would you want like a TV studio set up? Like ready to go at any moment?
Like Adam Schefter? Like that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Have a camera set up?
Yeah.
Or what? Yeah, I guess I think it's dual purpose. It could serve the purpose for that or for just...
So when you're doing your WDIV pregame shows, you can do it from your studio?
That's right. Or if we just do like the radio show, it'd be like throwing on Twitch and YouTube. Mm-hmm. Do it that way.
Yep.
Take the show on the road. Have you guys travel with me?
To Del Mar? We'll
sure.
do the show
from Del Mar. Live in Del Mar.
Sounds good to me. All right, Carson Anderson, open lines. Talk some college football at 1:30. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, your Wednesday just got better with Bourbon and Brews from Twin Peaks. Every hump day, your favorite Twin Peaks girls are dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, ready to serve up all your favorites. Stop by between 5 and 7 and sample some of their excellent bourbons and whiskeys. They even have excellent craft cocktails as well. And this week, they're featuring Irish whiskey favorites like Proper 12, Tullamore Dew, Pairs great with their spicy chipotle chicken entree. Mix in a new Belgium Juicy Haze IPA, which is their special beer of the month at their special beer of the month price. If you can't make it tonight, make sure to get here this weekend. Saturday and Sunday shaping up to be heavy on sports, fights, and fun. College football all day Saturday, the UFC Fight Night and DAZN Boxing all taking place that night. Then follow back Sunday for all the football action, including your hometown Cats taking on Tampa Bay. And if you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and well, not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539.
In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it, and then all of a sudden we saw smoke.
Do a little walkabout?
And I saw smoke.
I had
Gator
to
saw
use the restroom.
Sorry. A little bit late coming back. My bad. So, some critical questions. What kind of questions are they, Gator?
Well, I think they're critical questions.
Lions coming up Sunday against Tampa. Before the season, I would say Baker Mayfield was a 0 in terms of threat level. What is Baker Mayfield now? Threat level. He's completed 69.6% of his passes, 7 touchdowns, 2 picks.
He's been much better this year.
Mm-hmm.
Remember before the season began, people were like, they don't even have a quarterback. He and Kyle Trask were playing miserably.
Yep.
They had all these video shots of him in practice, overthrowing, underthrowing, throwing wide, whatever. It just was not good. I gotta give him credit for playing as well as they have.
He's played well. I mean,
but I'm also looking at who they've played. They beat Minnesota, they beat Chicago, and they beat New Orleans. And I'm still not sure what New Orleans is. And they lost to Philadelphia. They lost handily to Philadelphia. They only scored 11 points in that game. And he was rendered, kind of impotent in that game. 15 out of 25 for 146, had a touchdown, also had a pick. Ran the ball once for 2 yards. He's a guy that can scramble. He's mobile, makes plays with his feet to extend the play. But I'm not sold. I'm absolutely not sold that Baker Mayfield is now all of a sudden he's figured it out and he's the quarterback that everybody thought he was when he left college.
It's interesting because Mike Evans is on track to have his best season with Baker Mayfield statistically. Like he could have a monster year, like most receptions, most yardage, extrapolated out over a 17-game schedule. We'll see if that keeps up. It could be the same for Chris Godwin, although he hasn't gotten to the end zone yet, but he could have highest reception numbers for a season, highest yardage for a season. So, I mean, it's hard not to look at that and even credit Baker Mayfield for it a little bit. I mean, we'll see how it all plays itself out. But I think he's on the radar. He's put himself on the radar with a good start. And I mean, we've talked about how our guy in Detroit has done well in the second act of his career. For Baker Mayfield, I mean, this is the third act of his career, the fourth act of his career. He was in Cleveland, Carolina, the Rams. So now he's. I mean, it's just hard to imagine that the light could have gone on here for him, but maybe it has.
Well, I've always liked Mike Evans as a receiver. He had one monster game this year, and otherwise he's got a decent volume of catches, but not like a ton of yards outside of the one game.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's an interesting team because there is talent on the team. But I just can't do it. I can't buy into Baker Mayfield. I like the commercials he did when he was with Cleveland, but beyond that,
where he lived in the stadium.
Yeah.
Those were funny.
Never got locked out at all the groceries.
Yeah, everyone's had that issue.
Kang, what's the threat level for Baker Mayfield?
Yeah, I'd say minimal, but I'm with you, Gator. I don't believe in Baker Mayfield. Yeah, I think this is the type of quarterback, probably his peak at this point is taking a team in a lesser division to, he can help win some games, but in the end, it's just not going to be enough. And he's never going to be that number one overall pick guy. I just think he is where he is. He's floated to many teams because for a reason. I think one of the reasons why Cleveland took a chance on him, I remember the GM saying this, was they thought he was a leader of men, and then people would follow him wherever, his college team, wherever he took them, they would follow. And it hasn't translated in the NFL with his teammates, and not all of them, of course, but and then alongside of that, you need talent. And he just doesn't have enough of both. And so I think Mike Evans is grossly underrated, by the way, Gator. I think that guy is a first ballot Hall of Famer once he comes out. I mean, once the stats add up and he's
been remarkably consistent.
Yeah, very. He's their Calvin Johnson. But that's not enough. They have a good defense, but I think the Lions are just that good of a team right now. They take care of business. I'm not even worried about Baker.
All right, next up, Dave Burkett tweeted 1 minute ago that Jahmyr Gibbs, along with Brian Branch and Jonah Jackson, among those who are out of practice today. Amon-Ra was back. But let's focus on Gibbs. Did Craig Reynolds' 7.4 yards per carry last week against Carolina allow the Lions perhaps the luxury of giving Jahmyr Gibbs another week to get healthy?
I mean, I think the way the Lions played overall does that. And getting St. Brown back is also going to do that. You want your weapon. Well, you get St. Brown back, and it's another week where Jamison Williams is going to be more involved with the offense. I think they can get by against a team like Tampa without him. But is it because of what Craig Reynolds did? I don't know about that. I don't know if I go that far. I think this is one of those games maybe they just lean on Montgomery a little bit more and see where that goes.
I haven't seen an update on Zonovan Knight. Let me look at the practice squad here. Oh, Divina Zigbo is their practice squad running back. I wonder if it'll be interesting because if Zonovan Knight is banged up. Kang, have I missed it? Has there been anything on Zonovan Knight today?
I've not seen the latest on Knight.
I just wonder if they go outside the organization to get another running back this week if Knight and Gibbs are trending towards not playing, or they just call up a Zigbo. But I think he kind of has. I mean, maybe you take a look at what you've seen there, what you have to see there. I tell you, the guy I'm really glad isn't on the injury report that I'm not seeing is Aiden Hutchinson. I was worried about a deep thigh bruise.
Yeah, exactly. I would agree with you on that. Good to see that Taylor Decker is not on that list.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting healthier. You talk about running the football, and the Lions have been able to run the football pretty well this year. They do a great job of stopping the run. Tampa Bay gives up 95 rushing yards per game so far this year. The Lions are averaging 141. So something's going to give there.
Yep.
But I still feel like the Lions have the advantage.
One other note here from Colton Pouncey says that Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch are day-to-day, and Justin Rogers says that Branch is working out on the side. So does that make him LP?
I think it makes him LP
if you're working out on the side.
Long play? Sorry, limited play? Yes.
Limited practice.
Hopefully.
Dan Campbell just said of Baker Mayfield, and this goes back to that quote of the leader of men. This is so Campbell. He's a competitive sucker, man. So there you go.
He is.
He's definitely a gamer.
Oh, he's absolutely a gamer.
Yeah,
I don't question that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the guy is going to play to his last dying breath. I mean, he wants to. But does he have enough? Is he talented enough to make it work?
Yep.
He's done well so far this year, but we'll see. Now they're playing a pretty good defense in the Detroit Lions. Hard to believe we're saying that compared to where we were a year ago. But this defense gives up 318 yards a game, period. And it's an offense that only gets 307 yards a game. So Tampa Bay doesn't run the ball. They run the ball for 3 yards a carry. So if you're going to tell me that that's what Tampa is and Tampa's not going to be dedicated to that, if they're going to beat the Lions, it's going to be through the air, then that's going to tell me that Aaron Glenn's going to dial up some blitzes and they can get after the quarterback.
All right, straight ahead, let's talk some college football as we swing around the country. That is next. 97.1 The Ticket.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs
wasn't just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was. Stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
People want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah.
They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs-
wasn't
who needs
just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was. Stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
people want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah.
They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
We did not know that the candle was lit in
Had no
studio
idea.
today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And
well, I wanted a better night's sleep. I did something about it. I went out to True Sleep mattress store. I went to the shop in Shelby, talked with Paul, test drove a bunch of different mattresses.
That what
fell in love
happened
with the one
was
that was right for me. It fit
getting near
me
the end
right.
of the
But the
candle,
best move
that it
I
just
did was
drowned
get
in
the
its own
adjustable base. I splurged. I got the BedTech BT 6500. And let me tell you something. You're going to know where that 6500 went, okay? That BedTech BT 6500 is a game changer. Love it. Sleeping through the night like I haven't before. This is fantastic. You know what else, who else likes it? The dog likes it. Lois does not complain at all. This is awesome. Try it out for yourself. You can find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. They're available in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. So we talk about, Powerball, if you hit. If you hit Powerball, would you get a subscription to Pro Football Focus?
That's a great question. What an excellent question. No.
No?
No, I would not.
Okay. I just wondered,
Yeah, I'm not.
You wouldn't want one because you probably wouldn't be working in this field anymore. And
Not for much longer, I don't think. No.
And then what's the point, right?
Yeah, I don't need to go that deep into the world of faux analytics.
Yeah. Okay. Just wondering, my friend. Just wondering.
Now, would I try to figure out what the hell WAR means in baseball?
Wins above replacement?
Right. Would I try to find a way to articulate it so you can understand that? Maybe. Or all the other crap that they come up with all those ridiculous analytics.
Every time we bring this up on the air that you and I have both made an effort, both start to go a little bit like can't figure it out, and start to mental Kansas, and there's nothing there, and I'm not understanding, and then you lose me, and we invariably get people saying, "I'll teach it to you," and I'm like,
I don't need to be bipped. Batting average, balls in play. Bip.
Yep.
Yeah, look, I understand it enough that it works for me, and I can respect people to go crazy with that stuff.
They run to their high-end message boards and rip us. I know.
There's an eyeball test that lets me know if a guy can hit or not, too. I'm okay with it. But yeah, no, I recognize there's a place for it, and it's fine. But would I subscribe to all that stuff? No, I would not.
Okay.
Would you?
Well, I got some time now. So I might. I don't think I'd do Pro Football Focus. I agree with you. When I try and figure out baseball analytics a little bit more, would I try and take an AP level course at a community college on
Bill James teaching it? Would you have a sit down with Bill James?
I'd rent out Bill James to explain it to me. Yeah.
Well, I would definitely subscribe to more stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like it doesn't have to be Pro Football Focus or whatever. It doesn't matter. But
the problem
stuff
is
that's,
you would get careless, and I don't mean you. I mean just in general. You get careless. You subscribe to a bunch of stuff, and you'd be subscribed for life. Like you'd forget what you're subscribed to. I still every once in a while I've got the little thing on my phone where I can go in and see what I'm subscribed to, and I'm like, I'm subscribed to what? I did something. I paid for it for an extra year beyond it being useful to me, which was just.
Yeah, we all do that. That's how they get our money. That's why they want you to subscribe.
I wanted something for 1 week. And
subscribe to too many things. I got to start trimming some of the stuff.
For the 1 week I wanted it, it was great. It was great. And then I forgot to unsubscribe. And it's not like they send you reminders, right? Hey, do you still want to pay this?
They send you a reminder like a year later. Hey, just so you know, we're ready to charge you again.
And they probably are only doing it because they're legally obligated to let you know.
It's the worst because it takes an eternity to get out of it. But as soon as you want to subscribe, it's like 1 second. Don't worry, we got you. Click, boom, you're subscribed.
You go to the website and you're like, all right, how do I unsubscribe? And there's no button that just easily.
It's like Da Vinci's Code, man. You're lucky, dude, to like. This is like worse than timeshares.
Solve this.
Yeah. We're going to transfer you. Now you're talking to a robot. Now you're talking to AI. They just want you to give up. That's the game plan on their side.
Well, the next thing you know, they own my house. Damn it. All because I wanted to stream video of one of my kids' games. I couldn't be at.
You know what? You would have to, if you have that kind of money, right? You're a target for sure.
You are?
Would you put all of those accounts, whether the apps and all that, you'd have to set that up for some kind of like ultra protected, keep away from my actual account or something like that. Or you have an assistant and it's up to them. It's in everything's in your name, not my name.
Well,
I will provide you.
We're answering a question we haven't asked. Would I have a tech guy? Yes. A tech guy that their job was to make sure I'm not getting bilked.
Yeah.
Because I subscribe to Pro Football Focus. Yes. Not that Pro Football Focus is crooked.
No. But it's like at some point, there's so many different passwords, and like, hey, you got the Athletic and the Freep and Detroit News, and here's New York Times, and I looked at this story in the LA Times, and I went for more than 3 looks, and now I have to buy that service, and
right,
it just becomes way too much. All this, and you get tired of doing it all. Like, you want to push that off on somebody else. Let them deal with it.
I'm going to ask Rico a question that I asked you earlier in the show. Rico.
7.
Are you a cigar guy?
No.
Have you ever smoked a cigar?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
And?
I think it kind of answers the question.
You just didn't like it, huh?
No. It messes. Like, I sound like I do now. My sinuses get flared up and because of all the smoke. So, no.
Was it recently or was it years ago?
That I smoked a cigar?
Yeah.
It was years ago.
Was it?
Then I found out, too much information. The one cigar is like 10 cigarettes. I was like, yeah.
Did you do it because everybody else was doing it?
Yeah, I did it. I was working for the news. We did a cigar bar story. So they was like, here you go. Here's a few. So I thought it looked cool. So, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Look cool.
Yeah. I tried to be like you, Gator. I couldn't. I tried.
This is true.
Keep trying.
It's
we all aspire. Set goals.
Hey,
Gator out there chilling with penguins.
Yeah, how many Emperor Penguins is that cigar?
It's a lot.
All right, so what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Wait, you're not going. What's the backstory behind this?
Well, it somebody called and said Tampa. The only thing cool about Tampa is that it's where cigars were introduced to the United States. I have no idea whether it's true or not.
Oh, that I don't know.
He also said, I want to get in on what you guys were commentarying about. You're like, huh.
He's on a roll.
Yep.
So, what we're going to be talking about, we're going to start the show with the whole Powerball thing, because apparently I was a wet blanket to the rest of the crew.
Uh-oh.
As I broke down the tax ramifications.
Yeah, you only end up with $400 million.
So.
It's amazing.
It is amazing how much gets taken out. I mean, how they cut it like in half right away that you're only entitled to if you take the lump sum payout.
Right.
And then from that's taxed. And
now, unless you want to live like an athlete or a celebrity, and now you'll be starting off with like $16 million a year for the next, but then it goes up each year.
You know what this is, though? This is an example, once again, of the man keeping you down.
That's right. That's why you take the lumps. Look, I'm okay with $400 million total after taxes. I'm good with that.
All right, what else you got?
We'll do that. What else we got? David wants to talk about Harbaugh and his contract.
Yeah.
Is it time? Would you just be happy with a lifetime deal, meaning you can't flirt with the NFL anymore?
Are you talking? Would fans be happy with that?
Yeah.
Well, if they're going to sign a contract extension, what's in it for Michigan is maybe a couple off seasons of not flirting with the NFL. And
This annual thing, we're done. Jim, you signed this.
The buyout, I mean, pay him right up there with the best in the game. But then what's in it for Michigan would be a massive buyout.
I don't even need a buy. Hey, Jim, be an adult, stay at home, don't do the interview. Just say no. Just say no.
Can you do that in a contract? You can't. Just an unbreakable contract. You're saying an unbreakable lifetime contract.
Yeah. Hey, you said you wanted to come back here. Just stop flirting with the NFL and just be our coach.
Risky for both sides.
Just Nancy Reagan this. Just say no.
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
It's a rather abrupt ending there.
Good job, Roberto.
It's why we hold him to such a standard. Why would we accept the C- work he does when the A+ is in there?
Oh, Randy. Yeah, well, sometimes the day ends in Y, Michael.
That's true. David has a bit of an issue that we're going to get to at 3. He's a conflicted Michigan fan, and I'm like, David, there's nothing to be conflicted about. We'll talk about it. I am being put in a position where I have to defend Michigan. It makes me feel terrible, but we'll do it. But I'm excited because I'm going to partake in something I generally make fun of. I was listening to the morning show today and was informed we have the second largest Powerball drawing in history. Last November was like 2 billion flat. Now we're in the range of 1.73. And I'm like, all right, we're at a point where you can almost buy a team. We need to get involved. And then one problem, people. I walked into work and Rico Beard was here because the excitement that I had to partake in the Powerball and play was quickly dashed because Rico decided to treat my feelings like his personal toilet.
Seriously.
And Kenny, you were there. David, you were there. Even Roberto was creepily meandering. We all were there for you to ruin our excitement.
It wasn't ruining. I just gave you facts. I just said that, you know what? It's not as much as you think it's going to be if you take the lump sum.
You basically had Kenny walking away in debt if he hit the Powerball.
No, but it's it's 1.7, but you're going to get nowhere near that if you hit the Powerball. That's all. It's not me. It's a website. It's called USA Mega.
All right, but hold on. Break this down. This is what I don't get. Guys, follow along with me on this. How are we advertising $1.73 billion and you walk away with less than 25% of that?
Because
how does that does not jive?
Because if you want, like right now, it's at 1.7. Okay?
It's 1.73.
Okay, 1.73.
Every dollar matters.
1.73. If you just take the initial buyout, which most people do, man, that gets cut in less than half. So now you're only looking at $756 million.
But why? Why does it get cut in half? I played the $1.73 billion Powerball.
You have the option, Mike. Do you want the annual payments? If you want the annual payments, you'll end up with about $1 billion. But it's going to take you 30 years to get it.
I could get hit by a bus tomorrow.
You could.
Give me my money.
Well, if you want your money up front, you got to pay the I want my money up front tax, which is you get less than half of that.
But why?
That's just how the system is set up.
See, there it is. The hamster in the wheel. This is not right. David, you looked at me, I looked at you, and I go, wait a second. Where's he getting this math from?
Oh, but wait. There's more.
No.
Because right now, if you just take the lump sum, it's $756 million, and everybody's like, well, okay, well, cool. No, because now they're going to tax that.
But
as well.
Wait a minute. The taxes are supposed to be half of 1.73.
If you take the annual annuity, yes. If you take the cash option, you automatically gets cut in less than half, and we're going to tax that. You basically walk away in the state of Michigan with about $444 million.
I don't want to play anymore.
I mean, you still can put cheese on your Whopper. It ain't like that's nothing.
That's all I can do, according to you. I play the lottery.
Whopper, bacon Whopper.
And how about extra cheese?
But I mean, I'm just saying, there's a difference when you're excited about $1.73 billion, and then we walk in and you've got this breakdown of how the government just goes grift, grift, Mike, $400 million.
If you want to take the annual payment, then yeah, you're going to live like an athlete. You'll live like a celebrity because you'll start off making $16 million a year.
No.
And by the time you get to year 30, that check is going to be worth $62 million. But each year, you're Bobby Bonilla. You just saunter out to the mailbox or you check your account on direct deposit day.
But I can't do the things I got to do on the $16 million. I got big designs. I hit the Powerball. I got to get out of here. I got things to do. I don't want the yearly.
But
hold on. That's a grift Because if you take the yearly, it could be 2 days from now you're diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
Well, that's
now
why
you're effed.
Well, that's why you're smart enough. If you're smart, you just don't claim it as you. You claim it as David claims it as
Greater Life?
No, he claims it as the Hall LLC, where he names all of his kids on there. So if anything happens, you know, you got the one irresponsible son, he blows it. You got the other 2 sons who can come in and say, no, we're taking you off.
Now, here's the other question. I was told there's an office pool.
There is. You don't play the office pool?
No one asked me to.
Oh, it's an email every time.
I don't check
when I
my
walk
email,
in, Cheryl's like, hey, you in? Because talking to Jimmy Powers, I want to be in the office pool because I don't want to happen to me what happened to the teachers at some school around here where they had a pool and they won.
Yeah, but how do we
And I don't
know?
want to walk into work and 30 people are no longer working here.
But who's handling the money?
Cheryl.
How do we know we can trust her?
We can trust Cheryl.
With $1.73 billion on the line, how do we know Cheryl won't be in Mexico? We'll never hear from her again. I'm making a point to you now.
That actually happened before too?
Exactly.
No. It did. No. I felt bad because it was an office pool. The guy was legitimately sick at home with his phone off, and everybody just assumed he took off with the money. He wakes up from his NyQuil coma and it's like, why is my phone blowing up? We thought you took our money. No, I'm half dead here. So.
Where does the money go?
We have I guess legally she puts out emails, so we have proof that we're all a part of this.
No, I'm
so
saying,
it's like a contract.
Where does the money go from $1.73 billion to $440 million? Who keeps the $1.3 billion? Where does it go?
Uncle Sam.
They have enough money. They have enough. I need more.
And then Michigan's going to come in to fix the damn roads.
But they don't fix the roads.
That's because you haven't won yet.
I feel like that this is not what I was promised. I am not nearly as excited about playing this now.
You should, because you can still go out there and get all your horses and stuff.
Yeah, but think about it. $1.73 billion, we got the ability to really turn the industry on its ear. You take me down to $440 million, I can't.
Okay, so you don't get
The number one guy in the game right now is spending $52 million a year. I got things to do.
You can spend 52.
Not out of 440. That's financial suicide.
You could spend
Plus,
that.
I got to fix District Detroit. I got to fix the Tigers.
Okay,
I got things to do.
You don't get the Bezos suite, but you're right there.
Do we get the LED roof? Can you make that happen?
If I won the Powerball, it's the first thing I do.
That's all that I want. I don't even care if the team's any good. Just give me an LED roof.
What does the LED roof even cost?
I don't know.
At $1.73 billion, you don't care.
You
but
can
at
afford it.
$400 million, you do care.
No more houses burnt down in Detroit.
No.
Boom, let's go.
You know what? I would even go as far to say we're going to fix this retractable roof at Ford Field.
Yes. We put Comerica in a dome.
Here's the thing.
Like a snow globe.
The Lions will be playing their games at Comerica for a year while we fix the roof.
Yes.
And then there'll be a retractable roof.
I'm just saying there's certain things I can do at 1.73.
Yes.
I can't do at 400.
It is a grift. It's a con. They make you believe that you're going to get all of this money, and you're really not. In the end, you walk away with about less, like 30-some%.
Well, hold on. Here's the other thing. How many people are in this office pool?
I think it's like 30.
Oh, God. I got to split it with 30 people?
Dang.
Oh, this is a nightmare. How much does it cost to get in?
Like $5.
So how do you split $5? Because that's apparently what we're getting when you win, $5.
No,
according to Rico.
No. But here's the thing,
I was
David.
all excited to turn Michigan State into a winner.
David,
I can't do that on 400.
Even if you did that, and everybody in the office pool just got, let's just say they got 20 million. You're not coming into work. You're done. You're quitting. So,
but I thought I was getting $700 million.
David, when you're in an office pool, you know you're not going to get all of that money. But it's basically so you don't come to work, and now you're the PD because everybody's gone. Jazzy Cat in the Cone from 2 to 6 because I won't be here. Just letting you know now.
I'm still gathering myself. I was very excited to play, and then we talked to you, and you were like,
you should still be excited
you don't
to
get
play.
to keep any of it. I'm like,
I'm sorry for giving you knowledge. I'm sorry.
I didn't like it.
I'm sorry. My people
All right,
died
listen.
for a lack of knowledge.
Listen, I'm going to play. I'm going to play. David, I promise.
You like that, David?
David, I promise. I'll still take care of you. He ain't getting nothing.
Really?
You ruined my dream sequence today.
See, you were on my list. Okay.
Just give him extra cheese.
Well,
You're
if
okay.
I'm on your list and you're on mine.
But I had to tell you, you were just automatically grandfathered in.
All right.
You were there. Dog treats for life.
David, I got to recalibrate the plans I had. 400 is distinctly different than 1.73. Just saying. I mean, I knew that the taxes would hurt. I didn't realize you were only walking away with 25%.
David's kids won't be paying for college. One son will get double the money if he chooses the right school.
Oh, my gosh.
We'll see. We'll see where your loyalties are.
I'm
I'll
gonna
double
go.
it.
I gotta go find Cheryl. I'll join the office pool because I don't want to get left out. But I really don't like the idea. of
Well,
splitting
Jimmy
with
was
third-
there. He's like, dude, you don't want to ever get left out. I was like, man, that makes a lot of sense.
But do you play with them and play by yourself, though?
Yes.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm making sure.
100%. No,
This-
I'm not.
this is
looking
just
to-
insurance.
I'm not looking to split this with.
You don't
strangers.
want to. You don't want to find out that. Oh my God, think about it. This place would be a ghost town. 30 people.
It
all
already
gone.
is.
I was about to say, I don't see anybody here now.
Have you ever seen the hospital in the movie Halloween? We work at it.
Roberto would have his own show.
Yeah, right. Roberto would be one of those lottery winners who's dead in a week.
Play that clip. Play that clip.
They'd find Roberto in Medellin, Colombia. He'd be dead.
Yeah. See, I just imagine Roberto passed out in his living room and just nothing but tighty whities and a bottle in his hand.
All right. Well, with that visual, let me tell you that college football is every Saturday. Old Nation Brewing. I'm sure they're thrilled with this segue from Roberto's underwear to this. Old Nation Brewing Company. Old Nation, a fan favorite. World-class beer right here in the state of Michigan. M43, B43, the Oktoberfest. It's the best lineup out there. Check it all out. And again, they've just won another major award on Taps Best Regional Breweries. No other Michigan brewery made the list. Check it out wherever you buy your beer. Ask for it by name, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which is was a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like it's has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and
All right, we'll get to Michigan at 3 o'clock. Little football today, some picks, things to do. But we did start out Rico ruining everyone's joy. Powerball, second biggest drawing ever. Rico Beard says, you don't get to keep any of it. David, the ticket text coming in, please.
Someone says, wait till 2 or more tickets hit is even less cash that you get. That is Scott from Rochester Hills.
That's probably my fault too, David.
Yeah, I think it is. Someone else is saying, I'm enjoying the tax planning by Rico portion of the show today, fellas. The internet says that I would get $756 million. What are you talking about, Rico? That is from John B.
Don't spend it all.
Okay.
You'll be sitting next to Wesley Snipes.
Rico is being Captain Poopy Pants again. Must be nice to be privileged, the Braves and the Niners.
That's right.
Oh, I quit.
I'm just telling you. With the amount you're left with, we can't turn State into a winner.
We can't.
We can't go spending $20 million a year on recruits. You go broke. You'll be MC Hammer. You need the $1.73 billion to just rifle $20 million.
Spend $20 million on recruits every year.
I want results. I want the top 20 recruits in America every year in continuum. It takes $20 million. You want to guarantee that you even line up at the Kentucky Derby? You want to go win the Breeders' Cup, win multiple races over there? You're going to need $50 million a year.
See, that's different.
We ain't playing.
We
are Powerball champions.
I go get $50 million worth of gray horses, and let's do this.
You can't just buy only grays. It has to be a diversified
portfolio. You can't tell me how to spend my money.
Fair.
I want gray horses. Gray horses' lives matter, too.
Someone says,
see, I could say something here, and it'll only get me in trouble, so we'll just move on. Kenny, please, anything from your end? Are you playing the Powerball? I just handed in my money.
I thought about it, but then Rico ruined it. I'm not playing it at all.
Oh, seriously?
I won't even be able to afford the cheese on the Whopper.
Come on, man. That's still $10 more than what you had. Come on.
Okay, I guess so.
What, is there a second prize in the Powerball, or is it the steak knives?
You go extra broke. That's what happens. We're going broke if we win it.
I can't wait for Rico's breakdown if you win the second prize. And they invoice you?
I think it's like you get like $1 million unless you do the multiplier. If you just get all the numbers but the Powerball.
Hey, guys, you should be happy you're breathing. Oh, Rico, sorry.
Yeah,
now you got to deal
here.
with pollen. You got to deal with other things.
Hey, I'm dealing with that right now.
Actually, the barometric pressure. David, ticket text. We got a couple of callers we'll get to as well.
Taxation is a theft. They shouldn't get anything after I win the lottery.
Thank you. Quit blaming me. It's not me.
I just didn't realize how much they got.
That's a billion right off the top.
But where does it go?
See, people keep saying it goes to the teachers and it goes to
doesn't
defense
go to the
spending,
teachers.
and I don't know.
Unless it doesn't go to the teachers.
Oh, hold on. You want me to get some teachers on the line? Because I'll tell you where the money ain't going there. Go ahead and help you with that.
It ain't going to teachers.
Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Scotty. What's going on?
Hey, first time, long time. I just wanted to say hi, and I wanted to comment on the Lotto thing. It's from my understanding of it, it's that the lump sum is based upon the money that they would earn off of interest if they held that large amount of money. So they would be profiting off of holding their money and earning interest off of it, and that's the difference of what they would make instead of giving it right out.
Oh,
initially.
but that's not right.
It's a grift.
No, absolutely not. It's not. It's ridiculous. And Mike, just so you're FYI, it's my understanding that the lottery, Michigan Lottery and Powerball, just give that money to the San Francisco 49ers and they can expand their roster more. Their cap just increases with all that money.
Right,
Well,
we
Scott,
call it the privilege
Scott,
fund.
we are going to have to pay Brock Purdy eventually. He's right now working for 35 cents a year.
And according to Rico, Scotty,
That's
we
what he
won't have the money to pay Brock Purdy after what's left.
Well, according to Mike, we'll just go out and get Brock Purdy's, chauffeur.
Well, we're going to do this later. Oh, no, we're doing this. We're doing the Brock Purdy Blitz today. And David has brought in a Bible, and you're swearing on it when we go through how many quarterbacks could do exactly what that rat's doing.
Patrick Mahomes.
Shut up. Let's go to Rick. 97-1. What's up, Rick? How you doing, buddy?
Well, I am so happy that you guys are finally talking about something that nobody talks about, and that's Powerball, Michigan Lottery. All government lotteries are the biggest fraud. And if a private company did it, they'd be charged with criminal fraud.
Well, hold on.
They say you're going to win $1.7 billion, but that's the amount of all the installment payments over the decades that you're going to get it. So what they do is they take that amount, they reduce it to something called present value, then they make you pay taxes on that present value, and that's what you're left with. And they're allowed to advertise it's way more than it is. This shouldn't occur.
Well, hold on. So you mean to tell me that it's not an actual $1.73 billion?
No.
That number's not real.
If you take it over 30 years, where most people won't do that, but as Rick is saying, they're going to hold this in escrow and make money off of it while they hand you out payments for the next 30 years.
Sounds a lot like a bank.
Correct. In fact, they don't even hold it in escrow. They just pay it out of their monies.
Fascinating.
But the basic idea is they're allowed to advertise that you win way more money than you actually do.
See,
and if a private company did it, they'd go to prison.
No, and Rick, I'm guilty because I listened to the morning show and they said 1.73, and I go, well, geez, I never played a lottery, ever. I think the only other time I played was maybe a year or two ago, and it was over $2 billion.
Right.
Now, at that time, Rico didn't bleep in our cereal, and we were allowed to dream about buying a team or doing some big things in this world. Well, now we find out once we win the Powerball, poor Kenny just gets a sandwich on everything bread and a subscription to like the hockey news.
You can still buy a team. You could go in that Detroit FC team. You can go buy that team.
Man, I don't want that off the rack stuff. I want a real team.
You go buy the Lions?
I'll start a group. Isn't that what Magic Johnson does? He's just the face of it, but he's got a group.
Yeah.
Why can't we get a group to buy a team?
Which team you buying, buddy?
Michigan State football.
That's easy. Just walk up in there and say, hey.
Why has no billionaire done this? You just get the top 25 recruits every year, no matter what it costs.
Because, Mike, you're literally giving your money away.
Because if Bill Gates is lighting all his on fire, why can't I win a natty?
Because he's lighting his on fire, but then he's getting a tax break for the matches and for the wood and everything. If you donate to NIL, it's just you might as well just go and hand it to people on the street and say, here's 100, here's 100, here's 100. Because you're not getting any of it back.
I can't believe I walked in so excited to play the lottery tonight. I walk out so just
I can't believe that somehow this got turned into the 49ers.
No, because the listeners know. The listeners know. It's privilege.
It's not privilege.
A life of absolute privilege.
Your Giants have won 2 Super Bowls since the Niners. It's been 90. Kenny wasn't alive the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl. He wasn't alive.
It's just so sad.
How many 10-win seasons Giants have the last 25 years?
How many Super Bowls?
Just answer the question.
Hall of Fame quarterback Eli Manning.
Hey, stop doing the whole religious trick.
What
Just answer my
trick?
question.
What?
Anytime you bring up the religion stuff, it's always a light show. You can't answer the question. You always got to divert to something else.
I don't know. I don't
answer
follow,
the question.
I don't know, Mike, but you know the answer. What's the answer?
No. I wanted you to do the homework.
But Giants aren't my team.
Only through research are you going to understand the pain.
I know that I've seen Super Bowls where you went out there and you destroyed Tom Brady's perfect season.
I know. It was fun. It was awesome.
Plaxico, touchdown.
Yeah, and then you know what happened? Plaxico shot himself in the leg.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And you know what happened when the Niners went? The lights went out.
No, you choked.
No. One time they're playing and the lights literally go out in the building.
Yeah, I know. And you choked and you lost to Joe Flacco's blank stare.
Then you lose to Patrick Mahomes because our quarterback's not that good.
Whatever, he's beautiful. I mean, Jimmy G is a heartthrob. I mean, not all teams get that.
He's no Danny Dimes. But
No. What a great guy.
Vanilla Vic.
Yeah, right, in a neck brace. He looks like Bobby Petrino.
Wait, he could bring back the neck rolls.
For quarterbacks?
Why not?
What quarterback ever wore a neck roll?
Right.
No, be an innovator. Start the trend all over
What
again.
about a quarterback who dresses like Brian Cox and wears the linebacker pad, the actual shingle he put behind his head playing? He had like a chair back.
He did.
It was like a seat back in a stadium behind his head.
Nobody was going to hit him.
They go back to the 1-bar helmet. The one.
Yeah. Single bar, water boy.
Joe Theismann.
Neck roll. What was Theismann's famous quote? Was it what was it? He was asked about. Was it at one of his divorce hearings? And it was like God wants Joe Theismann to be happy, and he went in the third person with it. Let me do some digging.
I gotta look.
It's great. It's like Jim Nance's oil painting. It's unbelievable.
And the tie.
We'll get to a blitz next. We are also going to get to Michigan at 3:00. When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. And we've told you, you get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid. David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve, and David doesn't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, have them call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's have some fun. Go around the nation here. A little college football blitz. David, music, please.
Mike, let's do this a little differently.
Mm-hmm.
As we all know, we're getting ready for the college football playoffs. It's going to be the last time it's going to be 4 teams in the playoffs. And every year, a team has literally come from nowhere and made the playoffs. So let's put on our thinking caps and try to predict who this year's team is going to be. In 2014, it was Ohio State. In 2015, it was MSU. 16, it was Washington. So it's happened a lot of times. Cincinnati was the latest team that just came from nowhere. So I'm going to give you a list of teams, Mike. David, let me know how probable it would be that this team would make the 4-team playoff.
All right.
Let's start off with, fresh off of their upset, University of Louisville.
I mean, scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
A 1. I mean, they're a fun story. Braum, huge transfer portal stuff. You know, the big win against Notre Dame, but that was a spot. Notre Dame had played night game the week before against Duke, night game the week before against OSU, has played since week 0. Notre Dame was tired, man. It wouldn't shock me in the least they go to Pitt and lose this week. I'd say it's just a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't see enough from them. I know if they win it all, they go to the ACC championship game. I just don't think there's enough there in the ACC. Beating Duke isn't impressive anymore. Beating Miami isn't impressive anymore. So I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Well, they would have Pitt, Duke, Virginia Tech, Virginia, Miami, and finish the season with Kentucky. So okay.
I just don't believe they're as good as their 6-0 record indicates. They played no one, and then that's a game you're supposed to win against Notre Dame based on the scheduling.
Okay, let's
go ahead.
Stay in the ACC. Another undefeated team, the University of North Carolina.
I mean,
North Carolina's they have a game against Miami, finished up with Virginia, Georgia Tech, Campbell, Duke, Clemson, NC State.
3.5. Their defense is still morbid. But if you have who could be the number 1 pick in the draft in Drake May at quarterback, you hit the schedule lottery, you don't face FSU, you can get yourself into that ACC title game, got a shot. I go 3.5. But defensively, egads.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna give them a 5 because if they do what they're supposed to do, I'm going with the theory of the Drake May factor being seen in the college football playoff, and maybe that's something the committee wants to see. But schedule-wise, I can't see it.
All right, let's head down to the SEC Kenny's territory. The University, believe it or not, of Alabama. Normally, Bama is already penciled in to the college football playoff. This year, they're on the outside looking in. Kenneth, welcome to the party.
Let me save you some time. No. Out. Saban's done. Alabama's cooked.
You're a little biased.
I am a little biased, but from what I've seen from that team, they're one bad half of football away from crumbling. I don't see any fight in that team.
True, but they could still run the SEC. They're one lone loss out of conference.
I think you forget how tough the SEC can be.
If they played Georgia today, they'd get 40 rung on them. I just don't see it. I'm with Kenny here. They should never have beaten A&M, but then again, Jimbo gonna Jimbo. I'll put them right in that North Carolina category, 3.5.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to do 1. I don't like the QB play. Can't do it. Can't make it. Sorry.
Okay. All right, we haven't found that team yet. Let's hop in the plane. Let's fly out to the West Coast. The University of Southern California.
0. 0. Right with Louisville. They are the fakest. I can't stand them. I don't think Caleb Williams has been that great. Defensively, they're a complete joke. You're in triple overtime against Arizona. I am totally out on USC. There's no way they make it out of that gauntlet in the Pac-12. There's no way. Okay. I'm out.
That's the thing. The schedule they have, sure, if they can make it through it. I don't think they can make it through it. I think they lose this weekend. I think they're dead. I'm going to give them a 2.5.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let's go with the team that they're playing this weekend because they're also on the list, the University of Washington.
5. Obviously, Oregon coming to town this week. I could upgrade that to a 6.5 or 7, but they're a 5. They have the best passing attack in America. They might have the best quarterback in America. We're going to find out how good they are when they take on
Not
Oregon.
according to some coaches.
What do you mean?
Oh, you didn't hear what Harbaugh had to say? It was basically J.J. and Caleb Williams, best 2 quarterbacks.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I
thought you heard.
I didn't realize it was 1948 and you throw 16 passes a game. Whatever, dude.
They got Oregon. They finish up with Arizona State, Stanford, USC, Utah, Oregon State, and Washington
Listen,
State.
schedule's brutal, but if they make it through that, they have the elements where, if they played Georgia, it's probably over-under of 81.5. But, I'll put them go 5.
Yeah, this one's my team. This was an 8 for me.
An 8?
Schedule-wise, and they're playing so well offensively, I think the defense will catch up enough for them to make it. So, yes, an 8.
So this is the team from the outside
team
that will crash the party. All right, let's go locally. Well, not really locally. Big Ten, Penn State.
6.5. Really comes down to splitting with Ohio State and Michigan, and an 11-1 Penn State who doesn't play in the Big Ten title game is getting in.
Oh, the back door like Ohio State.
Now, they could run the table, but I don't see them beating Michigan. I don't right now. But if they do, I'd say 6.5.
I have to go 5, and I have to use, like I used the Drake May factor, I have to use the James Franklin factor. Because of him, I don't think they can get through their 2 biggest games, Ohio State and Michigan. If they happen to, okay, we'll see, but a 5 because of his factor.
Okay. I didn't include Ohio State because they're too close to the 4. But
I'd put Ohio State lower than Penn State.
Really?
Yep.
Why is that? Just because of Kyle McCord?
Just haven't liked
Ryan
the way,
Day.
I didn't like the way they played off the bye week against Maryland.
Now,
I
do
didn't
we
like the
compare
fact-
Ohio State to Ohio State kind of how we compare Alabama against Alabama teams of the past?
Yeah, but I also compare it to, are they going to be able to line up against Michigan? Look, I thought they earned some points toughing out a win at Notre Dame, but off a bye week for you to look like that against Maryland, to be down 10-0, to not be able to get stops, to your running game looking like ass against the Terps, I'm kind of out, man. They got to start playing better if you want to be in that conversation.
David, 2 more teams. Mike,
what?
Will Texas come back?
Yes.
Texas.
7. There's no one else in the Big 12 to beat them. They're going to face Oklahoma again in Arlington. They played a B-, C+ game in the Red River. They'll play better. Yeah, I think a 7 for me.
How do you play a B- game in the Red River? Like, you did not know that it was the Red River?
No, I mean, look, you go out and wacky interception off the receiver's hands at the 5. Quinn Ewers on Quaaludes into triple coverage. You had the most ridiculous goal line series of calls ever by Sark. You dropped an interception in the end zone. There were, how about this? How about the penalties? It seemed like every first down, it was 1st and 15. Some of the stupid procedural stuff. I didn't think they were sharp. I didn't like the performance. I'd say 7 for me.
I say 6. They make it to the Big 12 championship game against Oklahoma. But my thing is, if that game is close, then how can you overwhelmingly say they're better than Oklahoma?
Because of what I just said.
I don't think you could.
Eye test.
How about we finish it like this? Because this is the team that I think gets it, is Oklahoma. Oklahoma, fresh off the beating Texas, listen to this schedule. They now have UCF, Kansas, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, BYU, and they finish the year off with TCU. They're playing no one until they play Texas again.
That's fine. Let them get all their hopes up. Load up that silly little wagon. We'll take care of business in Arlington at the end of the year.
So what's the number you give for Oklahoma? A 0?
By the fact that they're de facto Big 12 participants in the title game, same as Texas. Call it a 7.
Okay.
You get to the game, it's a 1 and done. I just don't think they're winning that game.
See, I'm also giving them the same number I gave Texas. I'm giving them 6 because of what I said. If it's a close game, I don't know if Oklahoma can blow them out. They would have to blow them out for the committee to say, yep, they're that much better. And I don't know if they can.
There are 2 teams right now that I would give an 8.5 to. Michigan and Georgia. My highest rating.
Well, I mean, I'm not counting them because they're already there. Yes,
but being already there doesn't mean anything. Like I don't know about Florida State right now.
Well, no. But see, here's the thing, Mike. There comes a team from just nowhere.
Oh, okay.
That crashes the party.
All right.
Every year it's that. Like that's why I didn't really include Ohio State because they're too close to the matter. But
that's fair.
North Carolina could run the table in the ACC. Now, one last question: is there any chance a 2-loss team can make the playoffs?
Short answer, yes. I mean, it'd have to be absolute chaos. But this is the year where you wish we had a 12-team playoff. Yeah, it could happen. But get your matrix out.
Like a Notre Dame?
No, they're done. Okay. They're done.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. I don't have the matrix,
yeah,
but I think it could happen. But you would have to fly.
You have to trust David and I that it could happen. And maybe during a break, we can do Frank Lucas matrix.
Because there's only 2 teams that I could see that could actually go that route. And, well, I guess 3. If all of a sudden things just start picking up for LSU and they win the SEC, they're in. Alabama could lose one more time but win the SEC, and they're in. And Notre Dame simply because they wear gold helmets.
What about Michigan?
No.
Okay.
I think for the Big Ten, one loss would just be detrimental to you.
And that's because the Big Ten is
terrible.
No,
I'm saying you one loss, but you won the Big Ten, yes. 2 losses, no.
Okay.
No. That's your college playoff preview blitz, 97.1.
We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Look, last year alone, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there's a reason they sell so much. Because it's all in stock. It's in their warehouse right down the street. You're not ordering it from them and then they order it from a provider. No, it's right there in the warehouse. You buy it, you get it, and at industry low prices. You need someone to build your deck? They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. They'll take care of you the right way. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
Man. Oh man, that was so cool. And
who
he
needs,
wasn't just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was. Stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. You're a good team. People want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah. They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
I've just looked up and either Kenny's bald or Evan is screening calls now. This is exciting. All right. What's up, E? David, a couple ticket texts will go on the board, and we've got to talk Michigan at 3. David is ready to accept something and reward something. And I have to tell him, while he's right to reward this person, he doesn't need to accept what he's accepting.
Oh, boy.
We're going to get to it at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. In 10 minutes.
Or 10 o'clock.
Oh, and I won't be here. David, go ahead.
Someone's saying, have you watched Penn State's offense? They actually have a better chance than every team you name.
I don't believe in Drew Aller yet because we haven't, again, guys, you're not the only team I make fun of. But when you look at these schedules and then when you look at the Big Ten at large, shout out Tuck, we're a lot of bad teams. It's not like the SEC where an average SEC team, let's say you're Missouri, let's say you're Arkansas, let's say you're A&M, let's say you're Ole Miss, let's say that you're Kentucky, let's say that you're Tennessee, let's say that you're, I don't know, Bizarro World LSU. All these teams have a functioning life like they can beat you. The Big Ten has 3 teams that are worth getting off the bus. It's Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State. The rest of us are homeless.
I thought you were going to say Purdue, Iowa, and Illinois.
Watch an SEC game versus average SEC teams. Watch the Big Ten versus non-premium teams. There's nothing.
Yeah, when your over-unders are 40 and under in points, normally means you're not going to have a good team.
I dare you to watch Michigan State Rutgers and then go pick any SEC matchup. Guys, I have questions about Drew Aller. I got to see it.
See, it's not Drew Aller. For me, it's James Franklin in November. That's where...
Yeah, but the proof's in the pudding. He's an idiot.
Right, and that's why I say I have no faith in him.
Go on the board.
Defense is Franklin proof.
On the board. So I'm going to give you a couple suggestions. We gave you a winner yesterday, which was nice. If you want baseball, I'd kind of lean to Rico's Braves at basically even money going to Philly. It's still a freight train of a team. I understand they haven't looked right after their week break, but they got the nice comeback win against Philly. It's anytime you can get a team like that at even money, I think it's interesting. Yeah. Now, in the words of David, if you intend to bet the Buffalo Bills, do it now before it goes north of 14. No Daniel Jones, no Andrew Thomas, maybe no Saquon, no Wan'Dale Robinson, no John Michael Schmitz, no Lawrence Taylor, no Gary Reasons, no
Sims.
Mark Bavaro, no Harry Carson, no Phil Simms, no Raul Allegre, none of them.
Rodney Hampton.
Exact. Yes. All of it. No Howard Cross. No Jumbo Elliott. No Christmas. No Turkey a la King. Here's the deal. The Giants are showing up with a split squad. That's going to go north of 14 quickly if you want it. Do you want a degenerate pick for tonight?
Yeah.
It's funny. Cookies texted me yesterday. He goes, hey, do you like anything tonight? I go, maybe Liberty. Laying 6.5 at the Fighting Rich Rods.
Liberty Bibberty.
They blew out Rich Rod. Maybe one of the worst teams in America plays tonight, and it is the UTEP Miners, coached by Dave Dimmel. And when I tell you it makes me pine for the days of Dave Warner offensively, UTEP's offense is like something out of Tecmo Bowl. They're on the road. They're 1-5. They're at Florida International, who's 3-3, no great shakes. If you were desperate to gamble tonight, FIU laid it too. But tread very lightly. That is some horse bleep football. So 3 different things for you today. Rico, what do you got?
Well, I was going to go with the Braves money line at plus 102, just to flat out win the game. If you want to do it to hit a home run, not parlaying this, folks, but
Matt
Olson plus 310, Ronald Acuna Jr. plus 330. to hit a home run.
It is amazing in the postseason.
But that game starts at 5.
How
So
the numbers elevate.
yeah.
Oh, a 5 p.m. start in Philly?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right. Who's pitching for you again today?
I think Elder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just 5 and fly. All right, Kenny, what do you got? How'd you do yesterday? Oh, wait, Nashville stinks.
I don't want to talk about it. We're going to make a rebound play today, though. And this is going to sound crazy, what I'm about to suggest.
That we watch hockey?
Back-to-back Chicago Blackhawks on a back-to-back, traveling to Boston. Hang on. Let me explain.
What is it, plus 450?
It's plus 270. But the reason I like this play so much is this is not a January back-to-back. This is not a midseason back-to-back. Chicago got it rolling against Pittsburgh, made a nice comeback. I'm not saying it's the best play of the day, but this has me, the value of this, as Costa would say, has me interested because Boston just lost their soul.
I'm going to help you.
Their captain just retired. They lost a bunch of pieces.
A lot of explanation.
No, I'll give you the play today.
Okay, Rico, you're right. Blackhawks. Here you go, David.
Kenny.
I'm just trying to help you out, man.
Kenny, hold on. You and I, when we team up on the hockey stuff, we do well. At least hear this out.
Sure.
Canucks plus 150 at home against the Oilers. Much safer. Much safer.
Can I have the under in that game instead? Under 6.5 plus 116?
Sure. You can do whatever you like. You're an adult. I'm just saying, the Blackhawks. You know what? Screw it. 270 plus 275.
That's what I'm saying, man. And they're rolling now. They just got it picked up and moving.
They're rolling. They played one game.
They're on a back. All right. You know what? Here you go, David. Everybody's gonna yell at me.
It's the Dr. Pepper commercial. That's it. Season's over. It's only been one play.
David.
All right. Real quick.
True or false, Connor Bedard needs a step stool to get on the toilet. Over to David.
Game 2, WNBA Finals. The New York.
Oh my God!
The New York Liberty.
What do you mean?
The New York Liberty haven't lost 2 straight.
What are you talking about?
They haven't lost 2 games in a row all year. Plus 172 money line. I can't even do this. This is great.
Rolling.
I shouldn't laugh, but I enjoyed that. Well done, Kenny. All right. Well, the fun's over. I got to support Michigan. Let's do it next. 97-1. All right, so unless you're going to react like Kenny, let me tell you about FanDuel, and there's more to bet on than just the NFL. What? There is. There's more betting markets than anyone. I bet you if Kenny goes to FanDuel right now, you've got Connor McDavid points props, shot props. You got all kinds of things. I mean, Rico could bet on the first pitch, ball or strike, Braves and Phillies at 5. I actually wouldn't mind watching that. It's FanDuel. More ways to play. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See full terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
the Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which was a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions were back to work in Allen Park today ahead of Sunday's game against the Bucs in Tampa Bay. Amon-Ra St. Brown returned to the practice field, but Detroit was without Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jonah Jackson. We asked quarterback Jared Goff if Sunday has got a big game feel. The Lions are a 3-point road favorite against the Bucs. Tampa Bay 3-1 this season, their only loss coming to the reigning NFC champion Eagles. There's just one day to go before the Red Wings drop the puck on the new season. Detroit will be in New Jersey to play the Devils tomorrow night. They advanced to the second round of the playoffs last year. Our opening night coverage on 97.1 starts at 7:15 tomorrow night. The Pistons play preseason game number 2 against the Thunder tomorrow night in Montreal. Detroit lost to the Suns in the preseason opener this past Sunday. And the divisional round of the MLB playoffs continues today. The Phillies and Braves are tied at a game apiece. Game 3 is coming up at 5 o'clock. The Astros will try to eliminate the Twins at 7, and the D-backs will try to do the same to the Dodgers coming up at 9. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. We got to talk a little Michigan Wolverines football. And, David, how do I set this up? Because I don't want to take your joy. But obviously Jim Harbaugh was asked about, in fairness, he was asked about his contract. You have a quote you're going to read, and then you had a reaction to it. This isn't about ambushing David or setting him up. David is his own man. He has to say what he has to say. Now, Rico has no clue what David's going to say, and he has no clue what I'm going to say. And we're going to approach it this way. Now, Rico may choose to hit the portal. He may just be like, I don't want no part of this mess. But, David, what was Harbaugh's quote about the contract? And then I want you to tell the people what you told me.
Yeah, he was asked about his quote. Like anybody, and I've said this, you want to be somewhere you're wanted. Like they like what you do and how you do it. Wow, I can't read. Then they tell you that. Your bosses tell you that.
Tech, everybody.
And that gets reflected in the contract. Any of us, right? We want to be somewhere that likes how you do it and what you do. And, all this contract talk's been talked about for 3.5 years. He's also quoted as saying that it's been a 3.5-year process. Okay, wonderful. They like you. You like them. Then as a fan, I'm resigned to the fact, okay, cool. Give him a lifetime contract. I understand now. Michigan doesn't care about national championships. They're never going to get one. So just sign you to a lifetime contract. I'll never get one. I'll be okay with that. But you're there, and I don't have to hear the NFL talk every year. We just win the Big Ten and keep going.
Here's your problem. you can win one this year. In fact, I said there's only one team you couldn't beat, and they just lost this past week. You may not even have to face Texas. David, right here, right now, I know Michigan is the great mystery to a lot of people. But Rico and I have tried to tell you the last 2 weeks, who you play and how you play are separate. I don't get to control the who you play. But how you play and how you've played against Nebraska and played against Minnesota, that's what great teams do. And Georgia's having a problem stopping the run. What do you do well? Run the football. And as good as I think Georgia's passing game looks, let's be fair about something. Michigan goes into these games, and if they can run the ball, they're very difficult to beat. They control the TOP. They shorten the game. The new clock rules. I told you no team outside of a service academy would benefit more than you. David, I don't think you have to be resigned to not winning a title, but you have to do it this year. This really is, I think, the end of a cycle. Like, it's very hard to do what Bama does or Clemson does, or for a time, I couldn't say Ohio State because they only won, one title every 12 years. But overall, like with Michigan the last 3 years, winning the Big Ten, going to the playoff, this is kind of the end. After this, McCarthy, gone. Your running back's gone. Zinter, gone. It's cyclical, and it's now. So, David, I really feel like you don't have to accept not winning one. I think you need to just say, Jim Harbaugh is a lot of things I like, and he's a lot of things I don't like. But he's the best we're ever going to get, and he's here. I don't understand anything other than just signing him. Now, the NFL stuff I don't control. Do I think the Charger job will be open and appealing? Yes. Yeah. Do I think the Bear job will be open and appealing? The Vegas job? Yes. But you sign him to a lifetime deal with a fat buyout and you call it a day, right? But don't you believe you have a chance to win the national title this year?
Of course. It's always been championship.
No. Do you believe in your heart, the way you believe about the burning bush and stuff, do you believe you can win the whole thing?
No, I don't.
Wow.
No, I don't. It's a wide open year. I just don't see it from this team.
So it takes a slimeball Sparty to believe, and you don't believe. I believe Michigan can win this whole thing. Yes. It is an open year in college football. I'm not telling you they're favored over Georgia. No. I'm saying Kenny knows his Georgia team isn't what they were the last 2 years. Now, they're turning it on the same way you're turning it on. But until or unless I see Georgia able to run it and stop the run, I think that's a problem when you play Michigan. The last 2 years, Georgia hammered you in the face, and then they didn't give you an inch when you ran the ball. So I'd love to know from Michigan fans right here. Do you believe you can win the whole thing right now? We don't need to talk about rankings. We don't need to talk about schedule. Do you believe? Because David's ready to give Harbaugh a lifetime deal, but he doesn't even believe you can win it. I think you can win it, but it's got to be right now.
See, I think, as you would like to say, both can be correct. I think that they are built right here, right now for this team. I look at the future. I don't really see where they're building for the next few years and bringing in this guy to replace JJ. Kind of looks like we're going to win this thing and then we're all walking into the sunset and be done. Davis is simply saying, you know what? I'm sick of the NFL stuff. I'm sick of all of this. Just be our coach. I don't want to have to go through every January. You're eating a sad burger in Minnesota. Oh, you're out here eating sad sushi in San Diego or wherever. I just want you to be our coach.
Sad sushi in San Diego. Okay.
So I just think that I get where he's coming from. Do I think they can win? Yeah, I do. I think that they are probably one of 4 teams.
Texas,
it's
Georgia,
all depending on
Michigan
matchups.
Well, sure. I don't think there's one of these towering teams. It's right there for them.
No, this isn't like in previous years where it was Bama or it was Georgia and it was everybody else.
Basically, a month from today, we're going to know how real they are because they're going to go to Happy Valley. And I still would expect them to win. But I feel like this is their best Last only chance to do it.
And they need that. They need the Happy Valley game because you're doing it on the road, and it's going to be a whiteout. You're going to have a packed house there. It would quiet all the naysayers because this is what you finally did it. You played somebody on the road, and you got the job done. So you do that, and I think that you've now elevated yourself to probably one of 3 teams that can win it all. Just depends on who plays who in the semifinals.
You give him a lifetime deal?
Would I give him a lifetime deal?
No, the other guy I host the show with.
No, I'm just asking.
I know, I'm busting your balls.
I know
Would you give Harbaugh a lifetime deal right now? You're Santa Ono.
I would, but I don't think Harbaugh would honor it. But yes, because I think that if you're Michigan, there's never another. Who's going to be the coach? It's like Phil Jackson when he left the Bulls. There was never going to be anybody else that would fill those shoes ever again. This is your guy. He came home. He was Project Unicorn. He should be the guy for the next 10 years.
10 years too, by the way. I mean, he's been here almost 10 years.
Yeah.
What is this, year 8, year 9?
And you probably give him another 10 years until he's ready to retire.
The point is, with the contract stuff happening again, which I don't understand how it happens. I don't understand how it's every year.
Because they allow him to walk out there. And you've heard it said, well, everybody's allowed to be happy. So they're letting him go out and date other people.
Would you accept all of it? Would you sign him to the lifetime deal?
But you can't do any interviews. None.
I'll let you negotiate that. I'm making a point. I think if you're David, I think you're wrong to not believe you could win the whole thing.
Okay, so if Michigan's going against a weak secondary, can JJ take advantage? Because I don't think he can. I don't think he can, and that's the problem that I have. I'm not worried about the rest of the Big Ten. I'm worried about the other teams you may face.
So you still have
Florida
PTSD
States, the Texas,
from TCU.
the Georgia. Yes, I do.
That's
yes,
what
I
it is.
do.
What?
He's got PTSD from TCU.
He should.
It was right there.
That was a free square. That was a, David, you know what? You're in the national title game against Georgia or Ohio State.
They actually say, you know what? TCU saved you.
That's possible.
Because you didn't want any part of going into that game against Georgia.
And
Not any part of it.
And I understand that. I just wanted the next step. You made it one year.
See, here's
make
the
it
thing.
to the championship game now.
Barring the, I don't know, ifs and buts. Harrison doesn't get hurt, you would have had a rematch with Ohio State. They were built to beat Ohio State. You could have had your title last year if Harrison doesn't get hurt.
He makes a great point, David.
That's very fair.
Damn shame you lost to TCU. Just hate to see
And here we go.
You just what? That didn't feel sincere?
No, I didn't feel the sincerity. No.
248-539-9797. Why is it that old Gruff Sparty over here has got to be the one to tell you can do this? I mean, David, yeah, sure, you're a mystery. I guess a month from now you could go to Happy Valley, get deep pantsed, and we all feel stupid for believing it. But it's never been a question about Michigan being a good team or being very good. It's about, do they possess the greatness to get a national title done? And I happen to believe, and it's not about devaluing you. I don't know that any team in America is great this year. So why can't you do it?
Because there's no one team, it's going to be that team that beats Michigan.
What do you mean?
It's going to be a team that you don't think is that great that's going to come out and beat Michigan in the playoffs.
That PTSD is
man, oh man. I got to tell you, I thought you were more than this.
You know what David sounds like right now?
You 2 years ago?
No, worse. He sounds like a Lions fan. Oh, we're just waiting on the next SOL moment. That's what David sounds like right now. Do you hear it?
Kenny for the win.
I like that. This guy believes that some dude turned a loaf of bread into a village of food, but he can't believe in his football team. What a disgrace. Water into wine, that passes the test. Michigan winning it all doesn't.
You got to keep the party going.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, Michigan can't keep the party going. Exactly.
He's still upset over TCU. That's all it boils down to.
They can do this, Dave.
He was disappointed because then TCU goes out and gets embarrassed by Georgia, and that's what hurt even more.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1.
Everything is changing so fast these days. That's a great thing. Back in the day, we were lucky to get one video to download on our desktop computer. But now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest speeds rolling out all the time. An internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another can be playing video games in the basement while somebody's doing the latest TikTok dance in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through November 15th, new customers can get the 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network.
We're going to
Get
spend
this.
the next 2 weeks occasionally
$20 a
and
month,
more so as
12
we get
months
closer to
with no annual contract.
remind
Go
all
to
the adults in the room to act as such.
Xfinity.com/10G.
Let's
Call
get this back to
1-800-XFINITY
what it
or
was,
visit
which
a
is
store today.
good,
Requires paperless
fun
billing and auto pay
celebration
with a
in
store
our
bank
state.
account. Restrictions apply. Equipment,
Got
taxes, and
kinda
fees
nasty
extra after promo. Regular rates
not look
apply
backwards,
to all
let's just look
internet
forward
services. Actual speeds vary.
Everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like it's has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
We did not know that the candle was lit in
Had no
studio
idea.
today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on. And then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, "What?" All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts.
Yeah.
Fire and brimstone. Well, we'll get the fire.
Hi. Look, when it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of that type of stuff. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. You need legitimate representation, whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes. You need Abraham and Rose, not some random person answering a phone 7 states over. They'll save you time. They'll save you headaches. And most important, they'll save you money. AbrahamandRose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. Well, we've received a missive. Rico has a very high-profile friend who we're not going to reveal the identity. But all they said is, David needs to stop acting like a bitch, close quote. I've asked the question.
Close.
What your
Come
friend
across the
said
text.
was worse. So
Right.
My point is, I don't understand the weak sauce that's taking place. Michigan fans love to talk. So what is keeping you from believing you can win a national title? Like, why does old Gruff Sparty here believe you can win it? But you don't. Hell, David doesn't. And the Harbaugh contract stuff, look, I've just learned after last year, it's always going to be a circus. It is what it is, and he'll always end up coming home. But as long as they're winning, it doesn't matter. This is your year to get this done. I don't know if you'll do it, but I sure as hell believe you can.
Yep.
I couldn't say that last year or the year before. I couldn't. Georgia just looked that much better. They don't right now. They're still damn tough, and maybe they still beat you head up. But what keeps you from believing?
Well, the contract situation has never made sense to me. It's the equivalent of the whole Will and Jada thing. If it works for you, it works for you. Doesn't have to work for me. I think a lot of fans are still like David. They're scarred because they really believe that last year was their year, Mike. Last year, you could have said this and Michigan fans would be like, yes, give us Georgia. We just went to Columbus. We crushed the Buckeyes. We're ready to go. Nobody took TCU seriously. And then you realize, wow, did we just lose to TCU? Yes, that happened. And then you're like, man, TCU gets embarrassed. Maybe we weren't that good. So I think that's where David and a lot of Michigan fans are right now is you're so hurt from last year that you thought that was the year, and now you don't believe in your team as much. Beating Ohio State,
or
that's easy.
Is it the schedule? Is it the lack of litmus test? What is it? What holds you back? Is it PTSD from TCU? Is it the boogeyman of knowing Harbaugh can't win a big postseason game? I mean, he's 1-7 if you combine the bowls and the playoff. What is it? I don't have those fears. It's not my team. I just look at who they are. I compare them to the landscape. They've played elite football the last 2 weeks. Why not? But then again, I'm a, slap bleep Sparty, so who knows? Let's go to Dean, 97.1. What's up, Dean?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Mean Dean. What's up, brother?
Yeah, buddy. Dude, I feel like it's the gruff Sparty guy that's trying to screw over the Michigan fans by trying to convince people that we need an overrated, underachieving pile of trash to be our coach for the next 10 to 15 years. This dude's going to end up being just like Jopa.
Dean.
Woo! Coming in hot.
Right. You chose violence this morning. Explain.
No, dude, like this for the past 7 years. Harbaugh's a piece of horse crap. 1-7. You just said it. It's not the boogeyman that says that he's not able to win in the big game. It's a factual statement that has repeated itself multiple times.
Yeah, but Dean,
he's overrated.
Dean, you're two-time defending Big Ten champs, though. Now you got to meet in the
middle.
middle.
Don't give a crap, Mike. It's a national title or bust. Do you think that teams throw parades because you won? I don't know. Let's go baseball. You won the Bennett. You get a parade, or do you want the championship?
Well, listen, you're talking to a guy whose coach burned down an empire in a Red Roof Inn. So currently I would like beating Rutgers, okay? But yes, Dean, I understand.
Realistically.
I understand your point. I just feel like
I just got what you said.
I just feel like, Dean, you're kind of caught in no man's land. Like, I don't.
Yeah, we have them for 20 years. They still think that Bo's a god. He's the exact image that Harbaugh is. Overrated, well-spoken, talked about person. I mean, not well-spoken. He's an idiot. Everyone gets dumped when Harbaugh talks. But just at the end of the day, like, what's he do that says he should stay? He'll be like Joe Pa. He'll never leave until he's forced to or dies. And that's just terrible.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, now I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take Dean's call as the bedrock of the topic. Is there another Michigan fan out there that feels that way? Because Dean's his own man. That's Mean Dean. That's how he rolls.
Right.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just a goofball because, my team is Clancy the Clown currently. I don't look down on winning the Big Ten, and I don't look down on going 10-2, 11-1 every year. I don't look down on beating my rival. Hey, man, what Harbaugh did his first 5 years, first 6 years, has nothing to do with what he's done the last 2. The last 2 have been the ultimate make-it-right deal. Now, if you want to tell me, hey, I don't believe we can win the Natty, I don't accept anything less than that. If we go to the playoff and lose, it's a disaster. You can. And I would agree if you go to the playoff and embarrass yourself again, yes. But you gotta believe you can do this. You can win the whole thing, guys. That shouldn't have to come from a Sparty. You're good enough to do this because I don't know what these other teams are.
But you just heard what Dean said, Mike. It's Big Ten doesn't mean anything. You've already said natty or bust. You had Blake Corum come say this.
I know, but
and then when you look at his
I like winning the Big Ten.
Right, but we don't win it that often. So, yeah, they have different goals than Michigan State.
Can I ask you a question?
You're going to make me sad, aren't you?
Do you think we'll ever win it again?
Yeah, we will.
Now, will I have to bring that picture to your urn?
No.
By the time State wins it again, I'm visiting Rico's mausoleum.
No.
I'm sorry you're not here to see it, big fella.
Nah, they did it for you.
They did it for you, Rico.
Nah. I don't think you have to.
I'm bringing an artisanal pretzel from Section 8 and adorning it on his grave like a wreath.
Melting moments for you. We did it. Hey.
Rico, they did it, buddy.
It's why I've said, if you do this right, there is a small window of opportunity where all the quarterbacks are leaving the Big Ten, except for Drew Aller and McCord. Everybody else will be gone.
No, right here, right now is your year because you have the quarterback who's back, and McCord and Aller are TBD.
Right. So that's why I'm saying it's cyclical. Will it happen soon? Doubt it, but they will again. You'll smile again, Mike. Think about it. At the Rose Bowl, did you ever think that it would get any better than that? Oh, yeah. You made the playoffs. 2 years later.
You believe that was 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Where the hell's time go?
So, yeah, please don't bring it to the urn. Don't bring the pretzel. We'll be okay. We'll be at the
Rico, game. Here's your favorite bagel, Fragel.
We'll be at the game, Mike.
Why are you bringing a taco salad to the cemetery? Rico loved El Azteca.
Actually didn't, but okay.
I get a folding chair. I put the taco salad right down by Rico's grave. And then I turn on the highlights. Here you go, man.
Is it in his silver bowl?
Rico's big silver bowl. His grave is just a big silver bowl. And it's inscribed number 1 Sparty. Damn you, Mel. Damn you, Tucker. Look what you did to us.
248-539-9797.
Look what you did. Selfish SOB. All right, hey, college football every Saturday. Great segue in Whole Nation. If you hate your team like I do, sip on an M43, a B43, or Oktoberfest. Make you feel better. Can't wait for those failed third down conversions against Rutgers. Can't wait. Hey, if you're on a national title drive, you'll also enjoy Old Nation beers because they're exceptional like your team. That's why Old Nation is one of the top 15 regional breweries in America, according to Untappd. Look, it's Old Nation. Check out their full lineup, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com, 21 and up, and please drink responsibly.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts, man. Oh man, that was so cool. And he wasn't just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
People want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were back?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah. They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
the Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions were back to work in Allen Park today ahead of Sunday's game against the Bucks in Tampa Bay. Amon-Ra St. Brown returned to the practice field, but Detroit was without Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jonah Jackson. The Lions are a 3-point road favorite against the Bucks coming up on Sunday. There's just one day to go before the Red Wings drop the puck on the new season. Detroit will be in New Jersey to play the Devils, who advanced to the second round of the playoffs last year. Our opening night coverage right here on 97.1 starts at 7:15 tomorrow night. And the divisional round of the MLB playoffs continues today. The Phillies and Braves are tied at 1 game apiece. That game is at 5 o'clock. That is game 3. The Astros will try to eliminate the Twins coming up at 7. And the late game, the D-backs will try to do the same to the Dodgers at 9 o'clock. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, let's go to Scaredy Cat, a.k.a. Hatchet, see what he has to say. We're talking about Michigan and Harbaugh's contract's becoming a thing again. I don't really care what you do. I mean, the reality is you get a coach who continually wins the Big Ten and puts you in the playoff, you got to sign him, and you got to put up with whatever he does. There's no school in America who's going to do the things you're doing over what we assume to be a 3-year period, and you don't just give the coach the contract. Now, we had a Mean Dean call up, get all angry, saying Sparty's trying to poison us.
1-7 coach in the big game.
Right, but, like, you have to give him the lifetime deal because the dude's damn near 60. This is home.
Yeah.
And there's no other college he's leaving for, so it comes down to the NFL. You just give him the lifetime deal and move on. Well, David's like, I'm resigned to that we're never winning it. Well, I'm like, well, why don't you just wait until the end of this year? If they don't win it this year, I would tell you you're not winning it. But this year, it's set up for you to win it. And I don't mean as in, oh, it's a shoo-in. No. Far from it. It's just there is no vintage team. Georgia has come back to the pack a little bit.
Yeah.
You might be the best version of yourself. I think you have an absolute chance to win it.
Yeah, this year's playoff really boils down to who plays who in the semifinal game. And, yeah, if you get that right matchup, it puts you in there, and Dean and other people will see that, yeah, you won a semifinal game, and now you're 60 minutes away from a title. As far as the contract goes, I would do it if I was a Michigan fan, but Jim, we're done with this.
Yeah, but you don't get to say that. You know that. You know how this works. You don't get to say it.
Santa gets
just make him the highest paid coach in America. And if he's going to flirt with the NFL, it's just part of what you have to do. You're going to have to deal.
But then, what's the point of the contract?
What's the point of any of these contracts? Why don't you go? Why don't you win? Okay.
You win.
I'll just take the win. Less words. David, the ticket text, if you're not scared to read those.
A lot on Dean. Dean is spot on. I feel the exact same way from Ryan. Someone else says Dean is a Spartan. End of discussion. Dean said it all eloquently. Corey in Cincinnati, go Dino.
Wow.
Mean Dean is correct. Harbaugh is a joke. Get him out of here. I'd rather lose with someone who wants to be here than win with a pile of trash.
Hold on, David. Time out. I'll let you finish. This is really a thing?
Oh, apparently. Apparently.
Okay, I'm getting to see what's behind the curtain. I never knew people felt this way. I thought that everybody just loved this man.
Well, I'm not going to take 4 ticket texters and Mean Dean and now make that somehow this big movement.
It's good radio.
Okay, all right. It's a movement.
Dean is allowed to feel as he wants, but what team does win the national championship every year? Nick in Oak Park. Don't say anything, Kenny.
Georgia.
Dean has got to be a Sparty just trolling us. What a joke.
I'll tell you this. I don't know Dean. I just know him when he calls in. But I can tell you he is a lot of things, but he ain't a Sparty.
I thought the same thing, David.
Dean hates Michigan State.
Mike had to tell me in the commercial break, like, no, because I was like, that's not a Michigan. No.
No, Dean's a longtime caller. But he hates Michigan State. So, no.
Wow.
Let's go to the people, see what they have to say. Jason, 97.1. What's up, Jason? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good. What's going on?
Good. I just want to say, I think they should give Harbaugh the contract. I think they do need to sign him. I think this is the best coach team in college football. You just look at their lack of penalties week in and week out. You look at the depth, the talent on this team, and to me, it doesn't matter who they play or where they play. I think they are the best team in the country at this point. I don't think Harbaugh has had a quarterback in Michigan, a real legitimate quarterback. This is the first year where, second year in, J.J. McCarthy's playing good football. So it's a different team. I'm 100% confident in Jim Harbaugh and what he's doing,
Now, do you believe they can win the whole damn thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The way
Me
they're
too.
playing right now,
Me
I
too.
absolutely do.
And look, we
definitely.
have a right to change our mind, but they've played elite football the last couple of weeks. You start to look around America and you go, all right, the one team, Jason, I thought you'd have a real problem with is Texas, but they just lost. So today's not the day to have the argument. I think you're clearly one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the country. Now, Penn State and Ohio State will show us.
Exactly.
See,
But
for
we'll
me,
see.
Jason, it's actually a battle of styles. Because if you can run the ball, and we'll find out more this weekend, but if you can run the ball against Washington, you can beat them. But if you get into a track meet with them, now we're going to see if JJ's really that dude, and I don't think so. That's a game, David. You got to bring that to a crawl. That's one you want to make the winning score 24-21 type of thing. You don't want to get into the 40s with them. That's just me.
And I've said it to you before regarding Washington. I'll see what their defense looks like, but you're right. I don't trust that JJ can go back and forth with Penix if he had to. Well, no one really can with Penix, but JJ definitely can.
Yeah, for that game, if you're running the ball, this is where you need Donovan. You need everybody to just pound the rock, play action with JJ. But right now, yeah, they're one of 4 teams that if you told me, yeah, they would win it, okay. Yeah. I don't want to see it, but yeah, you're one of the 4 teams that get it. Now, Georgia's finally starting to do some stuff. We'll see. But yes, you play good enough defense. Penn State game's going to say a lot because I think that's the game that everybody's just waiting to see. On the road, you'll have no excuses at that point. You have to show up. You have to beat the Nittany Lions. And they still got James Franklin, so you probably will.
Wow. I do enjoy the James Franklin slander. It's one thing that is totally bipartisan between Spartan fans and Wolverine fans. We all hate James Franklin.
I've just never seen anyone who can find ways to lose. And you're just like, wow, that was even worse than last year, James. Way to go. You it's like he comes up with trick plays for losing.
Said it all, people. We're going to get more of your phone calls. We'll see if we can get David around on this national title stuff. We have the Brock Purdy blitz to do as we just cruise along on a Wednesday. Does your garage floor look bad? Is it dull, gray concrete, cracks, stains, or maybe worse, it's an old paint job? In one day, you can transform your garage with the gold standard, a new Comer & Cross premium garage floor. They make it easy. They do everything. They take out all the stuff. They put it back for you. Comer & Cross garage floor coating is the gold standard, 4 times as strong as epoxy, guaranteed to not chip, crack, or yellow. You're going to love your new Comer & Cross garage floor, and it will last. Call Comer & Cross right now for your free estimate, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or schedule online at comerandcrossgarage.com. You tell them I sent you, they'll take $250 off their best price. So we're going to get back to your calls, but we promised this all week. Now, David, you've brought in the Bible, and we are ready. Rico has to swear upon this. It has been a bit on this show regarding the privilege that Rico has being a Niners fan and how good of a roster it is. And me and Kenny and David and I think the good people of Detroit have all said, man, a lot of people could go in and do what Brock Purdy's doing. Well, today we're going to find out. We're going to go around the room. And Rico, right hand to Bible, has to answer this honestly or face the ultimate judgment from his God in the sky. Are you prepared to participate?
I'm prepared, but I feel like no matter what I say, you guys are all I'm gonna be like Kenny during the betting segment. Fine, whatever.
Wow. David, music. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to, in no particular order, offer you quarterbacks. And if you answer yes, it means they could do or damn near what Brock Purdy is doing in that ultimately privileged situation of Kyle Shanahan as your play caller, an elite O-line, an elite running game, elite play design, Ayuk, Kittle, Debo, Run CMC, the rest. Are you prepared?
This is so sad.
This is outstanding.
The hate that you have for this man.
All right, so
let's
start out.
Blitz.
Let's start out with an easy one. Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes could. The team would still look the same.
Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills quarterback.
Yeah, probably more interceptions. Because Josh Allen would take chances where Purdy does not.
What's the hesitation for? Yes, overwhelmingly yes.
David, I said yes, but you're going to see more interceptions.
We do not ask for your caveats. It's a yes or no.
I give the caveat, okay?
It's a yes or
no. It's what the privilege do.
A caveat. A caveat is what he was saying.
What we do.
Okay.
Hold on, let me...
Yeah, take a sip. There you go.
Drink the tea.
All right, here we go. Ready? Can this quarterback do what Brock Purdy's doing? Lamar Jackson.
No. Can I give the answer why, or do I just have to give
I want to hear
no?
David's answer first.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson has always needed weapons. All you have is weapons in San Francisco.
And elite play design. Lamar could replace Purdy or overruled.
Okay, can I say why now?
Yeah, we're just not listening.
Okay. Well, for you listeners out there, because Lamar wouldn't follow the playbook. Lamar would just go freelance, and I don't think the offense would look the same.
All right, let's go Whoopi Goldberg center square for the block. Kenny, to overrule what Rico said.
Absolutely, for every reason that David said. Also, you can't predict somebody's just going to overrule the play call.
I can. Here's the deal. Ready? Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
David?
Yeah, Jared Goff can run that system.
Yes.
Okay, that's 4.
He's running that system here.
That's 4. Trevor Lawrence. Nobody cares about you. Go ahead, Kenny.
Absolutely.
David.
For sure.
I'm for sure as well. You're overruled. Tua.
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, it's basically San Francisco, South Beach.
All right, so we're 6 quarterbacks deep.
5.
We're
I'm
6.
not giving you Lamar.
We're 6. All right, here's an interesting one. John Matthew Stafford.
All he's ever needed was weapons.
I
Absolutely.
say yes.
Yeah.
Rico says yes.
Yeah, okay. We're all there.
See, I'm being fair. I'm just getting...
It would be the Rams all over again.
Let's go to a man that Rico has a great degree of affinity for. Dare I say he loves this man. Mr. Geno Smith.
I thought you were going to say Marcus Mariota. Geno, yeah, he could do that for sure.
David?
Definitely.
Okay. Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Yes.
So we've just established with this minimal research, Brock Purdy is not a top 10 quarterback. So let's keep it moving.
I never said. I have never
Excuse
said
me.
this.
Stand down.
I can't believe we're doing this.
Rico's Red Box Bowl MVP, and if he had a white stepson, Mr. Justin Herbert.
Without question.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, interesting. There seems to be a lot of quarterbacks who could replace
I'm
Brock
noticing
Purdy.
a theme here.
All right, let's have some fun. Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
System quarterback. Yeah.
Okay. Who the Lions are facing this weekend? Could this guy replace Brock Purdy, Mr. Baker Mayfield?
No.
System quarterback with weapons, yes.
I say yes. David?
Yes, he can. And Rico, you've already said yes because you said if you insulate him.
That's right.
And he will be insulated.
God, you're getting
Why
him
am
in
I
his...
even here?
I don't know.
Why am I even here?
I haven't been able to figure that out yet. Hold on, here we go.
I'm just waiting for the Noah Kim segment. At least then I know Mike will agree with me. No, Noah Kim cannot run the 49ers.
Okay, let hold on. Maybe this guy can't replace Brock Purdy. Ryan Tannehill.
No.
Yes, he did it with Derrick Henry. He took them how far? With just one weapon.
How far?
He was in the playoffs. He got
AFC
far.
title game.
That's right.
Yeah, they went to the AFC title game under him. Yes, they can. Weapons around them.
I'm
They
going
will
to say yes to Tannehill.
Because you guys all are just mean today.
Okay, hold on. Now, this is a controversial one. Normally, we would never suggest a rookie, but he's been incredible.
No.
And if he was being shepherded by Mr. Kyle Shanahan, Mr. C.J. Stroud.
No.
He's been really good already, and now he has all this insulation.
Oh, by the way, he says no. A rat, undrafted garbage man got you there last year, but C.J. Stroud can't?
Because he's not a rat. You just hate the man.
CJ Stroud has no offensive line right now. He would have one in San Francisco and weapons.
All
Yes.
right, we are 15 quarterbacks deep, and
Oh,
now
you are.
Now
Not
it
me.
gets interesting. Mr. Dak Prescott.
Dak, I worry about, but I think he's better than a lot of the guys that we've listed already. So, yes.
David.
Yeah, he is better than the guys we've listed already. Yes. Not all of them, of
Mr.
course.
R.L. Beard.
No.
Out on Dak. I'm out on Dak, too.
Wow.
I actually would rather have Purdy. He's careful with the ball, and Dak's kind of a moron. I'm going to side with Rico.
Oh, but when I said that about Lamar,
Because
Lamar
it was-
would just take off and run. It's like, Lamar, that's not the play.
No. Here's your problem. Your take on Dak was legitimate. Your take on Lamar was stupid.
How?
I don't support stupidity.
Lamar freelances.
We are now going. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Who, Russell Wilson?
Deshaun Watson. Could Deshaun Watson replace Brock Purdy?
I think I'm out on Deshaun Watson.
Out?
Because I just don't
David,
think he can
out?
get it done.
This won't be a happy
Out?
ending, no.
Okay, I'm out. The guy refuses to practice. Here's one. Ready? Could Jimmy Garoppolo come home and replace Brock Purdy?
No.
He's already done it, so yes.
I'll say yes as well.
We've seen this before.
Okay, but hold on.
Yes.
He would not have the efficiency that Brock Purdy has. All he does is win and not throw picks.
Super Bowl. That's what he took your
That's
team
right.
to.
Took it further than Purdy. I'm with David. He could do it. All right. Unlimited.
No.
Unlimited. Russ Wilson.
No.
Out on Russ.
I think Russ is cooked. I'm out on Russ.
Over to David.
I'm going to go, no.
No.
They
We're
would
out
be
on
a
Russ.
5-win team with Russ there.
All right. Joe Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just making sure.
Yes.
Well, hurt Joe Burrow? No, I'm kidding.
Derek Carr.
Ultimate system quarterback, absolutely.
Yep. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Rico's overruled.
No.
That's a yes. All right.
Justin
Sam
Field.
Howell.
No.
No, come on, no.
I'm going to say yes. I'm just hating right now. No, it's a
You
no.
are, David.
It's a no.
David over there crunching on the communion wafers and drinking the wine.
I have a controversial selection. By the way, we're 19 quarterbacks deep.
No, you are.
No, we are. We. There is no me, there's only we. Okay. Daniel Jones. Now think before you speak. elite O-line, elite running game, elite play calling, designing some runs with his feet. And what did he specialize in last year? Not turning the ball over. Daniel Jones could replace Brock Purdy.
He did all that and took a team to the playoffs without all of those things that
That's
you've just
right.
listed. So, yes.
Danny
It's the same I said about C.J. Stroud. Offensive line, weapons around him. Yes.
You guys are just being mean now.
Josh Dobbs.
You know what? Hey, call me.
Yes.
Call me at 4 o'clock. I'll be back for the 4 o'clock.
Former Steeler Josh Dobbs. Yes. No, we can't. No, I'm sorry.
All right, here's the bottom line. We got 20 quarterbacks deep that could replace Purdy and give you exactly the same thing.
Hey, Mac Jones.
No, definitely not.
Hey,
no.
Bryce Young. Let's just get this. Everybody could place him.
Bryce Young,
What about male pattern baldness, a.k.a. Desmond Ritter?
What about a half-eaten cheese sandwich?
Yes.
No. The point is, this establishes the privilege that Purdy lives in. Ergo, the privilege Rico lives in. That.
Because the quarterback just wins games.
Because the situation is so good that listeners could do what he's doing. Wow. This is your Brock Purdy.
Where did all this hate come from?
Rico swore on a Bible blitz of the day.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs-
wasn't
who needs
just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
You're right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was. Stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
people want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they
when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah. They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Lions return to practice today in Allen Park, getting ready for Sunday's showdown against the Bucs in Tampa Bay. Amon-Ra St. Brown returned to the field, but Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jonah Jackson all missed practice today. The Lions a 3-point road favorite against the Bucs on Sunday. We're nearly 24 hours away from the Red Wings season opener in New Jersey tomorrow night. The Devils are the test right off the bat. They advanced to the second round of the playoffs last year. Head coach Derek Lalonde told Stoney and Jansen that he's excited for the early challenge. Our opening night coverage starts at 7:15 tomorrow night. The Wings and Devils drop the puck at 7:30. And speculation is growing this afternoon about who will be the starting quarterback for the Spartans on Saturday. Noah Kim has gotten
Hauser.
Absolutely. Noah Kim, though, he's gotten the nod at quarterback, Mike, for the first 5 games of the year.
Yeah, and he sucks.
Of course, redshirt freshman Caden Hauser putting the pressure on him.
Also sucks.
The Spartans, 4.5-point underdogs. It was 5.5.
My life is in shambles.
Optimism. You're going to love this.
But you know what? They're better than Brock Purdy.
Noah Kim or Brock Purdy? Go ahead, Luke. I'm sorry.
The Wolverines, though, you're going to love this, Mike. 33.5 points over Indiana coming up at the Big House on Saturday. That's a lot of points. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, David, we forgot Johnny Manziel or Brock Purdy.
Kenny Pickett.
David said Kenny Pickett.
Thank you for your participation, though. Very excited. Now, let's get back to business. We're going to get some of the ticket texts, get the calls.
Wait till I win that Powerball.
We have said, I believe Michigan can win the national championship, and David, our resident Wolverine scumbag, doesn't. And why is that? Like, is it PTSD from TCU? Is it some form of the boogeyman's out there? I don't know that there is. There's only one team that I really think would mess you up, and now they gotta prove they're good enough, and it's Texas. I mean, Georgia's struggled to stop the run and isn't really running it. Not a great recipe against Michigan. So I'm just making the point because all of a sudden now you're getting the Harbaugh contract stuff coming up. We're in Harbaugh contract season. I think you just make him the highest paid coach in America and you give him a lifetime deal. You just accept he is what he is and he's not what he's not. And
higher than Saban?
Why not?
Kirby Smart?
What choice do you have? I'll say it to you again. It's like signing your quarterback. You don't get to pay what you want. You got to reset the market.
No, but you reset the market when you have a franchise like a Joe Burrow.
Listen, I don't know if the guy's going to be there next year. I'm making a point as we sit here today. If you're asking me how I would approach the contract, I'm approaching it like that. Because the NFL stuff is tiresome. It's going to happen again.
It's tiresome. Now, yes, would I put him in the $10+ million range? Yes.
Right, they're swimming in money.
I can't pay you more than those two because those two got rings. You don't have a ring.
Tomato. It doesn't matter. Quarterbacks who don't have rings still get paid more than guys who do have them.
No, but I'm saying you look at a guy like you're banking on Joe Burrow to be that guy down the road. Jim Harbaugh kind of is what he is. Do you think he's
so Josh Allen? He got paid. Rico, you don't get a choice. Okay. You just have to do it. And then it brought up the topic of, well, why wouldn't you do it? You might win a natty this year. So that's where the conversation is. David, do you want to read the ticket text?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot coming in on the quarterback. Someone saying Jamarcus Russell. Yes.
Yeah, I think 300-pound scissor-predicted Jamarcus Russell.
Dan Orlovsky.
Over, yes. The current one on TV.
Yes.
Yes.
Someone says Aaron Rodgers with half an Achilles. Yes.
Also yes.
Andrew Luck after 7 years of retirement.
With that jaunt body of his. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Someone did Daniel Jones. Are you guys high?
No.
They
Look
are.
last year. Didn't turn it over. Good game manager. You put him in San Francisco with that protection, that running game, those weapons, that play caller, championship Haj Badilla.
Someone's asking, do it the other way around, if you don't mind. Says, add Purdy to the other 20 top teams and ask, can Purdy run that offense from Dan?
The answer's no to all of them.
Right,
That's
correct.
not true. It'd be no. Toronto Argonauts? Yes.
He could run the Miami Dolphins.
No, he couldn't.
No, he could not.
Absolutely no chance.
They basically took the 49ers off. It's the same guy, and they're
No
running
chance.
the offense.
Tua is one of the best anticipatory quarterbacks in history.
And he's not.
No,
All
he's not.
he does is throw touchdowns
Yeah.
and win games.
Well, because he's the J.J. McCarthy of the NFL. Everything is schemed up and spoon-fed to you.
The Miami offense is the 49er offense.
Not true.
Except for it's on South Beach.
Just not true. David, go ahead.
I just quit.
Joe Montana, Steve Young in the Hall of Fame. The Hall is already making the go jacket for Purdy. Ha, that's funny.
You know what? This is where I'm going to go stand over his grave and just watch the ceremony and say, Mike, I know you didn't want to miss Brock Purdy going into the Hall. I'm going to, let me take a gold jacket and put it right there around your
A
tombstone.
little
There
too
you
much
go.
stand over your grave talk for my liking today.
There you go, buddy.
A little uncomfortable right now.
No.
Someone says Fields is greater than Purdy.
You put Fields in San Francisco, I could see it. Add him to the list. That's 21.
Yeah. If Kaepernick can run that offense, so can Justin Fields.
Terry Bradshaw wearing suspenders or Brock Purdy?
Caleb Williams. Let's just start going into the college ranks.
Caleb.
Brady Quinn. Everybody that's on set.
Kirk Herbstreit.
Jesse Palmer.
Yes.
All right, let's move on. Come on. Let's go to Brian. 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this
Hey,
afternoon?
what's going on, man?
I want to say this in the nicest way. Caller Dean, you need to get a pair of balls, man. This is the best team Michigan might ever have. And they defense might be the best group in all of college football.
Secondary is? The secondary is part of their defense, though. Are they great?
The whole defense.
Oh.
The whole defense.
Wow.
Not just they defense is outstanding. And Bo is not a better coach than Harbaugh. This could end up being Michigan's best team. And as far as who I'm worried about, not Penn State or Ohio State. Ohio State offensive line and their quarterback are bad. I'm not worried about them. And Penn State, I got to see it up close when they play Michigan. Because I think they got the best team in college. They got pros all over on both sides of the ball.
Brian, I
It's
want to
just
ask you a
matter of
question.
Getting the job done.
I want to ask you
Go
a
ahead, Mike.
question because I can't figure out what I'm missing. How is the line against Ohio State only 3.5? What am I missing?
Listen, Mike, they holding on the hope down there. That's all they holding on to. Look at Ohio State offensive line, Mike. Look at their quarterback. Tell me how they gonna hold up against Michigan.
Oh, Brian, I am with you.
Ohio's defense is gonna wear down, and what's gonna happen to them in the second half last year gonna happen this year, and Michigan gonna beat them about 15 or 20 points. Ohio State is over. That's who's overrated.
I will
Ohio
tell you
State.
this: if Michigan beats Ohio State, I'd hate to break it to you, Buckeyes, you got to move on from Ryan Day. You can laugh at that, but Ryan Day is turning into Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He is slowly losing his mind, and Michigan is Nurse Ratched. Like, you're ruining him. If you're a Buckeye, you know this. He's turning into Howard Dean on national TV.
Yeah. But see, we almost had the ultimate paradox.
What's that?
Once again, if they would have won the national title last year.
Yes.
But you can't beat Michigan.
Yeah, but ifs and buts
No,
can't be nuts.
I said we almost had the ultimate paradox. Because then Buckeye fans would have been like, Roberto, I don't know what to do. He won us a natty, but we can't beat Michigan. You're right. I think he's done. He loses to Michigan, and I'm going to even say, even if it's a close game, and it's like the Notre Dame game, and you lose on the final second, he's fired. You're not bringing him back.
You have to beat your rival at these schools. It's why we were so hard on Harbaugh. It's why you're hard on Ryan Day. It's why you're hard on whoever coaches Michigan
And Ryan
State.
Day is not a legacy guy. Like Harbaugh had leniency.
And if he would
because of
just
who he was.
if he would just go gray with dignity, I think we'd all respect him more. But the shoe polish and the overuse of the just for men, it's too much. I can't respect it. Go gray with dignity, Ryan. Just allow it. What, David?
No,
What are you going to say? You're putting that shoe polish in your beard, too. We all know it.
Sure I am. Wow. No, he needs to keep the shoe polish in. I like the shoe polish look for him.
Why? Because he looks like a
Because
clown.
he looks like an evil genius.
It's
But
a
he's
tough
not
team.
genius.
It's a tough team. Ah!
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna break that man this year.
He loses, there's really no coming back.
Correct.
This is one where you meet him at the tarmac and you just kind of Lane Kiffin him. Here's a first class seat. You're not flying back.
Oh, you hand him a lifetime contract after that loss.
All right, Rico, sell him something.
Okay, doke. Hey, if you want to be slandered, have your quarterback get slandered on radio, maybe you want a career in radio, TV, graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You head on over to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program taught by professors who work in the business like yours truly. We're not going to waste your time. We're going to teach you what you need to make it from day one in the labs. So, very simple. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Specs at LTU, located right here
next 2
in
weeks,
Southfield
occasionally
on the
and
campus
more so as
of
we get
Lawrence
closer
Tech.
to
So once again, the
remind all the
website is
adults in the room to act as such.
ltu.edu/specs.
Let's get this
Make
back to
magic
what it
by
was,
enrolling
which
in
is
Specs at
it was a
LTU
good,
certificate
fun
program
celebration
today.
in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we'll get the fire.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not up for debate, the best mattress ever made. The iComfort Eco, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleep for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. So I wanted to just back up my point here. And again, we're not reinventing the wheel. But my belief that Michigan can win the whole damn thing is not unfounded. I don't use the AP poll. Let's just start with that. Well, they're number 2, voted on by a bunch of morons who don't watch the sport. Where do you think these AP voters are on Saturdays? They're covering one particular team. It's the folly of the poll. The point is, when you watch football, you get an idea who's got a real shot, and the odds can be the guide to a certain point. Right here, right now, this is as close as it has ever been. Thank you. Georgia plus 250. In other years, Georgia's been minus odds or even money. Plus 250 for Georgia. Right here on FanDuel Live right now. What do you think Michigan's odds are?
Plus 400.
Kenny?
Thinking plus 300.
Yeah, like in between there.
David wins plus 350. Okay. Now, why is it relevant? Ohio State is the third choice. Florida State is the fourth choice. They're tied. What's that number at?
Plus 650.
450.
Plus 900.
Wow. Oh, my Lord. Okay.
Georgia and Michigan have separated from the pack. Now, again, this can all change and it can move. And I'm saying in the here and now, you've seen Georgia wake up. You've seen Michigan wake up. And even though they haven't really played a whole lot, when you're looking at how they're playing, you go, all right, hey, Texas had that win at Bama, or FSU beat, well, the LSU win doesn't look as special. The point I'm making is this is the best shot they've had. And I think it's totally okay for Michigan fans. Believe, man.
And I get the whole odds thing, but the LSU still will look special because you still played a team with a pulse. And that's the one thing that Florida State can say is we didn't do it at home either.
By the way, Oregon, Washington, if you can correctly pick the winner of that game, they're both at plus 1,300.
Say 1,200.
Winner of that game will get cut in half.
Yeah.
I have no idea who's going to win it, though. All right, let's go to the people, shall we?
Yes.
Go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on?
Not bad. How about you guys?
Hey. Excellent. What's going on?
First off, Rico, they did you dirty with that Purdy stuff.
Trust me.
Just wanted to throw that one out there.
David, I was Joe Pesci walking into the garage.
At least. It might have been even worse than that. But about Michigan, I've called in here many times. We've had the conversation. Penn State is still looming, so I'm still worried about that one. But my mind is beginning to start to go to the fact that I do believe we can win the national championship, and it's because of the defense. Yes, David, you bring up a very valid point with the secondary, but I will I will top your little point there with the fact that they've been hurt all season long, and they're supposed to be getting their guys back starting this week. That going along with, I just don't know who the other team is other than Michigan, other than Georgia and Texas, that I have to fear in this country right now. And I see flaws in Georgia. I see flaws in Texas. But since I live down here in the rat's nest and around Columbus, I have to hear the BS talk with these soft Buckeyes all the time, talking about how tough their team is, but I haven't seen it yet. And I'm not impressed with the Notre Dame win. Wasn't impressed when it happened. But, I mean, I'll give them the fact that they went into South Bend to get the win. But that's
wait. You weren't impressed at all?
Jeez, come on.
No. Okay. What was I supposed to be impressed by? Marcus Freeman put 10 guys on the field?
No, but David, I think when you go on the road at
Hostile
night, it's
territory,
someone else's Super Bowl. And look, clearly not the prettiest game, but that was as physical as it gets. And as a Michigan fan, you should appreciate that. That game was a war.
But they still gave up. They still gave up to over 200 yards rushing. So as a Michigan fan, when I'm looking at that, I'm going, all right. So that hasn't changed. I look at them trying to run the ball. That didn't happen. And Ryan Day still has to be the smartest guy in the room, running jet sweeps like he's in Pee Wee.
That call on 4th and an inch after a timeout. That sent me to the roof. That was bad. I guess, you know what, David, I'm not telling you to build a statue. I think in the wake of that game, what annoyed me is everybody wanted to poo-poo it while you guys were playing the Sisters of the Poor. And the only thing I said was, hey, guys, come on. Let's at least give him some credit.
Yeah.
McCord is a total unknown, and he went down the field late. And you're right, 10 men on the field, David. I can't argue that. But you had to give him some level of credit. Now, whatever they earned against Notre Dame, they lost against Maryland. You cannot come off of a bye week and look that way. You can't play that way. You can't be down 10-0 to the Turtles. You can't be tied in the third quarter. You can't fail at every third and short.
True.
That is why I feel differently today. And that's the beauty of college football. This is why we all react week to week. You know, if other shows want to do, let's see how it all plays out. Cotton, they can do that. That's not what we do. React weekly. And I'll ask you again, why won't you let me bet Michigan minus 3.5 against Ohio State? Why?
Because
how is Ohio State going to keep this thing within 3.5 points? In Ann Arbor.
Because, Mike, you're smart enough to know it's too soon. Injuries can happen.
I can't help it. It's just too much.
Injuries happen. All of a sudden, JJ goes down. Do you still feel the same way?
Well, no.
Okay. That's why you're not going
but
to
he's
bet
the
it.
one player.
Okay. I think if Corum goes down.
Donovan's going to reinvent football. We'll be all right.
No. Don't
okay, fair. By the way, Michigan right now, if you want it, futures market, -3 at Penn State. What? David looked down when I said it. What?
I don't know what Drew Aller is yet. That scares me. Again, I'm worried about the secondary.
Okay, right here, right now. And if you lose, the church, the doors. No. Answer the question. If you lose, the church doors are locked forever. It's over. There is no more greater life.
Stop.
You have to select one.
Stop.
Michigan laying 3.5 at home to Ohio State, or Michigan laying 3 at Penn State.
Yeah, it's the Penn State one I would take.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah, it's the Penn State one I would take.
With the church on the line?
I'm never putting that on the line.
Well, you don't have the right to.
Yeah, right, correct.
You're still the junior varsity pastor.
I'm the little league.
Your uncle's the only one who gets to call that shot. What's your problem?
I just left the junior varsity.
I'm the little league. I'm not even junior varsity.
He's the JVP. The assistant band director.
David, you're the youth pastor. David has the youth. You're the youth pastor.
Yeah.
You run the Sunday school.
He's the pit.
Right, exactly.
He's the pit, the pastor in training. Does your uncle's business card say HPIC?
No, it does not.
Head pastor in charge?
No, it does not say that.
All right, let's go over to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, buddy?
Good day, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, buddy.
How y'all doing?
What's up? We're good.
man, what can I say that hasn't been said? Your last caller was right on the money, man. David, he's a smart guy. Now, your David, on the other hand, he needs to seek some help. He needs some confidence help. I don't know if he needs to see a psychiatrist or somebody else, but he has to have some confidence in this team. Now, last year we thought they could do it. They didn't do it because of a couple mistakes by J.J. McCarthy. Well, this year's totally different, man. We have an offense very much like a pro-style offense, and no other team in the country, maybe Penn State, maybe Georgia, has something comparable to what we run as an offense. Defensively, same thing. We control the trenches. Our secondary's good enough to get us through, and it's going to get better now with some returners. And my big thing is you got to have confidence in how your team's playing now, like you said. It's not where we are in the poll. It's how you're playing. Yeah, we played some pansies. That's our schedule. But guess what? Everybody has played a couple. And, you know, all these big high-flying teams, they've all lost a game somewhere, or they're going to. And I just have a lot of confidence in Michigan's style of play, controlling the trenches, the time of possession, and the run game. Yep. And it's not going to get much better than that. And as far as Harbaugh is concerned, man, I think we need to sign him. If he wants to go, let him go. But he's going to have a statue up in front of that stadium long, not very long from now. And they may even take down Bose and just replace it.
It'd probably be a good idea, but that's just one man's opinion. 248-539-9797. What?
No, I said, yeah, I agreed with you.
Oh, I just want to make sure you were still here. I know the Purdy thing was emotional. I know it was hard for you.
That was Pesci. I was in the garage. Thought I was going to get made. I got made all right. I hope you're all happy. I want to win the Powerball now.
Why? You already told us we don't get to keep none of the money. Get $10.
Oh, no, I'll keep mine.
You win the Powerball, you think you get Joe Montana. Rico tells you get Brock Purdy.
Read us something.
Okay, then. FanDuel. We just talked about it. Gave you the futures odds. I still don't understand why Rico won't let me bet Michigan minus 3.5 against LSU.
Be irresponsible. Bet it.
I just feel like by the week of the game, Michigan will be laying probably 4.5 to 6.
Your car lock.
The BGB?
The whatever Doug does, the car house lock.
Well, don't associate me with that. Stop that right now. Well, FanDuel ain't got nothing to do with that. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. They got more markets. They got championship odds to go undefeated odds. They got the Matrix. They got it all. It's FanDuel. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season. Celebrate college. Do whatever you like. The official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh, man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs
wasn't just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions were back to work in Allen Park today ahead of Sunday's game against the Bucks in Tampa Bay. Amon-Ra St. Brown returned to the practice field, but Detroit was without Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jonah Jackson. The Lions are a 3-point road favorite against the Bucks on Sunday. There's just one day to go before the Red Wings drop the puck on the new season. Detroit will be in New Jersey to play the Devils, who advanced to the second round of the playoffs last year. Our opening night coverage starts at 7:15 tomorrow night right here on 97.1. And the divisional round of the MLB playoffs continues today. The Phillies and Braves are tied at 1 game apiece. Game 3 is at 5 o'clock. The Astros will try to eliminate the Twins at 7, and the D-backs will try to do the same to the Dodgers coming up at 9. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
Boy, we just had a tough moment there with Luke Sloan, our update guy. He walked in bemoaning the glory days of MSU football, and Rico's blood just started to boil. And finally looked over, and he went, Luke, just shut the F up. You're 10. Close quote. Tough moment. Tough language from a church-going man, but I'll just tell you, tough.
He's 10, bemoaning, the glory days. Like, you haven't gone through anything. Seriously? And then he wouldn't let it go. No, I saw the down years of Dan. Just read the update. Just read.
Just read the update.
I told you, tough moment in here. Tough moment in here. Let's go to
David. He's from 2 years ago. When K-9, because Evan has his thing, he got signed by Kenneth Walker. I was like, dude, it was 2 years ago. Really? The glory years? Like, dude, it was 2 years ago. You probably have stuff in your refrigerator longer than 2 years.
Let me know.
Go ahead.
Okay, we can proceed quickly.
Remember when your grandma was alive?
That's on you, David.
Come on.
That was on you. I let it go.
Let's go to Theo, 97.1. Theo, how you doing?
What's up, Mike? What's up, Rico? What's up, Kenny? What's up, Dave?
What's happening?
Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I feel just like Dean. I feel exactly like Dean. I've been feeling like this since the pandemic. Ain't nothing changed. We won a few Big Ten titles, but we will not win a national title under Jim Harbaugh. Under those coordinators, period.
And you don't.
Coordinator is an offensive line coach.
Okay, but hold on. So, why don't you believe you can win it this year, though? What am I missing?
You're not missing anything. We got the same coaching staff. That's why we won't win it. They do not come up with the type of game plan when you need it. Never. They have never came up with a game plan when you need it. Ohio State, okay, we switched the power and we found the way to beat Ohio State. But when somebody have a month to prepare for us, we prepare for them, we would not come up with the game plan. And once we get hit in the mouth, we do not know how to react because we've been playing cupcakes all season. That Ohio State game, the way they beat, we'd never get punched in the mouth for that long and find a way with a first-year quarterback to go down there and win a game in a hostile environment. That will not happen under this coaching staff.
Okay, I mean, Theo, all I can say is they've turned the tide on OSU. They drub Penn State when they play them. And I understand, you're right. In the playoff, it hasn't worked out. But to say that this coaching staff doesn't come up with a plan or to say that they're incapable of winning a big – I feel like you're being a little rough here. Look, it doesn't matter if you didn't like Harbaugh before. You don't get a choice now. You're winning. You're beating your rivals. And I mean, sure, the little stuff like whatever. Okay, you beat State next week. We don't even have a coach. Who cares? You're beating them. And you're winning every game you play. You're doing it impressively. I don't know, man. I just feel like if you have that big of a problem with the head coach, it's like, well, how big of a fan are you?
Perfection. They're hurt. I mean, it's like kind of goes back to David, how he's still upset over the TCU game. When every year you go into that bowl game, as he said, with a month to prepare, and you really run the same plays, and you act as if the other teams didn't watch all the film of you, and you have no new wrinkles. So I think that's where people like Theo get angry, because you don't see innovation a month later once they finally hit that bowl game. I don't agree with it. I understand it. I don't agree.
That's a tough call. That's all. To me, that's a tough one. Let's go to Martin, 97.1. Martin, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, Mike, how you fellas doing?
Good. What's going on?
I'm kind of like, I can't think of the guy before, Theo, man. This team, I was listening to them talk on their defense. Their front seven, they rotate 13 different players, so they're really, really deep. They're really, really physical. I just don't see, I mean, I ain't going to lie. Georgia, they're going to always scare me. I ain't even going to lie to you. But outside of that, man, I just think this team is going to go all the way. I really do, Mike.
Martin, I don't have a problem with it. Like I am, as the weeks go by now, if you're going to play the way you've played the last two, I will be surprised if you don't win a playoff game. Like if you somehow got there and lost, hey, maybe they go to Penn State and get exposed or something, but I don't know. I just don't see it.
And I'm going to tell you something else before I get off, Mike. This McCarthy is playing good. He doesn't even play. I mean, he plays half of the second, third quarter of all games, and this guy's really good. And if he comes back, I could see Michigan being right back there. And even if he don't come back, they got a stud named Jaden Davis coming there, man. This guy is a truth.
Let's not do
Michigan's going to be good for a minute.
All right. Okay. Now, Martin, everything you said was good, but hang on. Now I got to stop you. I'm not doing this. We're not going to do this deal. Some kid who ain't here yet, who never put on a helmet, is somehow going to be this automatic. We're going to pass the torch. Please don't do that. That's how you get yourself in trouble. Let's just talk about the guy you got right now. That is a dangerous game to play.
It is. He did not have glowing reviews either at the Elite 11.
I'll just go ahead and trust you on that. Then again, I don't know how MSU's quarterback ever participated in the Elite 11 when all he does is kill worms with his throws. Caton Hauser.
Oh.
248-539-9797. What? Worm?
No, I can't.
Do you know what Caton Hauser's middle name is? Worm burner. It's German. Like he kills worms and bugs with the football he throws. They're all turf skippers. Bing, bing, bing. You got a mole problem in your backyard? Hire Caton Hauser. Bing, bing. How?
I haven't seen him play. All he does is turn around and hand the ball off. So I haven't.
Oh, you didn't see the pick six on the screen?
No,
I did. 248-539-9797.
I was getting an artisan pretzel.
Section 8 pretzels. It's time to get off the sidelines. Get involved. Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule's packed this fall. The youth sports, the Acadia from Moran might be the answer. Seating up to 7. You can lease a GMC Acadia 24 months, $266 a month, $19.99 down. Or perhaps the GMC Sierra 1500, more your speed. Either way, new stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system, MoranExpress.com. They got the vehicle you're looking for. You're going to go to MoranExpress.com. You're going to go to Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks, occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which was a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
well, let's not plant the seed.
Well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
Mike, let's do this a little differently.
Mm-hmm.
As we all know, we're getting ready for the college football playoffs. It's going to be the last time it's going to be 4 teams in the playoffs. And every year, a team has literally come from nowhere and made the playoffs. So let's put on our thinking caps and try to predict who this year's team is going to be. In 2014, it was Ohio State. In 2015, it was MSU. 16, it was Washington. So it's happened a lot of times. Cincinnati was the latest team that just came from nowhere. So I'm going to give you a list of teams, Mike. David, let me know how probable it would be that this team would make the 4-team playoff.
All right.
Let's start off with, fresh off of their upset, University of Louisville.
I mean, scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
A 1. I mean, they're a fun story. Braum, huge transfer portal stuff. You know, the big win against Notre Dame, but that was a spot. Notre Dame had played night game the week before against Duke, night game the week before against OSU, has played since week 0. Notre Dame was tired, man. It wouldn't shock me in the least they go to Pitt and lose this week. I'd say it's just a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't see enough from them. I know if they win it all, they go to the ACC championship game. I just don't think there's enough there in the ACC. Beating Duke isn't impressive anymore. Beating Miami isn't impressive anymore. So I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Well, they would have Pitt, Duke, Virginia Tech, Virginia, Miami, and finish the season with Kentucky. So okay.
I just don't believe they're as good as their 6-0 record indicates. They played no one, and then that's a game you're supposed to win against Notre Dame based on the scheduling.
Okay,
go ahead.
Stay in the ACC. Another undefeated team, the University of North Carolina.
I mean,
North Carolina's they have a game against Miami, finished up with Virginia, Georgia Tech, Campbell, Duke, Clemson, NC State.
3.5. Their defense is still morbid. But if you have who could be the number 1 pick in the draft in Drake May at quarterback, you hit the schedule lottery, you don't face FSU, you can get yourself into that ACC title game. Got a shot. I go 3.5. But defensively, egads.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna give them a 5 because if they do what they're supposed to do, I'm going with the theory of the Drake May factor being seen in the college football playoff, and maybe that's something the committee wants to see. But schedule-wise, I can't see it.
All right, let's head down to the SEC Kenny's territory. The University, believe it or not, of Alabama. Normally, Bama is already penciled in to the college football playoff. This year, they're on the outside looking in. Kenneth, welcome to the party.
Let me save you some time. No. Out. Saban's done. Alabama's cooked.
You're a little biased.
I am a little biased, but from what I've seen from that team, they're one bad half of football away from crumbling. I don't see any fight in that team.
True, but they could still run the SEC. They're one lone loss out of conference.
I think you forget how tough the SEC can be.
If they played Georgia today, they'd get 40 rung on them. I just don't see it. I'm with Kenny here. They should never have beaten A&M, but then again, Jimbo gonna Jimbo. I'll put them right in that North Carolina category, 3.5.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to do one. I don't like the QB play. Can't do it. Can't make it. Sorry.
Okay. All right, we haven't found that team yet. Let's hop in the plane. Let's fly out to the West Coast. The University of Southern California.
0. 0. Right with Louisville. They are the fakest. I can't stand them. I don't think Caleb Williams has been that great. Defensively, they're a complete joke. You're in triple overtime against Arizona. I am totally out on USC. There's no way they make it out of that gauntlet in the Pac-12. There's no way. Okay. I'm out.
That's the thing. The schedule they have, sure, if they can make it through it. I don't think they can make it through it. I think they lose this weekend. I think they're dead. I'm going to give them a 2.5.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let's go with the team that they're playing this weekend because they're also on the list, the University of Washington.
5. Obviously, Oregon coming to town this week. I could upgrade that to a 6.5 or 7, but they're a 5. They have the best passing attack in America. They might have the best quarterback in America. We're going to find out how good they are when they take on
Not
Oregon.
According to some coaches.
What do you mean?
Oh, you didn't hear what Harbaugh had to say? It was basically J.J. and Caleb Williams. Best 2 quarterbacks.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I thought you heard.
I didn't realize it was 1948 and you throw 16 passes a game. Whatever, dude.
They got Oregon. They finish up with Arizona State, Stanford, USC, Utah, Oregon State, and Washington
listen,
State.
Schedule's brutal, but if they make it through that, they have the elements where, if they played Georgia, it's probably over-under of 81.5. But, I'll put them go 5.
Yeah, this one's my team. This one's an 8 for me.
An 8?
Schedule-wise, and they're playing so well offensively, I think the defense will catch up enough for them to make it. So, yes, an 8.
So this is the team from the outside that will crash the party. All right, let's go locally. Well, not really locally. Big Ten, Penn State.
6.5. Really comes down to splitting with Ohio State and Michigan. And an 11-1 Penn State who doesn't play in the Big Ten title game is getting in.
Oh, the back door like Ohio State.
Now, they could run the table, but I don't see them beating Michigan. I don't right now. But if they do, I'd say 6.5.
I have to go 5, and I have to use, like I used the Drake May factor, I have to use the James Franklin factor. Because of him, I don't think they can get through their 2 biggest games, Ohio State and Michigan. If they happen to, okay, we'll see, but I'm 5 because of his factor.
Okay. I didn't include Ohio State because they're too close to the 4, but
I'd put Ohio State lower than Penn State.
Really?
Yep.
Why is that? Just because of Kyle McCord?
Just haven't liked the way, Day. I didn't like the way they played off the bye week against Maryland.
Now, do we compare Ohio State to Ohio State kind of how we compare Alabama against Alabama teams of the past?
Yeah, but I also compare it to, are they going to be able to line up against Michigan? Look, I thought they earned some points toughing out a win at Notre Dame, but off a bye week for you to look like that against Maryland, to be down 10-0, to not be able to get stops, to your running game looking like ass against the Terps. I'm kind of out, man. They got to start playing better if you want to be in that conversation.
David, 2 more teams. Mike,
what?
Will Texas come back?
Yes.
Texas.
7. There's no one else in the Big 12 to beat them. They're going to face Oklahoma again in Arlington. They played a B-, C+ game in the Red River. They'll play better. Yeah, I think a 7 for me.
How do you play a B- game in the Red River? Like, you did not know that it was the Red River?
No, I mean, look, you go out and wacky interception off the receiver's hands at the 5. Quinn Ewers on Quaaludes into triple coverage. You had the most ridiculous goal line series of calls ever by Sark. You dropped an interception in the end zone. There were, how about this? How about the penalties? It seemed like every first down it was 1st and 15. Some of the stupid procedural stuff. I didn't think they were sharp. I didn't like the performance. I'd say 7 for me.
I say 6. They make it to the Big 12 championship game against Oklahoma. But my thing is, if that game is close, then how can you overwhelmingly say they're better than Oklahoma?
Because of what I just said.
I don't think you could.
Eye test.
How about we finish it like this? Because this is the team that I think gets it, is Oklahoma. Oklahoma, fresh off of beating Texas, listen to this schedule. They now have UCF, Kansas, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, BYU, and they finish the year off with TCU. They're playing no one until they play Texas again.
That's fine. Let them get all their hopes up. Load up that silly little wagon. We'll take care of business in Arlington at the end of the year.
So what's the number you give for Oklahoma? A 0?
By the fact that they're de facto Big 12 participants in the title game, same as Texas. Call it a 7.
Okay.
You get to the game, it's a one and done. I just don't think they're winning that game.
See, I'm also giving them the same number I gave Texas. I'm giving them 6 because of what I said. If it's a close game, I don't know if Oklahoma can blow them out. They would have to blow them out for the committee to say, yep, they're that much better. And I don't know if they can.
There are 2 teams right now that I would give an 8.5 to. Michigan and Georgia. My highest rating.
Well, I mean, I'm not counting them because they're already there, yes.
But being already there doesn't mean anything. Like, I don't know about Florida State right now.
Well, no. But see, here's the thing, Mike. There comes a team from just nowhere.
Oh, okay.
That crashes the party.
All right.
Every year it's that. Like, that's why I didn't really include Ohio State because they're too close to the matter. But
that's fair.
North Carolina could run the table in the ACC. Now, one last question. Is there any chance a 2-loss team can make the playoffs?
Short answer, yes. I mean, it'd have to be absolute chaos. But this is the year where you wish we had a 12-team playoff. Yeah, it could happen. But get your matrix out.
Like a Notre Dame?
No, they're done.
Okay.
They're done.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. I don't have the matrix,
Yeah.
but I think it could happen, but you would have to fight.
You have to trust David and I that it could happen, and maybe during a break we can do Frank Lucas matrix.
Because there's only 2 teams that I could see that could actually go that route. And, well, I guess 3. If all of a sudden things just start picking up for LSU and they win the SEC, they're in. Alabama could lose one more time but win the SEC, and they're in. And Notre Dame simply because they wear gold helmets.
What about Michigan?
No.
Okay.
I think that for the Big Ten, one loss would just be detrimental to you.
And that's because the Big Ten is
terrible.
terrible.
I'm saying one loss, but you won the Big Ten, yes. 2 losses, no.
Okay.
No. That's your college playoff preview blitz, 97.1. Mike, let's do this a little differently.
Mm-hmm.
As we all know, we're getting ready for the college football playoffs. It's going to be the last time it's going to be 4 teams in the playoffs. And every year, a team has literally come from nowhere and made the playoffs. So let's put on our thinking caps and try to predict who this year's team is going to be. In 2014, it was Ohio State. In 2015, it was MSU. 16, it was Washington. So it's happened a lot of times. Cincinnati was the latest team that just came from nowhere. So I'm going to give you a list of teams, Mike. David, let me know how probable it would be that this team would make the 4-team playoff.
All right.
Let's start off with, fresh off of their upset, University of Louisville.
I mean, scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
A 1. I mean, they're a fun story. Braum, huge transfer portal stuff. The big win against Notre Dame, but that was a spot. Notre Dame had played night game the week before against Duke, night game the week before against OSU, has played since week 0. Notre Dame was tired, man. It wouldn't shock me in the least they go to Pitt and lose this week. I'd say it's just a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't see enough from them. I know if they win it all, they go to the ACC championship game. I just don't think there's enough there in the ACC. Beating Duke isn't impressive anymore. Beating Miami isn't impressive anymore. So I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Well, they would have Pitt, Duke, Virginia Tech, Virginia, Miami, and finish the season with Kentucky. So okay.
I just don't believe they're as good as their 6-0 record indicates. They played no one.
Brought to you by Hall Financial. The Lions were back to work in Allen Park today ahead of Sunday's game against the Bucs in Tampa Bay. Amon-Ra St. Brown returned to practice, but Detroit was without Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jonah Jackson. We asked quarterback Jared Goff if Sunday's got that big game feel. The Lions are a 3-point road favorite against the Bucs. Tampa Bay 3-1 this season, their only loss coming to the reigning NFC champion Eagles. There's just one day to go before the Red Wings drop the puck on the new season. Detroit will be in New Jersey to play the Devils tomorrow night. They advanced to the second round of the playoffs last year. Our opening night coverage starts at 7:15 tomorrow night, 7:30 puck drop. And the divisional round of the MLB playoffs continues today. The Phillies and Braves are tied at 1 game apiece. Game 3 starts in just minutes at 5 o'clock. The Astros will try to eliminate the Twins at 7, and the D-backs will try to do the same to the Dodgers coming up at 9. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. A little college football today. Took a break from the Lions. We'll get back to it tomorrow. A little Harbaugh news with the contract. David's admission he doesn't think they can win a national title, and Rico and I disagree. I think they absolutely can win it. Now, again, it's not early, but it's not late. And you've gotten some data points on other teams, but Michigan, yeah, here's the weakness. They haven't played anybody. But you have to begin looking at how you play as much as who you play. And how they've played the last 2 weeks is how the great teams get it done. Oh, yeah, you're playing Minnesota 52-10. Oh, yeah, you're playing in Nebraska 45-3 or whatever it was. Like, They're playing really well. And they have some counter punches to what teams want to do. I do think if they get into a game where JJ has to throw more, I think he's capable, clearly. Now, can he do it without turning it over? I don't know. But they have counter punches that a lot of other teams don't have. So my question, if you're a Michigan fan, is this. Don't you just go lifetime contract for Harbaugh at this point? I mean, don't you just go $10 million a year, top of the charts, lifetime deal on a rollover basis, and you're going to live with the fact he's going to flirt with the NFL knowing you got about a 99% chance he's coming back, and you just enjoy the ride because ultimately there is no one else to hire. There is no other place to go. You have to put up with certain things. There's no perfect relationship. The contract is always going to be a thing. The NFL will always be a thing. But as long as he's beating OSU and you're getting to the playoff, I really don't know what else there is. But I absolutely believe Michigan can win a national title.
See, I don't know about the lifetime. I think you may have had a rolling deal. Not going to lock you up for the next 10 years because I don't know what the next 10 years is going to bring. What if all of a sudden
What could go wrong? Whatever could go wrong.
Well, I wasn't going down that road.
What do you mean 10-year deals are bad?
Wasn't going down that road. I'm just saying that if all of a sudden you just start falling off and you're not beating Ohio State anymore and you're not beating your rivals anymore, but you're stuck in it. I like your idea of just a rolling, like a 3 or 4 year rolling deal where each year, hey, you want to come back, so you give yourself some leeway.
Why don't you just do what they did for Saban? You put in his contract, he's got to make a penny more than the highest paid coach in football. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. It's a rollover deal, and anytime somebody else gets a raise, you get one too.
You can't pay it.
What?
He hasn't won a title, Mike.
The money doesn't mean anything, Mr. Media Market. Don't be hey.
That's not media market. It's like you're rewarding him for what?
Being the best coach that they're going to have.
Winning the Big Ten over and over again.
Once you've reached the top and you are the best coach a school's ever going to get their hands on, what else is there?
If you told me you'll make him the highest paid Big Ten coach, fine. I'm good with that. You don't deserve to get paid like Kirby Smart and Nick Saban.
Right, and quarterbacks don't deserve to get paid.
I'm not talking about quarterbacks. I'm talking about
making
this.
a point that coaching and quarterbacks is the same contractually. The market gets set, and people who don't deserve it outdo the market.
So why are those two the highest paid coaches then?
Whoa.
Well, it's
Saban
Dabo, Kirby, and Saban because they've won the titles.
Right, but when you go to sign a new landmark deal, look, Brian Kelly, look at the contract he got from LSU.
Right, but he
probably didn't deserve it, but that's the going rate.
You're getting money you don't deserve, but I don't think you could walk in there and outdo those three because those three have
You can if you have a great agent because you go in there and you say, you can't do better than me. You lose me, program dies.
Look, I just view Harbaugh like Philip Fulmer. It's the best coach you're ever going to get. You can't move on from Harbaugh ever. If you weren't going to move on after COVID, you're never doing it.
And that's what I'm saying.
Now he's winning. Just pay him to go away, basically. Just pay him, make him feel loved, give him all the bouquets, and we're done.
Jim, you're the highest. You will always be the highest paid coach in the Big Ten. Nobody will make more than you. Plain and simple. That's the deal.
I just don't get how you go from being Rupert Murdoch with the TV markets to now you're fiscally responsible.
Because they're not the same thing.
But Michigan's $100 million a year revenue machine. Plus they get the check from the Big Ten.
Because the TV markets bring in television. They bring in money. Jim, I'll make you the highest paid coach in the Big Ten. But if Jim Harbaugh went out and won 2 titles, absolutely.
All right, so Tuck's gone. Who's the highest paid coach in the Big Ten? Is it Franklin? Ryan Day? What is it? Who is it?
I think is it Harbaugh or Ryan Day? It's one of those two.
My point is $10 million is going to be the new going rate for an elite coach.
Right, and I'm saying that's fine. But Saban makes north of that. So
yeah, I think Saban's at 11 point something.
So that's why I'm like, okay, you win titles, you enter that category.
Well, he'll win it this year and take care of it.
Well, everything I see right here says Ryan Day is still the highest paid Big Ten coach.
What's Day making?
It says 10.2.
There you go. Then he's got to be 10.3.
I'm done.
I go in there and I say I have to make $1 more than whoever's coaching those scumbags from Columbus. You agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. And I think they can win it, and so do you. I don't get why David's scared, but David admitted there's a little TCU PTSD in there. So be it. Guys.
I think for a lot of Michigan fans, either it does bother you that whenever you play in that bowl game 2 years in a row, you've gone to the playoffs. First year was against Georgia. You had high hopes, got them crushed. Last year, you went in there feeling like you already had the game won and got your hopes crushed.
Maybe the other problem is Michigan fans know the Big Ten is trash. And deep down, unlike the SEC, look, the middle class of the SEC, Missouri, Kentucky, Ole Miss, teams like that, they can beat you. They're dangerous. They can come up and get you. There is no middle class in the Big Ten. There's 3 really good teams, and everybody else is living in squalor. And I do think deep down you know it. At least when Georgia goes out and plays some of the middle class there, they're capable.
Yeah, they play Ole Miss, or they play...
There's a level of competency.
Yeah.
Hey, like
Kentucky.
Here, I'll tell you what. Middle class in the SEC, Texas A&M. Who's the comp in the Big Ten? I mean, the West has been a poverty division since inception. And in the East, Maryland's always a fraud. Sorry. Michigan State, Indiana, Rutgers, Northwestern, Purdue, we're all garbage. Garbage. I think that's the only thing. If you want to play that game and go, look, this is a really overrated conference. The only reason it's viewed as any good is us. Yeah. And even then, if you're devaluing OSU, like we've had some callers call up with.
You're devaluing the conference.
Then there it is. Ring the bell for yourself. You deserve that. That's my point.
Brock Purdy, quarterback.
But if you watch college football, I think you got to believe, guys. You got to believe you can get this done. So that's what we're talking about. Because we'll return to the NFL tomorrow. 248-539-9797. David, if you take a text, we'll get to the callers in a second.
As a Michigan fan, it's show me. I don't want to see them get into December and January and then suck again. They've teased us in back-to-back years. Now it's time to show me. Harbaugh has not won a championship anywhere he has been. The days of winning the Big Ten meaning anything are gone with the playoff format. You keep Jim because he's recruiting. Once he can't do that anymore, then you move on.
Well, I don't want to start a fight. They should be recruiting better than they are. What?
But I guess what's better, because it's kind of like I've come to grips, Mike, they have a system that they run. They're recruiting to their system. They're going out and getting the players that they could just replace this guy with this guy, and it works. Does Michigan need a top 10 wide receiver? No, not in this system.
All right, look, bottom line is I don't think they're bringing in behemoth classes, and it's the only reason they get a high ranking. You shouldn't be 15th in America. You're Michigan. You got wings on your helmets. You're the 2-time defending Big Ten champs. You shouldn't be 15th and already have like 27 kids committed. Like that's, I'm sorry, but no, Rico.
No, but I'm saying for Michigan, it's running back, it's O-lineman.
Okay,
D-lineman.
It's about winning a national title.
Yeah, but would your system work if all of a sudden you had a diva wide receiver? May not work, because now, David, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you're trying to say, but what Mike just said angers me because everybody I talk to, everybody that sends in ticket texts says it's all about the Big Ten. Is it about winning national championships? Because that's why I'm resigned to the fact that we're not going to win one, because they don't really care about it there in Michigan.
You're not going to win one unless it's this year. That's the caveat. It's set up for you right now. We'll get to the callers, and then we'll talk about it. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Hamilton has recently Hamilton has recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets. They're ready for immediate delivery, and selection is the best right now, including the October Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. It includes 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, a new car, a Chevy Equinox 2024, $299 a month. What are you waiting for? Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They have got you covered. Plenty of generators in stock as well. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they take $100 off that next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. Zach is going to lead it off in the 5 o'clock. What's up, Z? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
Good. Hey, I wanted to weigh in on this Michigan thing. I've been a fan for my entire life, and this is the first time we're getting good, but I'm scared to death. Reason being is I've been to the first couple of games at the Big House. One, we don't have the Don that we had last year. I don't know what's going on with him. He's only averaging 3.5 yards. He's got the same amount of yards as Khalil Mullings, but he's got twice the carries. I don't know if we should be worried if there's an injury thing that we're not being told about, but he's not the same Don that we had last year. So I don't think we've got that duo that's going to punch offenses or punch defenses right in the mouth like we were doing last year. I feel like we lost that identity.
Yeah, and
what do
look,
you guys think?
it's a bit of a part of what I talked about, which is, all right, it's not early, but it's not late. I mean, I was surprised.
But it's against terrible teams, though.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is you have a month between now and when you go to Happy Valley. If you're calling us, Zach, a month from now, and Donovan Edwards is still giving you 4 carries for 19 yards on a weekly basis, I will join you. I'm waiting to see because I don't have anything that could explain what that looks like.
Yeah, it is a head scratcher because they're saying everything is fine, but you're not seeing.
But Mullings is in those packages where you would expect him to be in, and he's not in there.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be something that we find out at the end of the season. Oh, well, we just didn't tell you. It was something lingering going on with him. I agree. It's not the same guy that I thought I was going to. I actually thought that he was going to take over and become running back number 1. He was going to outdo Corum.
Right.
That was me.
Yeah, Corum coming off the injury that he was coming off of, you thought maybe he'd be a little bit laid back. Now, he doesn't have the same speed he had last year either. You kind of watch him go from the numbers to numbers, and he's not getting there as quick as he was. But the other issue I have, we also don't have that Aiden Hutchinson. We don't have that Morris that we had either. We don't have somebody that's consistently getting at the quarterback. Again, we've played crap teams, and our lead sack guy only has 3. That's a little bit concerning to me as well.
Part of it is buried in who you're playing a little bit, Zach. But I listen.
You think so?
Yeah, because
see, honestly, if you're playing bad teams, though, you should be padding your stats.
Yeah, but the whole point is you play very soft when you're up 40. You're not going to sit there and be burying teams.
I guess I'm thinking in the first quarter.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what. It must be a nice world. Nope, that's not it. It must be a nice world where you're sorry, my hand hit the damn thing. All right, here. The point is, you're burying everybody. So if we're quibbling about, well, the guy who leads the team in sacks doesn't have enough, or the backup running back doesn't look as sexy, my message to you is talk to me November 11th. Mm-hmm. There's nothing to go on. Look, I'll give you an example. All right, I don't think Kentucky is the sexiest thing, since socks on a rooster, but they're a borderline top 25 team. Why is this relevant to this conversation? What Georgia did to Mark Stoops in that defense, and where Carson Beck had 300 yards in the first half, and McConkey and Rah-Rah and Lovett and Bowers, and you go, whoa, Georgia is assaulting this team. There's a value based on that's at least a functioning team. Is Minnesota functional? No. Is Nebraska functional?
Nope.
No. And then I won't even speak on the non-con. State's not functional. Indiana's not functional. So if you want me to not knock Michigan, I'm simply saying I just won't value the numbers. I won't criticize the numbers. It's how they're playing, and whatever makes that up. Like, look, it's part of the reason JJ won't go to New York and won't win a Heisman. They don't need him. He goes 14 of 19. You're not winning the Heisman Trophy like that.
Yeah, and it's like they're not using him the kind of way Penix doesn't finish games either, but he's going out there throwing for all the yards.
Right, he's got 400 in the first half.
And then he sits down. Where JJ gets 14 passes, okay, we're good.
Right, and that's a credit to the team. But, winning
that's why I go back to their recruiting.
Winning games are
different. They recruit to their system, and their system works for the last couple of years. Why upset the apple cart and bring in guys just so you can have a high recruiting class when you don't need it?
Well, I would disagree. You need 5-star talent to win a national title. It's proven.
No, but you get the O-linemen and you get running backs. But as far as like receivers and tight ends.
Yeah, but the game's changed.
They're kind of like Iowa or Wisconsin where they have a system.
No, but hold on. Time out. Here's the problem. Rico, if you're going to win it all, look, we went through this with Michigan State back in the day. You can win the Big Ten. You can beat OSU. You can make a cute appearance and get beat. If you're going to actually jump in the pool and then swim, you got to have 5-star players. Look at who wins the national titles. Hey, and I got news for you. Ohio State's adding 5 or 6 of them again this year.
Fair.
So you just get to a point where you're like, David brings up something that I say, well, wait, David, you can do it this year. But you know what history says? Based on talent, they probably can't.
Right. They have a system that can beat Ohio State. They don't have a system that can win a national title. That system is a grinded out.
He looks like Kenny. You look like you want to say something. You may as well say it.
I think they are only built to beat Ohio State. That's just me. They're not going to run between the tackles on Georgia. If you want to get to the perimeter, that's fine. That's what Georgia's built for defensively. And Kirby Smart said as much in a press conference recently. That's you're going to run around us. You're not going to run through us.
I know. You haven't looked great against the run. That's my one beef.
We haven't looked bad against the run.
No, it's been meh.
And if we can be meh against Michigan, I think we can win that game.
I like that we're just using meh as a real word and mixing it into sentences. That's great.
I will say this, is you can carve a pathway to beating Georgia if you're Michigan. I'm not saying it's impossible, and I'm certainly not dismissing the year that Michigan's had.
I'll tell you where you're going to have a problem with Georgia. This passing game, people, if they're not paying attention, this is not Georgia of the last 2 years. This isn't Stetson Bennett being cute. They have legitimate NFL weapons.
So it's Alabama when all of a sudden Alabama.
Yeah, because I'll give you an example. When they went out and got Ra Thomas from Mississippi State, that was their best player. When they got Lovett from Mizzou, that was their best player. McConkey's already a pain in the ass, and Bowers right here, right now, is the singular best player in college football. Those are the J-Mo, Devonta Smith, Jerry Jeudy, Julio Jones. Those are weapons, man. Legit weapons. And Will Johnson only cover one person.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. Every Michigan fan tells me the secondary's been injured, hasn't played together yet. Don't worry about it.
But both can be true. I'm making a point, David. This is the best shot you've had. Georgia's lost 26 guys to the NFL the last 2 years.
Correct.
And they're very good. But I don't think Kenny would take this year's team over last year or this year over 2021.
Oh, absolutely. This is the hardest that they've been.
Right, and they're good. So you have a shot. But when you tell me I've accepted we're never going to win, well, if you want to change that, my only argument would be I wonder, can't prove it, does the flirtations with the NFL or who he is or what, or the staff turnover, is that what keeps you from recruiting at the uber elite level?
Yeah, because you can get recruited against guys. Every year he tries to leave you. Is he going to be here? He's trying to hit the transfer portal for coaches.
I just look at it like if I want to win the Big Ten and I want to go to the playoff, Michigan's where I want to be. Now.
But can Harbaugh, again, can he go into a classroom or, a house and say, you know what? Yeah, come here, win a national championship.
No.
Can he? Exactly. No. That's a problem.
Coach, are you going to be there for my son's graduation or are you going to the league?
Well,
that's why I'd sign him to the lifetime deal. We're done with it. I signed a lifetime contract at Michigan.
End it all.
$50 million buyout.
Yeah. You make him the highest paid coach in America on a year-over-year. Hold on, what happened? Uh-oh.
He thought I meant kill the man when I said end it all. I did not say that. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Ooh. Okay, Rico.
All right.
It's been great seeing you. All right. Listen, did you know there's over 310? Oh, man, this is a terrible segue. Well, here you go. Life insurance. 310,000 motor vehicle accidents in Michigan each year. And a lot of people end up dead. You need life insurance. I mean, there's no way for me to spin this. If you don't have life insurance and you get aced out by a bus, your family's going to hate you even though you're dead. You need life insurance so your family is taken care of. What? It's the truth. Don't be a deadbeat. If you're a grown-ass adult and you're a provider or you can't leave your debts to your family, get life insurance. Call Mike Purpur, National Benefit Plans. Shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. And you know the drill. The longer you wait, the possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Call Mike Purpur now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh, man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs-
wasn't
who needs
just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
people want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah.
They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Lions were back to work in Allen Park today ahead of Sunday's game against the Bucs in Tampa Bay. Amon-Ra St. Brown returned to the practice field, but Detroit was without Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jonah Jackson. The Lions are a 3-point road favorite against the Bucs on Sunday. There's just one day to go before the Red Wings drop the puck on the new season. Detroit will be in New Jersey to play the Devils, who advanced to the second round of the playoffs last year. Our opening night coverage starts at 7:15 tomorrow night with a 7:30 puck drop right here on 97.1. And the divisional round of the MLB playoffs continues today. The Phillies and Braves are tied at a game apiece. Game 3 is underway now, currently scoreless in the bottom of the second. The Astros will try to eliminate the Twins at 7, and the D-backs will try to do the same to the Dodgers coming up at 9. That's the late game. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing.
Now, David, you've brought in the Bible, and we are ready. Rico has to swear upon this. It has been a bit on this show regarding the privilege that Rico has being a Niners fan and how good of a roster it is. And me and Kenny and David and I think the good people of Detroit have all said, man, a lot of people could go in and do what Brock Purdy's doing. Well, today we're going to find out. We're going to go around the room. And Rico, right hand to Bible, has to answer this honestly or face the ultimate judgment from his God in the sky. Are you prepared to participate?
I'm prepared, but I feel like no matter what I say, you guys are all I'm gonna be like Kenny during the betting segment. Fine, whatever.
Wow. David, music. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to, in no particular order, offer you quarterbacks. And if you answer yes, it means they could do damn near what Brock Purdy is doing in that ultimately privileged situation of Kyle Shanahan as your play caller an elite O-line, an elite running game, elite play design, Ayuk, Kittle, Debo, run CMC, the rest. Are you prepared?
This is so sad.
This is outstanding.
The hate that you have for this man.
All right, so
you
let's
created
start
a
out.
blitz.
Let's start out with an easy one. Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes could. The team would still look the same.
Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills quarterback.
Yeah, probably more interceptions because Josh Allen would take chances where Purdy does not.
What's the hesitation for? Yes, overwhelmingly yes.
David, I said yes, but you're going to see more interceptions.
We do not ask for your caveats. It's a
I
yes
give
or no.
the caveat, okay?
It's a yes or
no. It's what the privilege do.
A caveat. A caveat is what he was saying.
What we do.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, take a sip. There you go.
Drink the tea.
All right, here we go. Ready? Can this quarterback do what Brock Purdy's doing? Lamar Jackson.
No. Can I give the answer why, or do I just have to give?
I want to hear
no?
David's answer first.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson has always needed weapons. All you have is weapons in San Francisco.
And elite play design.
Thank
Lamar
you.
could replace Purdy or overruled.
Okay. Can I say why now?
Yeah, we're just not listening.
Okay. Well, for you listeners out there, because Lamar wouldn't follow the playbook. Lamar would just go freelance, and I don't think the offense would look the same.
All right, let's go Whoopi Goldberg center square for the block. Kenny, to overrule what Rico said.
Absolutely, for every reason that David said. Also, you can't predict somebody's just going to overrule the play call.
I can. Here's the deal. Ready? Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
David?
Yeah, Jared Goff can run that system.
Yes.
Okay, that's 4.
He's running that system here.
That's 4. Trevor Lawrence. Nobody cares about you. Go ahead. Kenny.
Absolutely.
David.
For sure.
I'm for sure as well. You're overruled. Tua.
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, it's basically San Francisco, South Beach.
All right, so we're 6 quarterbacks deep.
5.
We're
I'm
6.
not giving you Lamar.
We're 6. All right, here's an interesting one. John Matthew Stafford.
All he's ever needed was weapons.
I say
Absolutely.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rico says yes.
Yeah, okay. We're all there.
See, I'm being fair. I'm just getting.
It would be the Rams all over again.
Let's go to a man that Rico has a great degree of affinity for. Dare I say he loves this man. Mr. Geno Smith.
I thought you were going to say Marcus Mariota. Gino, yeah, he could do that for sure.
David?
Definitely.
Okay. Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Yes.
So we've just established with this minimal research, Brock Purdy is not a top 10 quarterback. So let's keep it moving.
I never said. I have never
Excuse
said
me.
this.
Stand down.
I can't believe we're doing this.
Rico's Red Box Bowl MVP, and if he had a white stepson, Mr. Justin Herbert.
Without question.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, interesting. There seems to be a lot of quarterbacks who could replace
I'm
Brock
noticing
Purdy.
a theme here.
All right, let's have some fun. Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
System quarterback. Yeah.
Okay. Who the Lions are facing this weekend. Could this guy replace Brock Purdy, Mr. Baker Mayfield?
No.
System quarterback with weapons, yes.
I say yes. David?
Yes, he can. And Rico, you've already said yes because you said if you insulate him.
That's right.
And he will be insulated.
God, you're getting
Why
him
am
in
I
his...
even here?
I don't know.
Why am I even here?
I haven't been able to figure that out yet. Hold on, here we go.
I'm just waiting for the Noah Kim segment. At least then I know Mike will agree with me. No, Noah Kim cannot run the 49ers.
Okay, let hold on. Maybe this guy can't replace Brock Purdy. Ryan Tannehill.
No.
Yes, he did it with Derrick Henry. He took them how far? With just one weapon.
How far?
He was in the playoffs. He got
AFC
far.
title game.
That's right.
Yeah, they went to AFC title game under him, yes, they can. Weapons around them.
I'm going to say yes to Tannehill.
Because you guys all are just mean today.
Okay, hold on. Now, this is a controversial one. Normally, we would never suggest a rookie, but he's been incredible.
No.
And if he was being shepherded by Mr. Kyle Shanahan, Mr. C.J. Stroud.
No.
He's been really good already, and now he has all this insulation.
Oh, by the way, he says no. A rat, undrafted garbage man got you there last year, but C.J. Stroud can't?
Because he's not a rat. You just hate the man.
C.J. Stroud has no offensive line right now. He would have one in San Francisco and weapons,
All
yes.
right, we are 15 quarterbacks deep, and now Now it gets interesting. Mr. Dak Prescott.
Dak I worry about, but I think he's better than a lot of the guys that we've listed already. So, yes.
David.
Yeah, he is better than the guys we've listed already, yes. Not all of them, of course.
Mr. R.L. Beard.
No.
Out on Dak. I'm out on Dak, too. Wow. I actually would rather have Purdy. He's careful with the ball, and Dak's kind of a moron. Okay. I'm going to side with Rico.
Oh, but when I said that about Lamar, because Lamar would just take off and run. It's like, Lamar, that's not the play.
No. Here's your problem. Your take on Dak was legitimate. Your take on Lamar was stupid.
How?
I don't support stupidity.
Lamar freelances.
We are now going. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Who, Russell Wilson?
Deshaun Watson. Could Deshaun Watson replace Brock Purdy?
I think I'm out on Deshaun Watson. Because I just don't think he can get it done.
This won't be a happy ending, no.
Okay, I'm out. The guy refuses to practice. Here's one. Ready? Could Jimmy Garoppolo come home and replace Brock Purdy?
No.
He's already done it, so yes.
I'll say yes as well.
We've seen this before.
Okay, but hold on.
Yes.
He would not have the efficiency that Brock Purdy has. All he does is win and not throw picks.
Super Bowl. That's what he took your
That's
team
right.
to.
Took it further than Purdy. I'm with David. He could do it. All right. Unlimited.
No.
Unlimited. Russ Wilson.
No.
Out on Russ.
I think Russ is cooked. I'm out on Russ.
Over to David.
I'm going to go, no.
No.
They
We're
would
out
be
on
a
Russ.
5-win team with Russ there.
All right. Joe Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just making sure.
Yes.
Well, hurt Joe Burrow. No, I'm kidding.
Derek Carr.
Ultimate system quarterback. Absolutely.
Yep. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Rico's overruled.
No.
That's a yes. All right.
Justin
Sam
Field.
Howell.
No.
No, come on. No.
I'm going to say yes. I'm just hating right now. No, it's
You
a no.
are, David.
It's a no.
David over there crunching on the communion wafers and drinking the wine.
I have a controversial selection. By the way, we're 19 quarterbacks deep.
No, you are.
No, we are. We. There is no me. There's only we. Okay. Daniel Jones. Now think before you speak. Elite O-line, elite running game, elite play calling, designing some runs with his feet. And what did he specialize in last year? Not turning the ball over. Daniel Jones could replace Brock Purdy.
He did all that and took a team to the playoffs without all of those things that
That's
you've just
right.
listed. So, yes.
Danny
It's the same I said about C.J. Stroud. Offensive line, weapons around him. Yes.
You guys are just being mean now.
Josh Dobbs.
You know what? Hey, call me.
Yes.
Call me at 4:00. I'll be back for the 4 o'clock.
Former Steeler Josh Dobbs. Yes. No, we can't. No, I'm sorry.
All right, here's the bottom line. We got 20 quarterbacks deep that could replace Purdy and give you exactly the same thing.
Hey, Mac Jones.
No, definitely not.
Hey, no. Bryce Young. Let's just get this. Everybody could place him.
Bryce Young,
What about male pattern baldness, a.k.a. Desmond Ridder?
What about a half-eaten cheese sandwich?
Yes.
No. The point is, this establishes the privilege that Purdy lives in. Ergo, the privilege Rico lives in. That.
Because the quarterback just wins games.
Because the situation is so good that listeners could do what he's doing. Wow. This is your Brock Purdy.
Where did all this hate come from?
Rico swore on a Bible blitz of the day. Now, David, you've brought in the Bible, and we are ready. Rico has to swear upon this. It has been a bit on this show regarding the privilege that Rico has being a Niners fan and how good of a roster it is.
All right,
and
it's
me
Hungry
and
Howie's.
David and
Look,
David and
if your
I
team
think the
sucks
good
like
people
mine,
of Detroit have
pizza,
all
it's a
said,
good fix. If
man,
your
a
team's
lot of
awesome
people could
like
go in
Michigan,
and do what Brock
also
Purdy's doing.
pizza,
Well,
the
today
right
we're
answer.
going to find out. We're
The
going to go
point
around
is,
the room.
pizza's
and
great,
Rico,
and
right
what
hand
makes
the
it even
Bible,
better
has to
this
answer
month,
this honestly
Hungry
or
Howie's
face
gonna raise
the
$5
ultimate
million
judgment from his God
National
in the sky.
Breast Cancer
Are you
Foundation.
prepared to
A portion
participate?
of the proceeds
I'm prepared,
of every
but I feel like no
item
matter
you
what
buy
I
from
say,
Hungry
you guys
Howie's
are all
is
going
gonna
to
get
I'm going to
donated
be
to
like
National
Kenny
Breast Cancer
during the
Foundation
betting segment.
in their
Fine,
month of giving
whatever.
on their drive to
Wow.
raise $5 million.
David, music.
So whether it's happy pizza, sad pizza, or anything in between, Hungry Howie's has got you covered, and they're going to raise that $5 million for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. So it's Hungry Howie's. Order some damn pizza.
My bad. I was talking to Rieger about the daily ticket. He was asking me a few questions in the pod stuff, so I was trying to help him. By the way, Kenny, I will tell you during the commercial break, because I'm sick and also because Costa would rather pet his cat than do some damn work on the show sheet, I have an elite cap on Air Force. Woo! Oh, yeah. David, you don't want any part
Air Force
of the garbage I got to do for Cash the Ticket to come up with some of these games. But I was explaining to Rieger on the Daily Ticket. Rate, review, subscribe. I do think it would help if your promo sounded more like the Daily J. It sounds like so serious.
You want the guy like in the Twilight Zone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like the Tower of Terror at Disney, that voice you hear.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
David fears Michigan can't win a Natty. I think they can, but I think it has to be this year. I think this is it.
Dude, I heard this discussion. Great radio,
Bad.
P1.
Bad.
I'm totally with you, though.
Oh, okay.
Like, why couldn't they win a national championship? Now, the one thing I worry about Jim Harbaugh is the dude cannot coach if he has a month in between games. Something about him, he just can't coach. I don't know why, but
I'm
they're
not
going to
letting
be Penn State. They're going to beat Ohio
letting you
State.
get off here. You're
What do you
not like a regular caller. You're not a texter. I need reasons. Oh yeah, sure they can. Give me the reasons then, Jeff.
Oh, reasons. I'm not afraid of Ohio State. They've looked like trash the majority of the season.
I'm not worried about Ohio State either. Give me the reasons why they can win the national championship.
The only you're very angry. The only team I would be. Let me ask you this: the only team I'd be very concerned about is Washington, because I do believe Michigan is vulnerable to somebody that throws the actual football. Nobody in the Big Ten actually throws the football.
But again, here's the thing: Washington's defense, the new rules. Outside of service academies, no team in America benefits from the new clock rules.
Right, the new clock,
like Michigan,
because you're getting like 5 possessions.
Shrink the game, get it down to 7 possessions. Call it a day.
So what are your reasons? What are the reasons he can't do it?
I'm worried about the secondary, and I'm also worried that JJ can't take advantage can't take advantage of a bad secondary on an opposing team. Can he take advantage of it?
Who are you worried about, though, Georgia?
Who am I worried about? Yeah. I'm worried about Washington. Washington can throw the ball up and down the field. Can we stop that?
How do you know Washington's going to make the playoff?
Again.
How do you know Washington beats Oregon?
And we've had that conversation. I mean, you're right. They have to prove something, too.
Brutal.
All I will tell you
Michigan schedule.
Michigan and Georgia have the clearest pathways to winning their conference. Do we all agree on that? I'm not ready to trust Florida State. I mean, I'm rooting for it. I have a Florida State to win it all ticket. But, if you get a chip in a chair, you got a shot at the tournament, right?
Yes.
I can't sit there and act like all of a sudden a Pac-12 team's going to stack up against Michigan. Georgia has the right to say it, and that passing game that they've developed, that would scare me.
Yeah, their tight end's pretty good too. But
Bowers is my Heisman.
I agree with you. The Pac-12, whoever comes out of the Pac-12, I mean, don't you give that team some credibility considering the tough-ass guy and all the quarterbacks in that conference?
I think the Pac-12 is a ton of fun to watch. I think they really have elite quarterbacks. My fear with the Pac-12 is, like a team like Washington, they don't have the front seven to play against Michigan. I mean, sure, maybe they could outscore you. Maybe they could out-TCU.
So you think Michigan would just run it down their throat?
Yeah, pretty much. No, again, long season. We still have a month before Michigan faces anyone with a pulse.
It's the worst season in the history of college football. You wait and you wait and you wait. But again, every week it sucks.
What I'm efforting is who you play and how you play. I can say you haven't played anybody, but if you're going to beat people 52-10, I'm going to put respect on that because how you play matters.
So, and I understand that. So the last 2 games with Harbaugh back, they've looked sensational. The first 3 games, they looked underwhelming. That game against Bowling Green was pathetic. So I'm with you there. I would love just give me something I can sink my teeth into, though.
I know.
It sucks. And then next week against you guys.
We're terrible.
Yeah, you guys.
Listen, Indiana 33.5. I mean, are we 33.5? Something like that? I mean, what do you think that number is? I can't believe the future line is 19 points.
I think it's 24.
I'd still take Michigan.
I would too.
You would have to give me 31.5 to take State.
Will you guys be brawling in the tunnel?
Who?
Michigan State.
Oh, I highly doubt that.
Okay.
Listen, Tuck ruined any of the juice for this game. Like, it's gone. I mean, this is a scrimmage. Your job is to go in, keep everybody healthy, win by 4 or 5 touchdowns.
Let me ask you this.
Move on.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
If I gave you a scenario,
all right,
that somehow Michigan State were to beat Michigan, somehow, right? Yeah. But that means your basketball team would not make the Final Four. Would you take it?
Yes. Wow. I swear to God. Just to
hold on, please.
Just
please,
to
please.
bleep
Wait,
in your punch bowl. That would be amazing.
See, I like the honesty because I'm totally with you. I asked Evan this question.
The radio would be incredible.
I give you a Michigan State Harlan Barnett W against Michigan.
Okay.
Or I give you Michigan State in the championship game and Izzo has a chance to win his second.
I'll take that.
So you don't care about the Final Four, but you'll take the title game.
I'm not giving you a title. If you're offering me 40 minutes for Izzo to get his second title, no, I'll take that.
What about 80 minutes for Izzo? Final Four.
No, it's not the same. It is not the same.
You guys losing the Final Four.
There it is. Okay. Oh, hey, so do you.
Michigan.
In football.
They won't make do they still have the CBI? They won't make that.
No, the Final Four in football.
Oh, God, yes.
I'm saying it's like.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, you're right about that.
The Daily Ticket.
Yeah.
All right, what's coming up next?
All right, so we're going to talk about some
Ticket.
sports, okay? No Wojo. I'm on for 4 hours, and I had an enlightening conversation about the Detroit Lions. I believe something about your Lions that everybody is going to get uncomfortable about. They're not going to want to admit it, but I'm freaking right. And people like Rico are totally wrong.
See, that's a great tease. That's outstanding.
I don't even know how Rico thinks, but it involves his team, so that's why I brought him up.
Ticket. All right. We will talk to you.
Could you cut a promo for me? Would you mind? I feel with your voice, it would get me a ton of downloads.
So you want me to lie to the people that I'm on the Daily Ticket?
No, I don't need you to be on.
And then they discover it's you.
No. You have such cachet. Could it be something like this? Hey, everybody, what's going on? Mike Valente, and I'm here for my good buddy Jeff Rieger. Listen to Jeff's podcast, The Daily Ticket, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast. Would you mind cutting me something like that? I feel it would bring such credibility.
Whatever you
You're
want.
a podcasting king.
I'm happy to do it for you.
I looked at your reviews. You got thousands of reviews. I have 3.
It's time to go.
They're all
Jeff.
positive, though.
Will
you ever want to start your
it
show?
Takes time. Okay, we're out of here.
I got 4 hours.
Talk to everybody tomorrow.